Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Villain Deku Got All for One. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hero present. Shouto said you wanted to talk to me after class. Izuku stood in front of Aizawa's desk as the rest of his classmates head back to the dorm. A few glances were sent in his direction. He smiled at Kachin as the boy raised an eyebrow at him, before the blonde gave a half-hearted sneer and walked off. Todoroki was at the back of the class, slowly gathering his things, as Aizawa's eyes watched the last of the class filter out of the room as the boy finally came to stand behind Midoriya. It was safe to say that he wouldn't be having this conversation without the hot and cold boy. Not that he truly minded. It was comforting to know that Izuku Midoriya had someone planted so firmly in his corner. Yes, but follow me to my office, Aizawa stated before grabbing his own bag and heading for the door, leaving no room for debate. Izuku followed with nervous energy in his step. He wasn't sure exactly what this conversation was going to be about. So much had happened in such a short time. He clutched some of his books to his chest as he followed Aizawa down the hall, Shouto's ever-present warmth right beside him. Their teacher led them to a door, which he then opened with his ID. Tossing his bag in a corner, he went and slumped down in his chair. Izuku and Shouto followed him in green eyes taking in the room. It was the first time either of the boys had seen his office, and Izuku had to say it was very Aizawa. It was organized chaos. Papers and books were stacked everywhere, but the piles were neat. There was nothing personal on the walls or on his desk, except a picture frame that Aizawa not so subtly titled face down on his desk before pointing to a couch against the wall. Go ahead and have a seat and shut the door, Aizawa stated before picking up some papers on his desk. An annoyed look crossed his face as he tossed the papers down. Izuku made his way to the seat as Shouto shut the door and sat down next to his boyfriend, automatically lacing his fingers into the other boys. Aizawa steeled his nerves for the conversation ahead. He wasn't one for formal pleasantries and small talk, but he knew he had to tread with caution. The first thing I need to do is apologize to you, Midoriya. I misjudged you from the moment you walked into my classroom. Izuku just looked at him with a surprised expression washing over his face, eyes going wide. What do you mean, sir? You've been a great teacher so far. I'm glad to hear you say that. But that's beside the point. I have special training given, because of both as my profession as an underground hero and as a teacher at UA, to identify and help abuse victims. I hate to say you slipped under my radar, Aizawa continued, and Shouto's hand tightened in Izuku's grasp. But I'm not. Izuku shook his head in protest before Aizawa cut him off. You are. It may not have come from your parents, but I've been going back through your records. I know what transpired between you and Katsuki Bakugo. I know the blind eye your elementary and middle school teachers turned. How your record is filled with incident reports and his is clean. The wording someone uses when they're trying to blame a victim for an incident is clear. They always think they're being clever when they're not. Izuku just looked down at his lap as Shouto shot his teacher a glare. He wasn't sure what the man was after, but he'd better have had a good reason for bringing this all up. Aizawa just lifted his hands. I'm not saying this to belittle you, Midoriya. You're an incredibly strong person. You remind me a lot of a dear friend I once had. A sigh left his lips as he stood and walked around his desk. I also talked with All Might and Principal Nezu. I know the truth. Izuku's eyes shot back up in shock. The truth, sir. I know that All Might gave you his quirk, Aizawa stated as he knelt down so he was at eye level with Izuku. I know you were quirkless before. I know the discrimination that comes with it. Izuku started shaking again, but this time it was Shouto who spoke up. What's the point of all this, sir? His voice was cold and cutting. The urge to flee with his boyfriend was rising, though Aizawa was glad that his words hadn't been a surprise to Todoroki. The point is, I've been teaching you all wrong. I thought you were a reckless kid who intended to get by on strength alone. I had no idea that you'd been given this incredibly powerful quirk less than an hour before your entrance exam. I've seen the cocky, overconfident type walk through these halls many times before. I put you in that category. I treated you and Bakugo like petty rivals, rather than the bully and abuser you were. I put you in dangerous situations trying to teach you the way I thought you needed to be taught based on assumptions I had about who you were. And for that, I deeply apologize, Aizawa stated with a sincerity that was enough to calm some of Shouto's icy attitude, though he still didn't let go of the tight hold he had on Izuku. It's not your fault, sir. Izuku shook his head, fighting back tears. You didn't know. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm still extremely angry at All Might for what he's put you through. You've broken your body because no one has ever taught you how to properly handle your quirk. Your classmates have a decade head start on you for the basics. For everything he is, that man is a horrible teacher, and he took away your ability to seek outside help. Aizawa's words were a scathing condemnation, but he managed to hold back most of his anger for Izuku's sake. That's not completely true. Izuku shook his head, feeling the need to defend his hero. I've learned a lot from him. You've learned advanced techniques, not what you need to build on to get there, Aizawa replied. However, he wasn't going to tear down All Might anymore. It wouldn't be beneficial to the rest of the conversation. So what do we do now? Terror gripped him. Was Aizawa going to kick him out, now that he knew the truth? The best course of action I can think of is for you to take remedial courses alongside your hero ones. You've come a long way. It's truly remarkable given what I know now. I promise not to tell the rest of the staff, so I will be training you personally. You'll be meeting with me for 3 hours every Saturday from 9 a.m. to noon until I've deemed they are no longer necessary, Aizawa explained as he stood moving back towards his desk. Izuku nodded, willing to agree to anything that would keep him at UA. Yes, sir. Shouto relaxed a bit happier with where the conversation had gone. He had always respected Mr. Aizawa, glad he didn't have a reason for the man to lose it. There is one other thing, sir. About Kanchan. He looked up nervously. Yes, Aizawa nodded, motioning for him to continue. I know what he did wasn't right, but he's been through a lot. And we've come to ... Well, we're not friends yet, I don't think. But I've begun to understand him better. I don't want him to get in trouble for what happened in the past. I don't want you to treat him differently, Izuku pleaded with his teacher as he gripped Shouto's hand tightly. Aizawa's eyes softened. It made his heart hurt how much the boy in front of him was so much like. He sighed and nodded. I do think of him differently. It's just the nature of things, Aizawa admitted, and Izuku looked like he might cry. And I will treat him differently moving forward, just as I have you. Those who bully others often have their own issues they're dealing with causing them to lash out. It's not fair to either of you if I ignore that. If, however, you are worried about any punishment he might receive, even if I wanted to, I can't level punishment for incidents that occurred before he came to UA. And he's grown a lot since he joined my class. I want what's best for all my students, and even if recent events hadn't come to pass, punishing him for who he was before his growth would just be counterintuitive to everything we've tried to teach him at UA so far. To be clear, I intend only to judge or punish him for his actions going forward. Thank you, sir. Izuku had tensed at the beginning but sighed in relief as his teacher finished his explanation. You really are too kind, Izuku. Shouto sighed as he gazed at his green-haired boyfriend. All right, you two can head on out. If there is anything else you feel you need to discuss, especially given your quirk, let me know. I'm working on getting permission for you to tell your therapist too, as this is important information for them to have. Aizawa sat back down in his seat as his gaze rested on the pair. Thank you, sir, for everything. Izuku bowed before turning to leave, Shouto repeating the gesture as they both left the office. Aizawa rubbed his eyes. He hadn't brought up anything about Midoriya's parents. He felt this wasn't the right time or place. He thought the boy was doing all right, but for someone who wore their heart on their sleeve, Izuku Midoriya was extremely hard to read. Villain passed. Izuku stood outside of Chisaki's lab, bag in hand, as Shouto stood behind him. All for one had told Izuku that ultimately the decision was his, and his curiosity had won over Shouto's caution. It had been good to get away and bury some of the feelings he'd had bubbling up inside him. The joy of killing All Might had been overridden by the true aftermath of that night. Magni had survived but had been crippled. She wouldn't be able to fight for them anymore, and with her life as a villain, there weren't many places she could go. For now, she was confined to the lab, but it was a hard existence for her to accept. Twice, and Toga had been sent out on a mission to help them gather more intel and resources. Mr. Compress was dealing with the guilt of Magna's injuries and trying to help the woman settle in, but it was clear she resented the aid, so he'd also taken to helping around the lab, but he wasn't ready to stray far. Shigaraki had been moody and standoffish, much like he was when Izuku had first met him. He wouldn't take any concern for his well-being. He'd almost seemed upset that Izuku had been the one to kill All Might, though he didn't state it directly. Kurogiri at least was back to his normal self, seemingly unaffected by the events at all. Izuku thought that most of all unnerved him. Welcome. Chisaki had personally greeted them, ushering them in quickly. I will say once again, I'm glad you took me up on the offer. I have to admit I am fascinated by what you do here. Izuku's eyes took in the lab once again. I can't imagine the research you had to do to figure out how to manufacture the drug. I'm assuming it works by destroying a person's quirk factor, kind of like how Eraserhead is able to temporarily erase non-heteromorphic quirks, though in his case he just suppresses it instead of destroying it. Chisaki let out a laugh as he led the boys down a hall. I knew you were smart, but that's a good deduction. But no, it doesn't completely destroy a person's quirk factor, or else the antidote wouldn't work. It simply shuts it off, so to speak. Honestly, in a lot of ways, I think this world would be better without quirks. No more people playing at being heroes or villains. Society wasn't perfect before quirks, I know, but I would argue they haven't made the world better. Izuku looked down for a moment in thought before replying. I find quirks fascinating. I think it's partially because I developed mine rather late in life. I don't necessarily think quirks themselves are the problem, but the way people use them. There are so many uses for quirks that could make the world better if people would just think of how to use them other than for fighting. Also, I will agree the world would be better if people weren't judged by the quirk they possess. Well, Chisaki brought his hands together as he stopped outside the door. You are definitely quite refreshing to talk to. He opened the door. And we will have to continue this conversation later. I would like to see where it goes. But for now, this is your room. Go ahead and get settled in. I have some things to attend to. If you need anything, feel free to ask. I'll have one of my associates come and fetch you after a bit and we can go over plans for defense against our would-be assailants. Yes, sir. Izuku bowed as Shouto moved into the room. Oh, and call me Kai, if you don't mind. I have a feeling we're going to be good friends. Chisaki replied before walking down the hall with a wave. Oh yes, thank you. Izuku smiled under his mask, but the words still caused something to turn in Shouto's stomach. Hero, villain, present. Shinsu stared angrily at the book lying next to him in his bed. It hadn't exactly been what he had thought. It was easy for him to pick out the themes in the book as he turned through the pages. Many of them he found himself agreeing with. Many of them were challenges he faced in his own life. That made him unbelievably angry. That he'd found himself accepting the truth of anything these villains had offered him. He sat up and hurled the book at the wall as he brought his hands to his face. Everything Akumu had said to him had been true, and he knew it. Society thought nothing of him at best, and at worst had labeled him as a villain. There were a few people who had told him differently. Ironically, one of them had borne the same face as Akumu. The fact that Izuku Midoriya had still thought of him as a potential hero, even after he showed him how villainous his quirk could be, had moved something in him. It was that something he was clinging to now. And then there had been a 1-second homeroom teacher, Eraserhead. He'd reached out to Shinsu right before their break, offering to help train him if he was serious about eventually joining the hero course. He'd yet to give the man a response. What did he think of his disappearance? Had he noticed? Did he think Shinsu had chickened out and ran away? Did it matter? He found that it did. As much as he hated it, he cared what both of them thought. The first ones to truly offer support to him, to tell him he could be a hero if he really wanted. I need to get out of here. He sighed, running a hand through his head. The first couple of days he'd thought of everything he could, but maybe there was something he'd missed. What kind of hero would he be someday if he just gave up? Midoriya would be laughing at him right now, and rightfully so. New determination filled him. Maybe, he thought, maybe if he made them think he'd given in. If this is going to work, I have to make it believable. He thought to himself as he stood grabbing another book of the shelf. Villain passed. The rest of the day had been rather uneventful. Izuku and Shouto had met most of the rest of Chisaki's inner circle. They had discussed preparations for what they knew was coming. Izuku and Shouto were to be stationed as a last line of defense if the heroes breached the lab. It would be their job to hold them back while they fled. When asked why they didn't just flee now, given the new heat on them from All Might's death, Chisaki's response was simple. This was their most fortified base, and it was possible it would hold that, and they needed time to move equipment and data, something that was in fact underway. Most of all, when he asked his questions, Chisaki had listened to him, treated him like an equal. Shouto was happy that Izuku was being treated with the respect he knew he deserved, but urge to grab Izuku by the hat and flee was strong. And finally it clicked in his head why the man set him on edge. Chisaki, for as different as the man could be from his father, reminded him of Endeavor, reminded him of the fake smiles the man put on when he talked about his family. It was all fake ... for the most part. His interest in Izuku seemed horrifyingly real. Those eyes that his dad had leveled at him when he'd gotten his prize. Chisaki had those same eyes when looking at Izuku. They had to get out of here. Just had to convince the other of that fact ... not that he'd get a chance. The next morning, a knock came at their door. They were already dressed, used to an early schedule. But at 7:30 Chisaki's face greeted them on the other side of the door. Well, I'm sorry that my hospitality has run short, but it seems they've prepared themselves faster than we anticipated. They're already gathering at our front gate. I have a few things to take care of, but it seems I'm going to have to call in your end of our bargain sooner than I'd have liked. Yes, of course. Izuku nodded as he tightened down his gloves. He had to admit he was nervous, but this time they were prepared. They had already taken down Endeavor and All Might. The pair of them could handle this. They could handle anything together. When this is all over, remind me to buy you 2 dinner. Chisaki set off down the hall, waving at them as he went. Izuku went to leave, ready to head to their assigned location, when Shouto grabbed him by the arm. Please, Izuku, remember your promise. Be careful. In this chaos, anything could happen. I will, Shouto. He replied cheerfully with a smile that shone with his eyes. Besides, you'll be with me, remember? Yeah. Shouto nodded as the pair left. Hopefully after today, he could get Kai Chisaki out of their life. Villain passed. Kirishima stood with the others outside the Shy Hasekai's headquarters. Hi's provisional license had been reinstated. He glanced up at Fatcom, not entirely sure why the pro hero had taken a chance on a kid like him, but still he was grateful. He'd screwed up a lot already, and he wanted to make up for it. Their objective was to rescue a girl named Eri, Overhaul's daughter. They had figured out that he'd been using her blood to create the bullets that helped take down All Might. The first one had been drained, but the second shot that Midoriya had fired had missed its target and had led them to be able to analyze it. He couldn't say he understood everything that had happened, everything that was going on, but all he really needed to know was that there was a little girl suffering and they needed to save her. Eraserhead had warned him about the League's possible involvement. He wasn't allowed to engage them at all. No matter how badly he wanted information on Bakugo, wanted revenge for Kaminari. It was the terms he had to accept if he wanted to be here, and he'd done so readily. Revenge wasn't motivation for a hero, no matter how much he may have wanted it deep down. Two girls were also here from his class, Isui and Uraraka. And while he hadn't really interacted with them much this year, he was glad for some familiar faces. They weren't the only UA students either. The big three were involved as well. Any other time he'd be overjoyed to be included in the company he currently was. But right now he just felt like he needed to prove himself. Prove he could be a hero. Prove he wouldn't F it up just as he had back in middle school, just as he had back with All Might. Everything went from 0 to 60 so fast. They started to read the warrant when a villain crashed through the gates. It was now or never as he took off following Fatgum, blood rushing through his ears. He would do this, he had to do this. For Bakugo and for Kaminari. Villain present. Namu told me you wanted to speak with me. Akumu stood in Shinsu's room, arms crossed. He wasn't using Eraserhead's quirk at the time. I've thought a lot about what you said. Shinsu didn't look the other in the eye. He'd taken the time to read a few more of the books he'd been left with and hated how much he agreed with what was in the pages. Still, he couldn't condone what these villains had done. He still clung to the hopes he would be a hero one day despite the man in front of him being right. And Akumu raised an eyebrow at him. It really was so unnerving how he was so much like Midoriya and so much not him at the same time. He really needed to make this believable. And the best way to do that was to lead with the truth. You're right. Society doesn't care about people like me. It doesn't care about anyone who doesn't fit into the mold society has for everyone. I've fought tooth and nail to become a hero when the world, my school, my classmates and my teachers only see me as a villain without getting to know me. People are scared of me, look down on me for daring to think I could be anything else. I don't want to be a villain. He had tears in his eyes. More of him had shone through in that rant than he'd said, his voice at the end almost breaking. He hoped he hadn't effed it all up. Akumu reached out and gripping his chin and gently turning his head so Shinsu was looking him in the eye. Despite the name we go by, we are not this world's villains. We are not the bad guys. How can you say that when you've killed so many people, hurt so many people? Shinsu demanded, his earlier plan almost gone from his head. Akumu looked up to the ceiling and closed his eyes. Everything we do is for a better society. I stole that line from Stain, by the way. He smiled before moving away from Shinsu. But it's true. You know we're not that different, you and I don't know how close you are to the Izuku Midoriya of your world, but the truth is, I was born quirkless. I grew up in a society not unlike your own, where your life's worth was based on the quirk you did or did not receive. I was seen as less than human for most of my life, until I met my father and he gave me a quirk. But even then, I was just a tool for someone else, only as good as what I could do for him. Akumu looked back at Shinsu to see the boy staring at him almost wide-eyed. Don't be so surprised. I know the pain, the suffering, to have your own self-worth doubted. The people I've surrounded myself with are the people who saw me for who I was, who can see you for who you are, not a hero or a villain, but someone who can make the world better. You're more than your quirk, Shinsu, and the world I'm striving to create is one where everyone is treated with respect and dignity. A world where a small child isn't driven to thoughts of suicide just because those around them make them feel like they're broken. How? Shinsu's throat got tight as he looked at the man in front of him. I knew you before, Akumu acknowledged. We shared a great many things. I know how your parents left you contemplating suicide, just like Bakugo Katsuki and All Might did for me. I know about your time in foster care. I know all of it. We were friends once, you and I, and we can be friends again. I can show you a better world. Akumu held out his hand to the boy who was shaking. This wasn't how Shinsu had thought this would go. He curled back into himself, his head hung low, lavender locks covering his eyes. I think I have a lot more to think about. Take you time. Akumu retracted his hand. I'll be here when you've made the right decision. And with that, Shinsu was left questioning everything he thought knew. Hero present. Hey nerd. Bakugo called out to Izuku as he and Shouto were walking back from class. Emerald eyes turned to find Ruby averting their gaze. Look, Bakugo stopped in front of his friend. Was that what they were now? It felt weird after all these years to think of the other boy as a friend, especially when he'd treated him like dirt. But Deku being Deku had taken it all in stride, with that stupid smile, always willing to help no matter what. What is it, Kachin? The green-haired boy offered him a smile as he shifted his backpack as Shouto stood a bit away, pretending not to pay attention to the conversation. Ugh, how is this sheet so easy for you? Bakugo growled, pulling at his hair. Kachan. Izuku cried, "What's wrong?" "Akamu, you idiot, just say it. I need your help." "What?" Izuku looked at him curiously. "What do you need my help with?" "You're better with." Kachin gestured around them. "People, okay. So you gonna help me or not?" "I'm happy to help you with anything, Kachin, but people is kinda vague." Izuku acknowledged, looking thoughtful. "You shouldn't be. Do you have any goddamn self-respect?" Bakugo snapped at him, some of his self-loathing showing. "Do you want his help or not?" Shouto finally butted in, walking up, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Because that doesn't sound like someone who wants help." "It's okay, Shouto." Izuku smiled at his boyfriend, before looking to Bakugo. "But I can't help if you don't tell me what's bothering you." Shouto refrained from rolling his eyes and groaning. He really didn't understand why Izuku was so willing to help Bakugo when he'd treated him, and continued to treat him so poorly. "I need to tell the rest of the class." Bakugo spat out. His voice was rough and defensive as he crossed his arms. "We're going to resume training exercises soon and I can't hide it anymore." "Though," Izuku replied as his chest tightened. The protective urge he'd felt toward Bakugo since he'd found out rose again. Though part of him was happy. He knew he'd told Kirishima, and yet Bakugo was here asking him for help. "What exactly do you want me to do?" "Help you tell them. I don't even know how to start." Bakugo admitted. He seemed so timid. Almost like that night where he'd attempted to fight him, and he still wasn't looking him in the eye, hadn't looked him in the eyes since then. "I've waited so long to say anything. I don't even know. We've got some great classmates, Kachin. I'm sure they'll understand. I can gather them up in the common room tonight, and you can tell them all at once." Izuku offered. He wanted to reach out and offer Bakugo some kind of comfort but couldn't bring himself to do it. "You think that's a good idea?" Bakugo asked. Frustration laced his voice, along with a bit of an edge. "I do. That way everyone knows at once, and you can get support from everyone." Izuku shifted a bit, grabbing his backpack strap once more, if just to have something to do with his hands. Bakugo hesitated a moment, tightening his hands into fists before speaking. "And what if you're wrong and they don't all support me? Then Shouto will freeze them." Izuku smiled, and Shouto shot him a "leave me out of this one" look. Bakugo just looked up at the ice user and laughed. "That would be a sight. You'd do it right, Shouto?" Izuku urged his boyfriend. "Yeah, sure." Shouto finally acknowledged. Anything to make Izuku happy after all. At least he was worried about someone else's problems and not his own, even if that someone else was Bakugo. Just one thing. Izuku had a mischievous look in his eyes. "What nerd?" Bakugo snapped. He glared at the other boy for a split second before his eyes darted away again. "You have to admit we're friends." Izuku almost regretted the words as they came out of his mouth. Had he gone too far? The F nerd. Bakugo's look of shock was priceless before he snorted and shook his head. "If we weren't effing friends, would I have asked you this sheet in the first place? Not that I understand why your ass wants to be friends with me anyway." "Kachin." Izuku's eyes teared up as he heard the boy speak. "Don't cry or I'm taking it the F back." Bakugo grunted before walking off towards the dorms. "I question your taste some days," Shouto stated, watching the blonde walk off. "Aw, Shouto, common. Kachin isn't that bad. And besides, I think I have great taste. I picked you right." He grinned before hugging his boyfriend. "My statement still stands," Shouto replied, but he returned the hug. "Shouto," Izuku smacked him on the arm. "You're a great boyfriend. If it wasn't for Uraraka, I'd think you were doomed." Shouto smiled before placing a kiss on Izuku's forehead. "Are you teasing me?" Izuku asked as his eyes narrowed a bit. "Maybe," Shouto's replied before pulling away from the other boy and heading back to the dorms himself, with Izuku following shortly after. Villain passed. Blood was rushing through his ears as Izuku ran. Nothing was going like it was supposed to. He'd been cut off from Shouto 10 minutes ago. Chisaki's facility was a maze, and he hadn't had a chance to familiarize himself with it, something he was deeply cursing himself for right now. He came to a stop as he heard a rumbling above him, covering his arms as debris fell. His shadow reacted to block the worst of it, as a body came tumbling to a stop at his feet. Instantly he stepped back, blending into the shadows. "Red Riot," someone called out several floors above them. "I'm all right," the body beneath him called out. "We're heading on. Try and find a path back up." Izuku heard the voices above before footsteps could be heard heading off again. On it, Kirishima jumped up, ready to take off down the hall when he found he couldn't move his legs, glancing down to see shadows coiled around them. "I'm afraid I can't let you go help your friends," Izuku spoke as he stepped forward. You bastard," Kirishima growled as he fought against his restraint, willing himself to move. "I have no interest in actually hurting you, so we can stay like this for a while." Izuku grinned as he sat down on a piece of rubble, allowing his shadows to curl around the rest of Kirishima's body. "I knew you were low," Kirishima screamed as he continued to fight in futility against his bonds. "But helping a child abuser I thought was beyond even you." "What are you talking about?" Izuku's eyes narrowed as he stood back up, getting a bit closer to Kirishima. "Overhaul the bastard. Didn't your new best friend tell you how he made those bullets you used to kill All Might?" Kirishima snapped at him. "He's using his own daughter's blood, hurting her, and torturing her, all for what?" Izuku took a deep breath. There was every chance that the redhead was lying to him. But from what little he remembered of the boy, he wasn't smart enough for that kind of ruse. It was possible that the heroes had gotten bad info, but it remained true that he didn't know how the bullets were made. And then there was the fact that Shouto had been suspicious of Chisaki all along. "You're coming with me." Izuku's voice was firm as he released Kirishima from his bonds. "I'm not going anywhere with you," Kirishima growled out as he hardened his arm ready for a fight. Izuku just looked over his shoulder back at the redhead. "I'm going to find Chisaki. I'm going to get answers. And if you're telling me the truth, I'm going to kill him myself. Now you can either come with me or stay out of my way. Your choice." Kirishima looked back at Izuku with determination on his face. But as the boy spoke and those emerald eyes pierced right through him, he felt a wave of paralyzing fear. That was the same look he'd had when he'd killed All Might. In a moment the gaze was gone. As Izuku ran down the hall, Kirishima, all but forgotten, "I'm not really doing this, am I?" raced through his head as he sighed. He had been ordered to disengage if the League of Villains had appeared, but this wasn't really fighting them, was it? He'd possibly turned their enemies against each other. He wanted to pull out his hair in frustration, but his decision was made for him as he saw the other boy about to turn a corner. If he didn't move now, he'd never catch up. "Fine," he growled out and took off sprinting. "Wait up. Maybe, just maybe, he could get some news about Bakugo out of this mess." Hero present. In the end, Izuku had asked Ida to call a class meeting. He hadn't told him any details, but their class president trusted his friend enough to know that he wouldn't have made the request lightly. So a little after 7:30 that evening, everyone was flopped around on the couches in the common room, except for Bakugo, who was leaning against a wall across the way. But that hadn't raised any suspicion, not really being out of character for the blonde. "All right, as you all know, I called you here on Midoriya's behalf. He told me he had something of the utmost importance to discuss with all of us. Now I'll give the floor to him," Ada explained as Izuku stood up. "Actually," Izuku rubbed the back of his head, glancing at Bakugo, who was looking uncharacteristically vulnerable. As he did so, Kirishima's eyes shot over to his friend, and his mouth didn't know Bakugo has something he needs to talk to you about. All of their class's eyes fell on the blonde, who just grunted. "Nice lead up, dipshit," Bakugo growled out. He didn't like being put on the spot, but in the end, he wasn't sure how the boy would have gone about it without just telling them himself. "Actually, that was a brilliant idea. You tell them, nerd." "You sure, Kachin?" Izuku looked at him with those stupid eyes, the same eyes he had looked at him with in the stream when they were kids, the same eyes that had made him push him away for so long. I don't know how much you want them to know." "F it." Bakugo flung himself out of his chair and shoved his hands in his pockets. He wasn't going to suffer Deku's pity. He moved to the front of the class, where Ada and Izuku were standing, and glared at all of them. "That effing a whole fake Deku took my quirk from me when I was caught." He didn't, then turned on his heels, heading back to the elevator. Not willing to see the reactions of the rest of his class, though he could hear the burst of chatter and heard Deku calling out to him. He didn't turn around as the elevator doors closed moments before Deku and Kirishima could make it to him. Villain passed. Shouto was in full-on panic mode. He'd been cut off from Izuku when a wall had suddenly appeared between him. He was certain that it had been done on purpose, even as the halls twisted and turned, trying to delay the heroes above him. He was terrified for his boyfriend's safety, almost certain that if he didn't find him soon, he'd never see him again. Had Chisaki used this situation to his advantage to capture Izuku and disappear with him into the ether? It wasn't a possibility he was willing to ignore. It was then that he saw a head of blonde hair just kind of pop through the wall as he was running. He let out an undignified scream, the tension already high for him. "Sorry to startle you," the blonde said as he kept running before he skidded to a halt. "You're Shouto Todoroki," the boy acknowledged. "And I suppose you're here with the heroes." "I am, and I'm sure you're here to stop me, but I have a little girl to save, so I'll have to pass for now," the other stated with a smile as he turned to run. "Wait," Shouto called out. "What you do mean?" "I'm actually trying to find my partner. I lost him in this confusion, and I'm afraid Chisaki is out to hurt him. If you're trying to find someone, maybe we can be beneficial to each other. I'd love to help, but I'm afraid you can't follow me." The blonde slid his hand back and forth between the walls. Shouto sighed in frustration. "Fine, but you see Izuku Midoriya, tell him to get out of here." The blonde nodded. "If I see him, I'll pass the message along, though I'm not sure I should be communicating with villains." He smiled before vanishing behind a wall. "Where are you, Izuku?" Shouto growled before hitting the wall. Villain passed. Izuku closed his eyes, trying to hone in on Chisaki's scent. There was too much noise for him to use the hearing part of the quirk his father had given him, but the man had a unique smell that lingered around him that made the green-haired boy think he bathed in disinfectant. "This way," he called out to the redhead as he ran and turned a corner. Kirishima kept pace, finally getting up the nerves to speak. "Why did you do it?" "Do what?" Izuku didn't even spare him a glance. "All of it. You were in the hero course with us. You were awesome. But then you had to betray us, kill Endeavor, kill All Might, and now Kaminari is dead too, and Bakugo is God's knows where." Kirishima had a few tears in his eyes as he spoke, his voice wavering a bit. This isn't exactly the time for my life story, Izuku replied as he leaped over a fallen piece of concrete that Kirishima decided to bulldoze through. I never meant for your friend to get killed, Izuku replied, a bit of guilt in his voice. I didn't even know it happened until I was recovering. One of my stipulations for helping the league, to begin with, was that none of you got hurt during the attack during the sports festival. You're all just kids like me. One of the Namu did it, and we were defending ourselves against pros. But I will tell you I'm sorry. Kirishima didn't know how he felt about that answer. It reaffirmed what he knew already. None of them should have been there that night. I know what Bakugo did to you. He told me. He regretted it. But I can still see why you'd be angry at him. An endeavor I suppose I understand too with what people have been saying after he died. What Todoroki went through. He was desperately trying to understand the boy running ahead of him, justifying why he was helping him in any way, shape, or form when he still felt this burning hatred. But why All Might? You were so happy when you killed him. Izuku's eyes narrowed. All Might have been a symbol of peace to many, but to those that didn't fit into the society he upheld, he was a nightmare. I met him once before when I was just a middle school student, and he showed me who he really was. He left me to die on a rooftop all alone in a world I thought had rejected me. He wasn't a hero. He was a fraud designed to keep the status quo in place. Kirishima wasn't good with words and he didn't know what to say. He was still angry at Midoriya for all the pain he'd caused, but it was hard to find fault with his words. Is Bakugo alive? Izuku was silent for a moment as he turned another corner, the weight of the marble heavy in his pocket. Yes, Kirishima almost cried out in relief. It meant when this was all over he still had a chance to save him. And maybe the boy Bakugo had fought so hard to save wasn't so gone after all. Hero present. Did he just say what I think he said? Shiro asked, looking at his friends. Ida stood wide-eyed where Midoriya and Bakugo had been standing, the words crashing over him. He said he had his quirk taken. Ashido turned to stare where Bakugo, Midoriya, and Kirishima had disappeared too. That's horrible. Uraraka choked out as tears formed in her eyes as she gripped the edge of her skirt tightly. I knew something bad had happened while he was captured. He wouldn't really talk about any of it. But man. Kaminari sank into his chair. I can't even imagine. Sui shook her head. I can understand why he kept this to himself. Bakugo has always been very prideful. He likely wouldn't take kindly to any of your pity. Takoyami spoke up, gazing at the rest of the class. That's probably why he left like that. Jiru nodded in agreement with Takoyami. So what do we do? Uraraka asked. What do you mean? Yaoyorozu looked at her. I mean, Takoyami is right. He's not going to take any kind of sympathy well. He'll think we're looking down on him. Uraraka looked pensive. But we can't ignore it, can we? The fact that he's still here and one of our classmates means that the teachers still think he can handle hero coursework. That's enough for me. I don't see the need to do anything else. Ida commented, crossing his arms. Yeah, I mean, even without his quirk, Bakugo's more terrifying than most of us, Shiro replied, looking up at the ceiling. I think Ida's got the right of it. Ashido held up a finger as she spoke. We shouldn't treat him any different. He's still one of our classmates, and he wouldn't stand for it if we coddled him or took it easy on him. We should acknowledge what he said next time we're all together. Momo spoke up, moving to stand next to Ida. But also let him know that nothing has changed and we all still support him. A chorus of acknowledgement rang around the room before Ida dismissed them all for the night. Shouto moved from his spot, glancing back towards the elevator. He was glad Izuku had been right about their classmates. Not that he really held any doubt. Now he just hoped he and Kirishima could get Bakugo to show his face again. Villain present. My work with Shinsu is almost complete. I can feel him wavering. Akumu spoke to the assembled league of villains before him. That means it's almost time for the next phase. It's about time to knock the sails out from under Endeavor and crush him. It's about time. Dabi spoke up from the spot he took lounging on the couch, straightening up to pay more attention. I'll leave the how and where to you in Backdraft, but it's about time for this war to start in earnest. Akumu stood, pulling out a couple of file folders. We need to knock out any clear successors Endeavor might have as well. He tossed them down on a table. Among the files were Best Genist, Edshot, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, Rocklock, and Mirko. I don't need them all deceased, but taken out of commission in some form, whether through retirement, death, or disgrace. In fact, I would prefer Best Genist left in disgrace. You're not going to assign us who you think would be best suited for the job? Shigaraki asked with a bit of amusement in his voice. No, I'm not. I've detailed the quirks of each of them. Any of you should be able to handle them easily enough. I trust you. I don't need to micromanage everything, unlike my father. Akumu gave him a wiry smile. I'll take this one. She's really cute. Toga called, picking up Mirko's file. I don't see Hawks here. Did you forget about him? Mr. Compress asked, looking over the files. Oh no. Akumu shook his head. I'm going to personally take care of him. We need to have a little chat. You're not going to try again, are you? Backdraft eyed him with curiosity. Well, we are here to correct failures, right? Akumu replied with a shrug. Fair enough. The other man shrugged. It wasn't like he was concerned that Akumu would get in over his head with the feathered hero. He just thought his attempt would be futile. Come on, Dabi, we've got some planning to do. Backdraft moved to stand next to his brother, gazing down at him. Yes, we do, Dabi replied with a grin. Via lane passed. Wait here, Izuku whispered as he held his hand out, stopping Kirishima's advance. The boy looked at him curiously, but still following orders, almost forgetting that the other was technically his enemy for a moment. It made the redhead's heart ache for what might have been. Chisaki is near. I'm going to confront him. I can smell he's with another person, someone like you said who absolutely reeks of blood and medical tape. Izuku kept his voice low like a growl. He was angry, but he wanted to hear the other man's explanation. You're welcome to jump in if I have to fight him. Or watch, I don't really care at this point. Before Kirishima could reply, Izuku was gone around the corner. The redhead forced himself against the wall and closed his eyes. His heart was racing, realizing just how far over his head he was in this moment. It was just like that night. He was worthless. He'd just get in the way. Why was he even here? Why had the boy even bothered to let him tag along? He was so much stronger than he would ever be. Was going to die too. Just like Kaminari. Would he be able to save Bakugo? He didn't have much time to think before he heard Izuku's voice. Chisaki. Izuku ran up close to the man, glancing at the young girl in his arms. I'm glad I caught up to you. Heroes have penetrated deep in the facility. We have to get out of here. Kirishima closed his eyes. Why had he thought this would go any differently? Why had he trusted the other boy in the first place when he knew he was a villain? Midoriya, must be serious if you were separated from your partner. I hope he's all right. Chisaki replied nonchalantly. I'm sure Shouto is fine. One of the walls thrown up to block off the heroes accidentally separated us, but it's fine. I trust him to take care of himself. Izuku replied. Right now I'm more worried about getting you ... and this little girl I guess out of here. I didn't even she was here. Oh, this is my daughter. I had intended to introduce you eventually. Chisaki replied casually, but there was a tension in his voice. She's my top priority at the moment. I'd do anything to make sure she was protected. Well, if you want, I can get her out of here for you. I can't take you both, but I teleport her to somewhere safe and stay with her until you are able to join us. Izuku offered, and Kirishima's eyes went wide. Oh, this boy was slick. Maybe he hadn't misjudged him after all. Chisaki shook his head. Thank you for the offer, but I would rather see to her safety myself. Chisaki. Izuku pushed. Who is she really? Overhaul stopped and looked into Izuku's eyes. And here, boy, I thought you were the smart one. She's how you've made the bullets, isn't she? Izuku yelled as he lowered his stance. Tisk. Chisaki shook his head as he touched the ground, causing spikes to burst out, rushing towards Izuku. Talking with one of the heroes, I see. You've disappointed me. I thought you at least would understand. She's the key to making this world a better place. The world you want so desperately. Izuku dodged as best he could, but the spikes were coming from everywhere. He was afraid he was going to be impaled when he saw a mass of red hair in front of his face. As the spikes shattered on impact. Get the girl. I can hold him off, he yelled. He looked at the other boy wide-eyed a moment before nodding. Thank you. You stay here, Overhaul declared menacingly as he sat her down and covered her in cement. He could maneuver and fight the two of them, not like this, and hold on to her at the same time. I don't know if you know this, but don't touch him. His quirk can rearrange matter with a touch. Kirishima called out to Izuku, who nodded, dodging yet another of Overhaul's attacks. Izuku was angry. There wasn't enough room in the cage he'd made ready for him to use the shadows to get her. He'd crushed the poor girl trying. Still, he could hear her crying in the dark, and it made his chest tighten. I'm going to kill you, you bastard, he screamed. I really don't have time for this. Overhaul yelled as a gunshot rang out from behind him. He didn't have time to think, as once again Kirishima was there. The bullet bounced off of him like it was nothing. Yeah, take that, he cried out. You idiot, you could have lost your quirk. Izuku chided him. He wasn't entirely sure if the bullets would work on him anyway, given the nature of how he'd received his, but he didn't want to test any theories. Nothing can get through this body. Kirishima tapped his chest. We need to end this quickly. I imagine they've sent for more backup, Izuku declared, dodging another attack as Overhaul threw up another wall between them, likely choosing to try to escape with the girl than deal with them anymore. Another bullet rang out. Izuku had almost forgotten about Shin. I'm going to go after the girl. Follow me if you can, but be careful. Kirishima watched as the boy melded into the shadows around the debris. Oh, common, he cried out before charging at the wall, smashing at it. Villain present. Endeavor had been working tirelessly since this whole mess had begun. They were losing people left and right, and with All Might's retirement, more and more weight fell on the heroes that remained. And Todoroki refused to accept failure like had every other obstacle in life. But it was difficult to hold up a building when the foundation was crumbling under your feet. People's faith in heroes had been worsening by the day. Not that the man could blame them, as many in the lower tiers fled the profession. At best, they disappeared into the crowd. At worst, they became missionaries for hire, protecting people for a price, like some damn mafia racket. And at the very low end, some of them had even switched sides. But still, he cared on. Even if it hadn't been under ideal circumstances, he was still the #1 hero, and it was his job to fix this mess. He wouldn't rest until this league of villains and their leader Akumu were brought to heel. He'd been attempting to track down the 2 villains responsible for the largest portion of the massacre, and he'd finally gotten a break. Their next target, according to his agency's intel, was going to be Yokohama. Stakeouts weren't really Endeavor's game, but he didn't have a choice, not if he wanted to catch them. It was 11:37 in the evening when the alert finally came in. 2 people matching the description of the arsonists were located near the center of the town's retail district. So far, no violence had broken out, but Endeavor didn't waste any time arriving on the scene. His flames burned bright as he approached the pair, who seemed to be idly chatting, tossing fire in various directions around him. "This game is over," Endeavor bellowed. "You're right," Dabi smiled as he let the blue flames engulf his hand. "Our let trap has been sprung. It's time for a family meeting." "What?" Endeavor yelled as Backdraft encircled them in a ring of ice. "Good evening, Father. I hope you don't mind that we invited the media." Backdraft smiled as he took off his helmet, tossing it to the side. A helicopter was seen flying overhead. "Shouto." Endeavor growled. "How dare you?" "What? I just let them know they were about to get a front-page story. Anonymously, of course." Backdraft looked to his brother and shrugged. "Though pleasing him, right, Talia?" "Never was with him," Dabi responded, narrowing his eyes, walking towards his father. "We are going to show this whole world what you truly are. You were more of a villain than we ever could be, abusing small children who only wanted love and praise from you. You used me and threw me away when something better came along. You caused me to do this," he screamed, pointing to the burns covering his body. "You only ever cared about power and your image. We've sent a very lengthy document along with our little tip, detailing everything you've done, from buying our mother to abusing your own children. The world will know what a joke you are finally." Backdraft replied as he too moved closer to the man. "You're both insane. Talia is dead. And you are not my son, but a rather laughable excuse for a copy," Endeavor growled as he moved to swing on Dabi. "Time for a hug." Dabi grinned as dodged his old man's attack before he wrapped his arms around his father, letting his flames burn bright. Hero present. Shouto and Izuku awoke the next morning to a knock on their door. Izuku rubbed the sleep out of his eyes but hurriedly made his way over. Neither he nor Kirishima had gotten Bakugo to talk to them last night, and he was hoping that it was either Kirishima telling him he'd finally gotten through to the blonde or Kachin himself ready to talk. He was not expecting Mr. Aizawa to be standing there as he glanced at the clock. 5:33 in the morning. "I'm to wake you, Midoriya, but I need to talk to Todoroki." The man looked like he hadn't had any sleep in a week, and guiltily it crossed his mind that he might not have. Okay, was all his tired mind could muster as he walked over and shook the other boy awake. If their teacher was bothered by the fact they were clearly sharing a bed, he didn't voice it. "Shouto," Izuku yawned. "Mr. Aizawa is here and he says he needs to speak with you." Immediately Shouto's eyes were open, though a tiredness still coursed through him as he sat up, rubbing his eyes. "Yes, sir?" he asked as Izuku sat down next to him. Aizawa took a deep breath, looking at the ceiling once again, wondering who had cursed the boys in front of him before looking back down at Todoroki. "There was an incident last night involving your father." "What?" Shouto looked at him. An incident was hardly worth waking him for. His father was a pro-hero. He had incidents almost daily. He tracked down 2 of the villains who were the primary culprits in the hero murders. Aizawa knew that Todoroki wasn't exactly close to his father, that their relationship was complicated, but it didn't make it any easier. They set up an ambush for him. "What are you saying?" Shouto wasn't exactly sure what he was supposed to be feeling right now, but he was sure it wasn't numb. He barely noticed when Izuku pressed himself into his side and took his hand. "Your father was killed last night." Aizawa finally spoke the words, and they washed over Shouto but couldn't really sink in. He heard Izuku's gasp. He felt his arms tighten around him. But he felt nothing. It seemed so impossible, of all the things, for his father to be dead. He started as he looked down. He'd hated his father for so long, for everything the man had done. But he hadn't actually wanted him dead. "I wish that were all." Aizawa closed his eyes. "But thanks to some documents linked to the media, we know the identities of his killers, and a lot more. Who could have possibly killed him?" He didn't know if he should feel anger or gratitude. The emotions swirled around him, just at the surface. He still couldn't really feel them too much, trying to break to the surface, to take control. Aizawa rubbed his face a bit, preparing his words. "The first has been identified as Dabi from the League of Villains, but his real identity was revealed to be Talia Todoroki, your older brother. But he was dead." He felt more emotions at the mention of his dead brother than he had of his father. More anguish in his voice for a boy he barely knew. Shouto, Izuku whispered, trying to offer his boyfriend some kind of comfort, and he was thankful for it even if he couldn't properly show it right now. There is a lot to go through in the information that was obtained, and much that still needs to be verified. But the police was able to verify his identity. Aizawa could tell his student was not in a good place, not processing his emotions properly. He was not someone who had escaped his training to spot abuse victims. It's why he had jumped at the chance to include him in the guardianship that had been extended to Izuku. There wasn't much he could have done against Endeavor, not without proof, not without Shouto willing to admit to and testify against his father. For all the man was or wasn't, he knew that his student still had an attachment to the man. It wasn't the first time he'd watched someone struggle with the death of their abuser and the complicated emotions that came with it. He felt horrible that he was only compounding the situation with more information. But the boy needed to hear the truth before he learned it by picking up his phone. Who was the second? It was Midoriya who asked the question, pulling Shouto from wherever his mind had gone. Not for the first time, Aizawa was thankful they had each other. That's where it gets complicated. Aizawa hesitated a moment to continue. The second claimed to be you. There wasn't any way around it. They, Shouto replied in confusion as Aizawa nodded. Aizawa produced a photograph taken from the attack, a close-up of the assailant. The way he was dressed was completely foreign, but his hair the two-tone red and white, and the scar that adorned the left side of his face made him instantly recognizable. It was clearly an older-looking Shouto Todoroki. His identity has obviously been put into question, given you are right here. But, with what has happened with Midoriya, right now the running hypothesis is that he comes from the same place Akumu does. Aizawa explained. However, the public is running wild with this information. It's best if the two of you continue to ignore news outlets. I'll be having another discussion with the rest of your class, but for right now I want you to know you're safe here at UA. I'll take care of what I can for you. Thank you, sir, Shouto replied, still lost in his own emotions. Right, I won't tell you to rest. I know better, and I am sorry for what you've both been through lately. Aizawa stood heading back towards the door. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact me, your therapist, or one of the other teachers here at UA. We'll all be happy to help. He didn't get another reply. Not that he expected it with the dazed look on Todoroki's face, nor the fact that Midoriya's full attention was now on the other boy. Quietly he shut the door. He still had so much work to do. Hero present. Neither Shouto nor Izuku got any more sleep that night. Concerned green irises still rested on him despite the fact he told Izuku he was fine. Oddly enough, it was true. He didn't feel anything really towards his father's death. The man had been his own personal nightmare for so long, even he thought he should feel something. Relief maybe. Was he supposed to be sad, angry, upset, vengeful? Izuku had been devastated just by his mother's kidnapping, and the woman was supposedly otherwise safe. Honestly, he had been more upset about that event than he was about his father's passing. Midoriya had been more loving and affectionate with him than his own family by far. The ease with which she gave out her love and praise twisted something in Shouto's heart, but in a good way. Grateful that Izuku had a better family than his own, even if it had just been his mother. The thought of his own mother's passing filled him with regret. He wasn't close to his siblings. He knew his sister cared about him, but their father had kept them apart for most of their lives. Honestly, the only people who could invoke the level of dread he was sure was expected of him to be feeling were the friends he'd made at UA. The idea of losing any of his classmates or even several of his teachers seemed unfathomable to him. He couldn't even begin the mental exercise of what it would feel like if he lost Izuku. The mere notion had stolen his breath. That was it, wasn't it? His family wasn't his family. The never had been. His father had never allowed it. He'd heard of the notion of found family from the books he had taken up reading since he'd found some semblance of freedom at UA. Shouto just hadn't realized that the term would apply to him. Izuku and his mother, Ida, Uraraka and Tsu, Mr. Aizawa, even Yaoyorozu Jiru, Kirishima, and most of the rest of his class, they'd all found an odd way into his heart after Izuku had found the key. He just hadn't realized it. He took a deep breath and met Izuku's concerned gaze. The need to tell him this revelation was strong. I will say it again. I promise I'm fine. I've been thinking. I think I know why it doesn't bother me that he's dead. I'm still worried about you, Shouto. It's not normal to feel nothing in a situation like this. Izuku brought a hand up to his face. But it's true, I can't feel something that's not there, to begin with. And honestly, it reminds me of our fight during the sports festival. I feel like I did then when I forgot all about him, and could just be me. He's gone, a burden and obstacle that was in my way, something discarded and not be cared about. Shouto explained, trying to get his boyfriend to understand as he leaned into his touch, a small smile on his face. He was still your dad though, Izuku replied, though his gaze fell away as his voice trailed off, and for a moment Shouto had to wonder if that sentence was really meant for him. Izuku, he was never my family, never really my dad, he never earned that. He didn't raise me so much as he made sure I survived. You, Izuku, you're my family. You and all of the friends I've made here. Hell, even Mr. Aizawa has acted with more compassion towards me than he ever did. That's why I'm fine, and I mean it when I say it. Because I haven't lost my family. I still have you, Shouto confessed, hoping he'd finally understand. Hi. Izuku's eyes started to tear up as he threw his arms around the other boy in a tight hug, something that was quickly returned. I'm glad. I'm still worried about you, but I'm glad. You're my family too. I love you so much. I loved you too. I mean, obviously. Shouto threaded his fingers into the mess of green hair pressed against his chest. This is proof I'll follow you anywhere, right? Izuku pulled back and looked up at him in confusion. What? The other me? Now Shouto knew how awkward it was for Izuku to refer to himself like that. Whatever they went through, we still found each other, right? Still fell in love. And being ripped across time and space couldn't keep us apart. Izuku let out a slight laugh. Well, when you say it like that, it sounds kind of romantic. Villain passed. Izuku rushed after Overhaul, anger fueling his every step. Shouto had been right. They never should have trusted him. And here he was breaking his promise, running off alone to fight him. Well, technically he had that hero student with him, but he'd left him at the last barrier, afraid of Chisaki disappearing with the girl. I'm going to kill you, Izuku yelled as he sent his shadows out. He couldn't constrict his target like he'd gotten used to doing. Not with the girl in his arms. And he didn't dare try to use his shadows to rip her away, fearing he would traumatize the girl more. I'm insulted you ever thought I'd go along with this. This is the very thing I'm fighting against. I'm getting tired of this song and dance kid. Chisaki replied as he touched the wall and sent out several more jagged spikes directed towards Izuku. Your little hero friend isn't here to save you this time. Izuku's mind raced, trying to find an escape in the split second he had. Noticing the shadow Chisaki himself was casting, he threw himself into the shadows at his own feet, before emerging a moment later behind his target. Swiftly he reached out, with all his strength, and ripped the girl out of Chisaki's arms, while simultaneously using his tendrils to wrap around the man. You little, was all he could hear before the other man's voice was muffled. He wasn't sure if the other man's quirk would work against his shadows or not. But it was worth a chance. Holding the girl tightly to his chest, he whispered to her, "Close your eyes. I've got you now. This will all be over soon." And he squeezed with all his strength. He hadn't realized he'd closed his own eyes, as he felt the girl trembling against him, until he heard a gasp, and it wasn't Chisaki's. Izuku opened his eyes, still clinging to the girl as he dropped his tendrils, and Chisaki's body fell as a limp, bloody mess to the floor. On the other side of the body, he could see Kirishima staring at him. He could feel the tension in the air as they stared at each other before he heard a sob from the girl in his arms. Hey, SHH, it's okay now, you're safe. That monster won't hurt you anymore, I promise. His attention fully on her. Don't let go, please, she begged, clinging to him harder. He wasn't sure when Kirishima had closed the distance, but he was looking at the girl as well. Is she okay? Izuku wanted to say no. It was clear she was severely traumatized, but he realized that the other boy was questioning if she'd been hurt in the fight. I think so. Here, let me take her. I can make sure she gets taken care of, Kirishima stated, holding out his arms. Izuku's chest tightened, and he could feel Eri holding on to him tighter as he brought up a hand and rested it on her hair, gently trying to soothe her. No, I can make sure she's taken care of. I don't exactly trust the motives of those heroes of yours. Kirishima frowned. He'd hoped to have ended this smoothly, but he couldn't let the girl go with another villain. You were literally working with him. You're one of the villains. You think I trust you to take her? He clenched his fists. Izuku really didn't want to fight this kid. Not even sure if his shadows could hold up against his hardening quirk. And he wasn't about to put Eri through another fight. Nor was he going to use his shadows to teleport away. Not before explaining it to her, at least. He had to think fast. And that's when he remembered the marble in his pocket. How about a trade? He asked, staring at the other boy. He really hadn't decided what to do with Bakugo yet, and he wanted his revenge. But this girl, he couldn't trust her with the heroes. He'd get another chance. That stupid idiot wouldn't leave him alone. A trade? Kirishima looked disgusted as he stared at Izuku. The heck do you think you can trade me for a little girl, man? That sick man. Izuku took his hand away from Eri's hair, slipping it into his pocket slowly and pulling out Bakugo's marble. Someone else you desperately want. Kirishima went pale as he stared at the figure reflecting back on the glossy surface. Bakugo. Izuku nodded, eyes never leaving the boy in front of him. Mr. Compress caught him, and I've had him since. I hadn't yet decided what to do with him, but if you let me take the girl peacefully, he's yours. It's your choice, him or her. Kirishima's mouth went dry. He knew the choice he should make. He knew the choice Bakugo would want him to make. But he was the one who had insisted there was something good left in Izuku Midoriya. The boy was already acting so protective of the girl. He hung his head as he clenched his fists. I'll take Bakugo. Good choice, Izuku replied, as he jumped back from Kirishima, tossing the marble at him. The redhead scrambled to catch it. Kirishima stared down at the marble that contained his friend. He looked just as he had that night in Kamino. He looked up to ask the other how to get him out, but the boy was long gone. With a sigh, he brought the marble up, clutching it to his chest, praying he made the right decision and he hadn't just fated the girl to a life of more pain. Villain present. So how did it feel as you burned the life out of him? Toga danced, looking at Dabi as he collapsed exhausted onto the couch. He was wearing a different outfit than he'd set out in, a pair of black sweatpants, a loose-fitting dark blue long-sleeved t-shirt, and a black trench coat, his old clothing having been incinerated in the fight. "Leave me alone," Dabi groaned. The fight had been amazing, but he was tired and hurt. He was pretty sure he'd done more damage to himself, but he wasn't about to let it show. "Aw, come on. I mean, we watched the news coverage, but we couldn't be there in person, you know. A girl needs details. Wasn't this like your life's goal?" Toga prodded. "Leave him alone." Backdraft walked in and crossed his arms, looking down at the girl. "Idiot overdid it, and won't admit it. I'm sure when he's recovered he'll be happy to tell you all about. I'm the one that overdid it, right?" Dabi snorted. "What about you? You can tell me, right?" Toga had a gleam in her eye as she approached the other man. "I'm going to see Akumu and go to bed. Go bother Shigaraki." He smirked, waving her off. "Fine," she huffed before she left. Once he was alone, Dabi smiled, committing the look on his father's face as the life drained from his eyes to memory before his own slid shut. He'd deal with the rest of the sheet in the morning. Villain passed. Izuku ran. He could hear voices, could feel the small hands wrapped around him. He needed to find Shouto and get out of here, but also needed to make sure Eri was safe. There was no guarantee, though, if he stayed any longer that he wouldn't run into any other heroes. So he took a deep breath. Decision made. "Eri, I'm sorry, but I have to do something that's probably going to be scary for you. But I promise it's only so I can make sure you're safe. Just close your eyes and I'll tell you when it's safe to open them," Izuku said softly as he ran. The only response he got was the girl burying her head against his chest. "All right, Eri. Point 1, point 2, point 3. And with that he allowed the shadows to cover him and teleport him and the girl away. It was always a weird feeling in the shadows. He could feel himself traveling. It always felt like there was something just out of reach trying to envelop him. It had been terrifying at first, but as his control over his quirk increased, he found it more comforting. That didn't mean the girl in his arms would feel the same way. He remembered asking Shouto how he felt the first time he'd taken him. The other boy had told him it felt cold, in a way that penetrated his bones, that even his quirk couldn't protect him from. Like he was an outsider, and if Izuku were to let go of him, he would be lost forever in that void. When they emerged, Izuku was standing in his father's lap. He opened his own eyes before taking a deep breath. "Okay, Eri, we're here, you're safe." The little girl opened her eyes and looked around. If she was surprised to still be surrounded by medical equipment, she didn't show it. "I need to speak with my father. Tell him what happened, okay? Don't leave me, please," she begged as her grip on Izuku tightened further. "It's okay. You can come with me. He might be a little bit scary to look at because of an accident he was in, but I promise you he won't hurt you, okay?" Izuku said softly, though his mind was racing. He needed to find a way to get back to Shouto, or tell him what had happened, that he was safe and out of the lab so he could get out himself. He nestled the girl back tightly against him and quickly made his way to his father, not bothering with the normal courteous as he barged in under the emergency. "Father," he called out. "Father, I need your help. Things went wrong at Chisaki's lab. I managed to rescue this girl, but I got separated from Shouto, and I'm afraid he's in danger. The place is overrun with heroes, and his men aren't exactly our allies anymore." If All For One was surprised by Izuku's entry, he didn't show it. "It's all right, Izuku. I can help you. I'll retrieve Shouto for you. I was tracking you both just in case. After that, you can tell me what happened." He didn't even want to ask how. He just breathed a deep sigh of relief as he watched his father activate his quirk. And moments later the other boy appeared in a solid black mass. How? He hadn't remembered the quirk from the night at the bar. "Izuku," Shouto cried out before he went to hug him, noticing the girl in his arms. "What happened?" "You were right, Shouto." Izuku looked down at the girl in his arms before looking up at his father. "Chisaki was using this girl as a human experiment to manufacture his bullets. When I confronted him about it, he attacked me, so I killed him, took the girl, and ran. I'm sorry, father, I know the bullets were important to your plan. But I couldn't ... She's just a little kid." "It's all right, Izuku. You did well. This child is worth more than Kai Chisaki's bullets." All For One replied, and Izuku was just mad his father wasn't angry with him. Shouto moved around to look the girl in the eye, and she shyly looked back up at him before he tried to offer her a smile. "It's okay. No one here is going to hurt you." The girl looked up at Izuku, and he nodded. "It's okay. Shouto is a good person. He'll keep you safe just like I will. Toga and Twice have managed to acquire a safe house that would be more agreeable to a small child than this old lab. I'll have the doctor check her over, and then you can all rest, and we can see about getting you all settled in there soon. We can discuss the rest later." All For One told them. Thank you. Izuku smiled before looking down and running a hand through Iri's hair again. Come on now. We'll get you taken care of, and maybe find you some food, okay? Okay, Iri replied. She seemed to have calmed a bit, but it would be a while before she'd let the boy holding her go. It was the first time she'd felt safe for as long as she could remember. Hero present. Kirishima stood outside Bakugo's room. After he and Midoriya had given up, the redhead had returned a few hours later. He hadn't been able to sleep. He knew the explosive blonde hated it when other people worried about him, but damn it, how could he not? Worrying about someone meant you cared about them. Did Bakugo really not want anyone to care about him? Hesitantly, he knocked on the door. He wasn't sure what he'd do if he got ignored again. He thought they'd been doing really well. Bakugo had told him the truth before the rest of his class. He'd shown him his new hero costume. The blonde hadn't been exploding at everything. It felt almost like Bakugo was becoming a better version of himself without his quirk, and Kirishima idly wondered if maybe it was the quirk itself that had made his friend that way. The redhead hadn't even known what the meeting tonight was about though. Midoriya had, however. Midoriya had also known about his issue, his quirklessness, his new costume, all of it first. He knew bits and pieces of their history together, that the pair had grown up together, that Bakugo had some kind of underlying issue with Midoriya that none of the rest of the class understood. The green-haired boy took all of the abuse with a smile on his face. Then when that villain had taken Bakugo, and Kirishima had been stuck back at camp unable to help, he'd felt worthless, more than he ever had before. And when he'd turned back up, beaten within an inch of his life, Kirishima just wanted to scream. He hadn't been able to help his friend, and the horrors of what he went through were just starting to surface. The way he acted almost submissive around the green-haired boy. Thank God Midoriya had a heart of a saint, but everything seemed to revolve around the pair of them. Even the one that had done this to Bakugo caused him so much pain. Had Izuku Midoriya's face? He wanted answers, he wanted the truth. He wanted to know what Midoriya and Bakugo were to each other. He wanted to be Bakugo's friend. He wanted. Tears started to form in his eyes. He wanted to be important enough to the blonde that he'd let him in. Let him care for him. He didn't want to be jealous of a boy who was so hopelessly in love with someone else and obviously had no interest in the blonde that way. The realization of where his thoughts had gone coursed through him as the door finally swung open. He took in Bakugo's form, a tight gray tank top, and shorts, disheveled blonde hair, red-rimmed ruby irises staring back at him, and he froze. The only word to slip out of his mouth was F. Villain passed. Izuku sat on his bed, leaning against the headboard as the mass of silver hair resting firmly on his chest dozed peacefully. Iri looked like a little angel like this, even with the horn poking out from her locks, his hand gently resting on her back. She still wouldn't let him go, clinging to him like he was her lifeline. Any doubt he had done the right thing, from killing Chisaki to giving up Bakugo, fled his mind. Still, his eyes landed on the boy curled up on the bed next to him and sighed. He needed to tell Shouto what had happened. So I didn't give you the full story of what happened back there. I was just in panic mode trying to get out and make sure you were okay. I left a lot of details out. Izuku started as Shouto stirred, putting his book down and looking up, his mismatched hues gazing at Emerald Iris. You don't have to tell me everything. I'm just glad you're safe. I was so worried about Chisaki and his intentions. My stomach was in knots from the moment you were separated from me. But you're here, and you managed to save her from a very cruel fate. Shouto sat up, shifting his position so he could lean against the headboard with Izuku. Izuku closed his eyes with a sigh before staring back down at the girl clinging to him. I had to give up Bakugo to save her. What? Shouto's face wore an expression of shock. What happened? I ran into one of our former classmates. He was working with the heroes. The redhead, with the sharp teeth and hardening quirk. I think heard one of the heroes referring to him as Red Riot. I can't remember his name. Izuku explained as he gently rubbed Iri's back, hoping he was offering her some comfort in her sleep. I can't remember either. I didn't really pay much attention to our class. Shouto sighed but shook his head. But what did he do? Did he attack you? He didn't have a chance. I caught him, but he yelled at me for helping a child abuser. I was just so angry. Izuku's voice was laced with guilt as he spoke. He told me about what Chisaki was doing. Apparently they figured it out because I used the bullets on All Might. I knew how you felt, so I told him we'd find the truth together. The part about me confronting him was true. I was so mad that he would even think I'd ever side with him. Believe in him, knowing what he was doing to this poor girl. Izuku was almost shaking as his rage built up. Shouto looked at him, placing his hand on top of the one Izuku had on Iri's back. I was afraid he was after you for some sinister reason, and I'm still not sure he wasn't. But I'd like to say I can't believe the man would abuse his own daughter this way, but I can't. Yeah, Izuku shook his head. There are some really sheep people in this world. When Shigaraki first approached me, I was just in so much of my own pain, I wasn't really thinking about everyone else. But now now I really want to fix this world, where people like you and her, and everyone else who has suffered. A world where that doesn't happen. I can't believe I used to think Bakugo was the worst thing in it. We will. Shouto kissed Izuku's forehead. You're so smart, Izuku. You're the smartest person I know. With the people we've found now, I know you can do it. And I'll be here right by your side. Thank you, Sho. He smiled, leaning his own head against his boyfriend's shoulder. I think that kid, maybe, he might be able to help too. I don't know. He had a good heart, just pointed in the wrong direction. Once he knew I hadn't supported Chisaki, helped me, I would have probably been seriously hurt. He didn't think twice about defending me, even when I'd hurt someone he'd considered a friend. He didn't really want me to take Eri, and I didn't have the time or the will to fight him, so I gave him the choice between Eri and Bakugo. And well, he chose Bakugo. Well, his loyalty may be severely misplaced, but I'm glad he was there to protect you when I wasn't. Maybe I'll have to thank him next time I see him. Shouto smiled, bringing his own hand up to thread through Izuku's hair. But that was that you gave up him to save this girl, Izuku. I'm sorry you lost your chance, but you made the right choice. Who knows what those heroes would have done with her? That's what I was thinking. At least now I know she'll be safe. And I'm sure I'll have a chance with Bakugo again. He seems to be obsessed with me. If I don't find him, I'm sure he'll find me, Izuku said, but the day finally caught up to him as a yawn escaped him at the end of his sentence. Come on. Shouto pulled Izuku in tighter, positioning them both back down on the bed, careful not to disturb the small girl he was holding too much. I can hold you, while you hold her, and we can all get some rest. I'm not tired. Izuku almost whined but settled into the comforting warmth that was his boyfriend anyway. Yeah, neither am I, but we should sleep anyway. Shouto insisted. They were safe. Izuku was safe. Eri was safe. Fine. Izuku relented with another yawn as he allowed his eyes to flutter shut. Soon all three were sleeping peacefully together. Villain passed. Kirishima stood surrounded by other heroes. It hadn't been long after he parted with Midoriya that Mirio had found him. And again not long after that before the pros had descended. He knew how it looked, him standing alone, almost in shock over Chisaki's mangled body. He wasn't a good liar, so he went with the truth. He lowered his head and launched into his story, tears in his eyes, about how after he'd gotten separated from Fat Gum, that he'd ran into Midoriya from the league, he could feel his teacher's penetrating stare. Kirishima told them everything, working with the villain to save the girl. He knew it wouldn't look good, especially when he didn't have the girl. That Midoriya was the one to kill Chisaki, with the same shadowy tendrils he'd used to kill All Might. And then as he got to the conclusion, he held out his hands, showing them the marble containing Bakugo. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to let her get away, but Eraserhead had specifically told me not to engage them. And I know I kind of stretched it up until that point, but we'd been working together. And Bakugo was my friend, and I couldn't save him before he fell to his knees as sobs racked his body. I know I'm a horrible hero, that I let him go with her, but it was then he found arms wrapped around his body and looked up to see his mentor. Kid, you're a great hero. You may not have gotten away with her, but you still helped save her. You did your best to walk out alive. And better yet, you came back with a lost comrade. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't taken his offer? We might have lost you too, with nothing else different. He threw his arms around Fat Gum as the sobs came and only glanced up when he saw Eraserhead's frame come into view. You did good, kid. I'm proud of you. I really am. Fat Gum is right. You did amazing. Things could have been so much worse. Given your statement, the girl should be safe enough for now. We can worry about rescuing her later. But a lot of good was done here today, Aizawa told him, and all Kirishima could do was nod. Let's get you to the hospital and get you checked out just for precaution's sake. And we can see if anyone knows how to free your friend from that marble, Fat Gum stated, picking the boy up. Hey, I can walk, Kirishima cried out as his face turned red. I know, but you deserve to be able to relax right now, kid. You did good, you really did, Fat Gum replied before carrying him out, followed by several others. Bakugo's marble still clutched firmly in his hands. Hero present. Bakugo's face contorted in anger as he went to slam the door in Kirishima's face. The redhead scrambled quickly, hardening his arm and sticking it in between the door and the jamb. Wait, I didn't mean it like that, he cried out as the blonde growled at him. The F you want, sheety hair? Bakugo snapped at him and the redhead flinched. I didn't mean it. A thought crossed my mind at a bad time. It had nothing to do with you. It had everything to do with you, he pleaded, opening the door up enough he could slip in before it fell shut once more, and Bakugo had seemingly given up keeping him out as he moved back to flop on his bed. If you're here to give me some platitudes that it will be alright, save it. I don't want to effing hear it. Things will be how they are, and you and I aren't gonna effing change that just because of some nice sounding words, Bakugo stated angrily as he settled into his sheets. Man, I just you know they're all going to accept you, right? Kirishima stated as he walked over and sank down, sitting beside his friend's bed. I effing know that, okay, our class is effing amazing. Bakugo wanted to smack him with a pillow. Then why did you leave? When you did, Kirishima had stopped himself from saying run away. That wouldn't have ended well. Because I didn't need more proof why the F this class is so much better than I am okay. Bakugo snapped, rolling so Kirishima couldn't see his face. What? Kirishima turned to see his friend's back, as Bakugo seemed to be glaring daggers at the wall. We're not better than you. Yes you are, you all are. I don't belong here, I never have. I always thought, when we were kids, I'd be the best effing hero. Effing nerd was always so damn useless, and it made me so angry when he kept going on about wanting to be a hero. I know I thought he was effing quirkless before we got to UA. I always taunted him about being a effing quirkless loser trying to be a hero. What was he gonna just go and get in the way and get himself killed? Bakugo felt the tears coming, the sheet he'd been holding in. He hadn't wanted to tell anyone, but the pressure was overflowing. He couldn't say this to Deku. He couldn't tell him how badly he effed up. His pride wouldn't allow it ... but Kirishima maybe. Bakugo. Kirishima's voice was laced with concern as he stood, reseating himself on the bed next to his friend. He expected to get yelled at for it, but instead the blonde just kept going. The gates were open and the flood was coming. Then my mom effing told him at the hospital what had happened. Our parents had always been best friends. That's why I've known him so long. She thought he could help me, 'cause perfect effing Deku is a saint. And for some reason still talks to me like I'm a goddamn human being even though I treated him like dirt under my feet for a effing decade. That's the worst part. I wish he'd be mad, be angry. I wish he was more like the effer who kidnapped me. 'Cause he was right. I wish he'd do anything but smile at me and tell me it's okay. Effing ask me if we're friends. How can he do that? How can he want to be my friend after I told him to jump off a effing building 'cause he was quirkless? What? Kirishima gasped, but it still didn't stop the train that was Katsuki Bakugo right now. But everyone who's found out since it happened has shown me kindness I don't effing deserve. I deserve to be mocked and ridiculed. I deserve to be kicked out of UA. I don't deserve some support department kid getting giddy at the idea of helping me be a hero again. I don't deserve you, or him or Aizawa or anyone else supporting me. 'Cause I don't effing support myself. How can I when I told Deku how worthless he was for so long? I'd just be a effing hypocrite. The tears were flowing as the sobs racked his body. He was starting to become unintelligible. Kirishima hesitated. He'd pushed his own revelation to the side ... but the desire to curl up beside Bakugo was strong. Would he still do that if he only thought of the blonde as a friend? Another violent sob tore through Bakugo and Kirishima threw caution to the wind, slipping up beside him and wrapping his arms around the other boy. Bakugo, he sighed, burying his head into the other's back. You deserve it all. You did some stupid shitty things as a kid. But that doesn't mean you can't grow and change. I was nothing like how I am now as a kid. I was some helpless loser who could only freeze up in uselessness when someone needed my help. We're all here at UA to learn to be better people. And that means you too. Deep down you know how you thought was wrong or you wouldn't be this upset. That doesn't mean you're doomed to a life of suffering and unhappiness. Bakugo stilled under Kirishima's words, and for a moment he thought the blonde might have fallen asleep. But the other boy shifted so he was facing Kirishima, though his gaze was downcast. How ... how can you say that? What do you see that's worth redeeming in me? What does Deku see? Because I sure as hell don't see it myself. You're strong-willed and determined, and despite what you may try to portray, you do care about me and the rest of the class. You want to be the best. And there's nothing wrong with that, especially when you're willing to put the time, work, and dedication in to get there. You inspire a lot of people, including me. Hell, I know you inspire Midoriya. He always talks about how awesome you are. You're a good person, Bakugo, even if you can't see it. And you're going to be an amazing hero. You just need to learn that letting others help you isn't a weakness, it's a strength. It means you've forged bonds with people strong enough that they want to help you. I want to help you. I think you should start by telling Midoriya how you feel. I think it will help you both. And maybe he can tell you why he still wants to be your friend. Bakugo just huffed as he rested his head against Kirishima's chest. He was too tired to fight back much. And what if he tells me he feels the same way that villain does? He won't. Kirishima thought his heart might explode. He hoped Bakugo wouldn't question why his heart was beating so rapidly. How do you know? The blonde replied. He almost sounded ... lost. Because I know Midoriya. He cares about you so much it makes me jealous sometimes. No one has fought harder to make sure you're safe. I think he really just wants to be your friend. I can't dissect it 'cause I don't know all about your history, and it sounds like there is some pretty heavy stuff there, but the kid wears his heart on his sleeve. If he didn't like you, he wouldn't be able to hide it. Kirishima hoped he hadn't said too much. Hoped he sounded comforting. Bakugo snorted, rolling onto his back. Kirishima held back a whine at the loss of the warmth. You're right, I'm a effing dumbass for doubting it. That sheedy nerd can't hide anything. So you'll talk to him? Kirishima prodded. Yeah, but not now. It's like what, 2 in the goddamn morning. We both need to get some sleep, Bakugo replied. Yeah, Kirishima nodded before standing. As much as he wanted to stay in Bakugo's bed, it wasn't appropriate right now. Just ... talk to me next time, okay? Before it explodes. I really am here to help. Bakugo stayed quiet as he curled into his bed, and Kirishima just sighed and headed for the door. As his hand touched the knob, he finally heard Bakugo speak. I can't promise anything, but I'll try. Kirishima just smiled as he slipped out the door, ready to go pass out in his own bed. Villain passed. Hey, Ari. Izuku was crouched down in front of the girl, who was currently holding Shouto's hand. It seemed she was all right as long as one of the two of them were with her. I talked to my father, and he says he can help you with your quirk. He says he can make it something that won't make people want to hurt you anymore. He didn't want to get into the hows and whys of what would really be happening. The girl likely wouldn't understand. Izuku just knew the quirk was hurting her, and had asked his father for advice on how to help the girl. When he offered to take her quirk and replace it with something more mundane, he had jumped at the chance. Change my quirk. Uri gazed up at the green-haired boy she trusted so much. The first person to ever offer her comfort and kindness. Uri. He says he can make it do something like cause flowers to bloom or make pretty colors dance around your fingers. Or you can change people's hair color. Something cute and sweet for a sweet little girl. Izuku explained as he watched the girl's eyes go wide. I wouldn't hurt anyone anymore. And no one would. She gripped her bandaged arm tightly with her free hand. Yes, Uri, you're going to come to stay with us in a nice house in the woods. There won't be anyone there that will hurt you, I promise. And we can help train you to use your new quirk. Izuku explained. Shouto, who had been looking down at the pair with a soft expression. It sounds nice, right? We can all be one family. So you'll be my new dad. Uri looked up at Izuku with excitement in her eyes. Izuku was a little caught off guard by the question. He was barely 16 after all, but as he looked at Uri's expectant face, he broke out into a smile and nodded. I can be your new dad, me and Shouto both. Really? She was excited as she looked up at the boy holding her hand. Shouto was flustered as he blushed. Yeah, he finally nodded. I didn't have a very good father myself, Uri, so I hope I can live up to your expectations. But I will promise you I won't ever hurt you, and I won't let anyone else either. Uri's response was to hug his leg tight. Thank you. And Shouto felt a warmth spread through him. It was different than what he felt with Izuku. It reminded him a bit of his mother when he wasn't much older than Uri. There had been so much going on, they'd never really been able to resolve the situation with her. Maybe, if things calmed down, she could come join them in the house. Though would she want to see him? He'd killed his father after all. Would she understand? He was pulled out of his thoughts by Izuku's voice. So Uri, what do you think? Would you like a new quirk? I think flowers maybe. I kind of remember them. They were pretty, Uri replied thoughtfully. Flowers would be perfect. Izuku smiled at her and nodded. We can build you a garden at the house and grow all kinds for you to enjoy. Shouto let out the breath he didn't know he'd been holding. This all sounded wonderful. They'd make a new family and hold on dearly to it. Hero present. Bakugo slipped down to the kitchen early the next morning, ready to make his class breakfast, make himself feel a bit useful at least, and an apology he didn't have to voice for running off the day before. He stood there chopping up some shallots as the rice cooked when he heard his phone buzz. He glanced over and saw the icon from their class group chat and ignored it. Likely had to do with the revelation he revealed last night. Idiots were probably talking about it, forgetting he could see the chat. He shoved the shallots to the side, ready to prepare the bacon when the phone went off again. And then again. He growled, grabbing his phone, realizing he wasn't going to get any peace until he silenced the conversation. Setting the knife down, he wiped his hand on his apron before unlocking his phone. That's when he saw the word Endeavor. They weren't talking about him after all. He quickly back-read the conversation, eyes speed-reading before he let himself fall back against the counter and put his phone face down. Todoroki's father was dead. A villain attack last night. Details were just starting to come in from those that were awake, but it seemed to have been carried out by someone claiming to be Todoroki and his brother Bakugo had never heard of. Does this sheet ever end? Bakugo sighed, muting his phone. He threw himself back into the cooking. He couldn't even be happy something had taken the heat off his own issues. He knew that Todoroki didn't have the best relationship with his father, hell the whole class did, but that didn't mean. He had questions, but those would wait for later, and he'd let the rest of the class ask him. For now, he had a breakfast meal to make. Villain passed. Kirishima sat impatiently in the waiting room at the hospital. He'd been given a clean bill of health, but Bakugo... they'd managed to get him out of the marble. One of the quirks a doctor on staff had worked, but... he wasn't conscious. He was alive, that's most of what the redhead knew, but it seemed he'd grown... weak in the marble. His body had been in a sort of stasis, coma. Time had moved slowly, but it had moved for him. Kiri baby. He looked up to see Shouto running at him. Behind her were the girls who'd been on the mission with him. Uraraka and Asui. The pink girl flung her arms around him. I came as soon as I heard. I can't believe you got him back. She had tears in her eyes as she buried her head in his shoulder. Hey Shouto, thanks for coming. He wrapped his arms around her, returning the hug before the girl pulled away, wiping her eyes. You too as well. I'm glad you weren't hurt. He smiled at the other girls. We didn't really do much. Uraraka giggled a bit as she rubbed the back of her head. Sue and I were outside for the most part. Ryukyu told us to stay outside and keep watch. But we heard you actually helped take down the villain. Really, Kiri? Ashido's eyes went wide. Is that how you got Bakugo? I wasn't really supposed to talk about it, but now that the mission is over, Kirishima sighed. I didn't really do much either. You're not gonna believe this, but I ran into Midoriya down there. Sounds like he was working for Overhaul, but didn't realize that he was using a little girl to make his bullets. He got pissed, and we kinda worked together, I guess, to get to him. But in the end, he killed Chisaki and gave Bakugo back to me. He shortened the story, not willing to get into the trade he'd made right now. The pros seemed to think he'd done the right thing, but he didn't feel like seeing his classmates' judgmental stares. Well, Ashido looked at him almost dumbfounded. He really did that. I thought he hated Bakugo. Uraraka looked at him dumbfounded. Yeah, he wanted to get out of there without fighting me, and used Bakugo to do it. Kirishima replied it was true enough at least. I'm just glad it worked out well. That's terrifying knowing Izuku Midoriya was there. It's hard to believe that he was in our class. Uraraka closed her eyes, trembling at the thought. Yeah, who would have thought we'd have two villains in our hero class? Asui added, rubbing Uraraka's back to offer her some comfort. I don't know what to think about him. Kirishima's shoulders slumped. I mean, I watched him kill All Might, but then back down there, he acted more like a hero than a villain. And Bakugo swears there is something to save in the kid. Maybe ... but he's already killed two pro heroes, and he kidnapped Bakugo. Uraraka replied. Her eyes were downcast as she fidgeted with the edge of her skirt. Hey, but he gave Bakugo back, that has to mean something, right? Ashido asked cheerfully. Kirishima didn't get to reply as Eraserhead stepped out from behind a door. He gave his students a slight uncharacteristic smile. I take it you're all here to find out how your classmate is faring. Yeah, Mr. Aizawa. Ashido told us she'd heard from Kirishima that he'd been rescued during the mission. Uraraka replied excitedly. Aizawa nodded. Most of the mission details are still classified, so you can't spread any of this to the rest of your class. But yes, Bakugo was recovered. I just came from his room. Seems like he's mostly just exhausted. He woke up for a few minutes and asked about the night he went missing. We've kept Kaminari and All Might's death from him for now, and he was able to get some actual rest. You can go on back to the doors for the evening. He'll be able to have a few visitors in the morning. Kirishima sighed in relief. I'd like to see him now, but I can come back tomorrow. Come on, kids, I'll drive you back to the dorms. Don't need any more incidents, Aizawa stated as he pointed the four of them towards the car lot. Thanks, sir. Asui bowed. Yeah, that's fair. Kirishima let out a bit of a laugh, his whole world seemingly brighter knowing Bakugo was going to be okay. He was doubting his own actions less and less. Hero present. Shouto could feel the swath of eyes on him as he entered the dorm's common room, and the noise volume dropped to almost silence. It wasn't that he didn't expect it. Most of his classmates had a good relationship with their families. Heck, Ida and Uraraka's drive to become heroes was based on that connection. It was something he knew, but couldn't connect with on a basic level. He was always uncomfortable with the kind of attention he was currently receiving, and he wished he could turn it on Izuku. No one in the class knew about his mother. Izuku, not him, deserved their concern. It was Uraraka who first approached them. The girl was clearly nervous as she laughed a bit and pushed her fingers, carefully avoiding the subject that had caused them all to stare. Bakugo made a big breakfast for the whole class. Breakfast: fried rice with egg and bacon for everyone. I grabbed a couple of extra plates for you guys if you want to come to join me, Hida and Sue. Kachin made breakfast. Izuku sounded surprised as he scanned the room to see him quietly eating with Ashido, Kaminari, Zero, and Kirishima. The fact that the group of them were quiet was the most unnerving thing. Yep, it's really good too. The girl beamed before grabbing them both by the hand and dragging them over to a table. They both sat down and started to eat. You're right, Uraraka, this is really good. But it's Kachin's cooking, so of course it is, Izuku declared. Damn right, nerd. Bakugo yelled back, and Shouto hoped that it would break the cloud hanging over their class, but it didn't. The silence returned. Shouto sighed, putting his chopsticks down. He wasn't going to be able to eat until he addressed all of his classmates' unnecessary concerns. I know you must have all seen the news by now. He didn't even stand up as he spoke. But I'll assure you all I am fine. And since Izuku didn't believe me at first, I assume some of you won't either. I know it's not normal to not care about the fact that you've had a parent die, but ... my father wasn't a good person. He barely met the qualification for the word father. I know he was a strong hero admired by a lot of people, but he made my life hell for a long time. And if I feel anything, it's relief at his passing rather than sorrow. That just awful man. Kaminari was the first to respond before Jiru reached around from the table she was sharing with Yaoyorozu and Hagakure and smacked him upside the head. What's wrong with you? She hissed. Hey, I didn't mean it like that. Kaminari rubbed the back of his head. I mean that he had such a shitty dad. I love my dad to death, but my mom was ... Well, let's just say I understand how he might feel. Shouto looked over at Kaminari with shock on his face. He never thought about the idea that someone else would have ... less than ideal parents. Zero sighed, leaning on his hand. Yeah, I've got 2 moms now. But the guy who sired me, jackass, left my mom when I was 3 for another woman, started a whole new family and wouldn't even acknowledge I exist. You can bet if I heard he died I'd be dancing in the street. But Todoroki's dad was a pro hero, #1 even. That's crazy that someone like that could make it that far. I read some of the stuff that the attackers accused him of, but I didn't want to believe it ... But was it true, Todoroki? Did he buy your mom? Kaminari asked before Bakugo smacked him upside the head. You can't just ask someone a question like that, dumbass. Bakugo snapped at him. It's all right. Shouto nodded, looking at Kaminari. Izuku slipped his hand into Shouto's for comfort. But in the end, he didn't mind talking about it. He'd hoped to one day advocate for the complete banning of quirk marriages, hoping to save someone else from his mother's fate, and if he was going to do that, he'd have to talk to a lot more people than his class. It's true, he arranged a quirk marriage with her family ... to make me. Effing hell, man. That outburst came from Kirishima. But, either way, you don't need to worry about me. I have the support I need. Shouto looked over at Izuku and squeezed his hand. You two are definitely #couple of goals, I swear. Ashido swooned before turning back to her food. Izuku blushed, looking away. I think we should finish breakfast and get to class. Midoriya is right. We've got a lot to review before our test tomorrow, and practicals resume. Ida nodded. A few of the class rolled their eyes, but everyone went back to their food. Shouto sighed with relief as the tension in the room started to dissipate. People still looked in his direction a couple of times, but it was just glances here and there. It somehow seemed ... nice to know he wasn't the only one that didn't have a perfect family. He just assumed most of his classmates had come from a good home. In retrospect, that had been kind of silly. I think I need to get to know everyone a bit better, he said quietly as he ate. That would be nice. Maybe this weekend after the test, we can see about some kind of class activity. I know you two can't leave school grounds, but surely we can find something fun to do together. Uraraka offered thoughtfully. That's a great idea, Uraraka. Class unity is important. I'll talk with Yaoyorozu and see what we can come up with. Ada replied before finishing up his own breakfast. That does sound like fun. Izuku smiled and Shouto nodded. If you need any help, let us know. Sue offered before picking up her bowl. I will. Ida nodded before standing and heading over to Yaoyorozu. Soon the class was finished eating, heading towards the door. Excitement buzzed as the news of the possible class activity spread, able for a little bit to forget just how dark the world outside UAS walls was becoming. Villain passed. A mop of violet hair with matching eyes walked into class, one clutching his books, before taking the seat that would have once belonged to Shouto Todoroki. Eyes stared at him as the class exploded into whispers. Isn't that the kid that Midoriya fought from general studies at the sports festival? He's the one that brainwashed me and made me work for him. Why is he here? This has to be a mistake. Doesn't have a villain's quirk. I'm surprised Midoriya and Todoroki didn't take him with them. Don't talk to him. He might brainwash you and make you do his homework or something. Hitoshi Shinsu could hear each and every one of them, and he imagined he was supposed to. He was used to this behavior. After all, he'd been dealing with it his whole life. He let the comments roll off of him. Defending himself would only make things worse. They couldn't get to him. He'd finally made it into the hero course. Silence, all of you, Aizawa stated as he walked into the room and stared his class down. As you can see, we have a new student joining us. I know this year has been rough on all of you, but you're only just getting a head start on the life of a pro hero. Betrayal and the death of comrades are part and parcel of the job. That's no reason to take your stress out on your fellow student. Hitoshi Shinsu earned his place here, just like the rest of you did. The murmuring died down, and Shinsu felt his chest tighten. It was the first time a teacher had even attempted to defend him for the words of his fellow students. He didn't think it would do much of anything, especially when they were alone in the dorms, but he was thankful for it nonetheless. Besides, there was no rule he had to socialize with his class. He'd already planned to spend as much time in his own room as possible. Officially, he was taking Denki Kaminari's spot. Technically, Shouto Todoroki and Izuku Midoriya were still enrolled at UA. Some part of the staff holding out hope that the two boys had been forced into their roles as villains, Hitoshi supposed. But either way, Aizawa was not cruel enough to make him take their dead classmate's seat, so he'd been allowed to take the Todoroki's kids at the back of the class. You have a test coming up tomorrow. It will cover everything you've learned this semester. I expect you to use this portion of the day to review and prepare. I'll be here if you have any questions, but otherwise, I expect each person to reinforce your weakest subject, Aizawa explained before sinking into his chair and picking up his cup of coffee, staring at the paperwork in front of him. Instantly, Yaoyorozu's hand was in the air. Isn't this unfair for our new classmate? to take a test over a semester's worth of material on his second day. Shinsu has already passed the written part of the exam with a 97. It was a requirement for being let into the class. He'll be participating in the practical with the rest of you. If you need help reviewing, you might ask him. Aizawa replied as a few eyes landed on the lavender-headed boy. Shinsu, for his part, looked at the girl next to him curiously before his eyes darted up to his teacher and narrowed. That was not the kind of attention he wanted, so he just buried his head back in the book. Another hand shot into the air, and Aizawa sighed. What is it, Kirishima? What about Bakugo? Will he be back in time for the test? Hey, missed a lot of class time. I doubt he'd be ready, Kirishima asked with concern in his voice. He still hadn't been able to visit his friend, hoping to do so once class let out today. Bakugo's academic performance is above average, but under the circumstances, he's been exempted from the test until he is fit to take it. Now, I suggest the rest of you concern yourselves with your own grades. The only other questions I want to hear are pertaining to yourself, Aizawa stated dismissively before returning to the papers he had to grade, and the coffee growing colder by the minute next to him. Villain present. Was it like this in your timeline when you killed the AFO? Dabi asked, looking at Shouto, who was sitting next to him on the couch. The news coverage had been constant, running exposés on Endeavor. It had actually caused the League to pause their attacks on other high-ranking heroes, afraid one or the other would be drowned out. Kind of, Shouto responded, looking at his brother. We didn't have the information ready to expose to the press, but there had been security footage of me and Izuku killing him. Once it was released, people started to come forward about his behavior, commenting about how horrible he had to have been, that his own son would have wanted to kill him. It was very satisfying at the time. This is too, in a different kind of way. What happened in our world was more organic, I guess. More interviews with people he'd interacted with, rather than recounting documents. Plus, it never really got out what he did to Mom. Would have been a sight to see, people picking him apart. Dabi smiled with a stretch. He still wasn't quite recovered. Fresh bandages covered his hands, disappearing up his sleeves, the rest of his injuries hidden under his new attire. I envy you getting to take part in his downfall twice. So what do you think you're going to do now that he's dead? Shouto asked. He knew that this had been his brother's drive for well over a decade. Losing it had caused him to snap once before. Dabi tore his eyes away from the news report. More incriminating evidence brought to light against his old man. You and your boyfriend have helped me achieve my dream. It's odd, knowing I've finally got what I wanted. That man is dead and his legacy destroyed. So I suppose, for now, I'll help the pair of you and repay the favor. Besides, this is the closest thing I've ever found to a home. I'm not running off anytime soon. Shouto let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. I'm happy to hear you say that. I really regret how things went before. I'm glad to be able to call you my brother now. Dabi scoffed a bit, looking at Shouto. Y'all well cut down on that sappy sheet, or I'm likely to disappear like a thief in the night. Before he stood, ready to go find something to eat. Shouto just watched him leave the room, but before he disappeared across the threshold, he spoke up again. And I'm glad to finally have a brother I can count on too. The pair of mismatched eyes went wide before he smiled a bit to himself. Dabi may have gotten what he wanted, but so had Shouto. Villain past. Katsuki Bakugo correct. A tall man with short dark green hair and golden streaks stood in front of the blonde who was still confined to a hospital bed. Bakugo wanted to snap at him, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. His mind was still reeling from what he'd been told. That All Might was dead. That Denki Kaminari had died in the same attack. He'd been captured by the League of Villains and had been essentially in stasis for weeks. Too late to get to say a proper goodbye. Kirishima had saved him. Izuku had given him up to the redhead in exchange for a small girl. Part of him wanted to yell at his friend for it, but he'd been told by several people that it had been the right decision. Still, Bakugo had a hollow feeling in his chest. And now, Sir Nighteye was here to talk to him. The only hero All Might had ever worked with. He knew they'd split ways. He remembered when it happened. Izuku hadn't shut up about it. Yes, Sir Nighteye. Bakugo finally responded. Why are you here? I'll be honest with you, young man. Nighteye began. I know about One for All and that All Might passed it to you before he died. I have to say I always questioned his judgment. I had another successor lined up for him. Someone who I thought could fulfill his role of symbol of peace better than some brash first-year student, who is more likely to scare people away with his anger issues. Never mind your history with the villain who took his life. Bakugo felt his blood boil. Oddly, it wasn't Nighteye doubting his ability to be All Might's successor, it was him referring to Izuku as a villain, even with what he knew. That Izuku had been the one to kill All Might ... He still couldn't give up. Sensing his anger, though assuming it for the wrong reason, the man continued. I'm not here to debate who is more deserving of the power. And in the end, I blame myself for what happened to All Might. I saw this future not long after his battle with All for One that weakened him. I warned him about it. I begged him to reconsider his path. The man removed his glasses as tears started to form in his eyes. Forgive me, I think I understand. Bakugo sighed, relaxing into his bed and looking at the ceiling. It's kind of the same with me and Izuku. I don't have your power, but it doesn't take your foresight to see where his path is leading. I've begged and pleaded for him to reconsider, but I haven't been able to reach him. Nighteye nodded as he placed his glasses back on. I suppose it is similar. It's hard to watch someone you care about walk the path to ruin, thinking if you'd just tried harder. He sighed before shaking his head. But retelling my past mistakes is also not why I am here. I felt the need to come and offer my services if you'll have me. I'm one of the very few people who know One for All's true nature. I'd like to sign you onto my agency as an intern and help you learn to control it better. I know your training with All Might was cut all too short, and of those left alive, I'm the only currently active pro hero. You want me to come work under you? Bakugo shifted so he was looking at the man again. He'd sworn he was about to get a speech about how he needed to pass the power on ... not this. Yes, I think it's the best way I can honor my dear friend and his wish to see you succeed him. And with him gone, the world needs hope now more than ever. Nighteye closed his eyes. I hate to put so much pressure on you, but All Might thought you could rise to the challenge, and I'm past the point of second-guessing him. Can I think about it? Bakugo asked, looking up at the man. Sir Nighteye nodded. Yes, and I won't be offended if you turn me down. But I do sincerely hope to see you again soon, Katsuki Bakugo. But if you don't mind, I will excuse myself now. That's fine, and thank you. I'll let you know as soon as I can. Bakugo replied before the man left his room. The blonde felt the tension leave him as he settled back in the bed. He had a lot to think about. Villain present. Shinsu once again stood in front of Akumu. He felt himself wavering. The determination that he was doing the right thing, fighting a war within him even as the other man entered the room. This time he looked so much like the boy he knew as a student at UA. He wasn't in his costume, wearing only a pair of black slacks and a yellow long-sleeved t-shirt. You could pass this man on the street and never give him a second glance. Bright green eyes, freckles dusting his face, and a mass of soft, fluffy green hair that curled in different directions. Overall, he was far less intimidating than the first time Shinsu had met him. Well, Shinsu, the Namu summoned me again. Have you made your decision? Akumu no, this was much closer to Izuku, Midoriya asked, as he stood talking with Shinsu like he was a friend he hadn't seen in a while. And in some ways, he thought maybe that's exactly how this Midoriya felt. If I decide to take your offer, what would you have me do? You said you didn't want me for just my quirk, but I'd be a fool to think it wouldn't be useful to you. Shinsu asked as his stomach tied in knots. He was so close to the point of no return. Midoriya just smiled at him softly. I would never use anyone here for their quirk. If you wish to use it to aid us, that's your decision and yours alone. But I won't ask it of you. What exactly I want with you, however, is twofold. It's true, we were friends. You weren't part of my family before, but we trusted each other. You helped build the foundation of the world I came from, and you're one of the people that I've entrusted it to in my absence. Shinsu's eyes went wide as they spoke to him. He almost whispered. Yes, you. It wasn't a formal change of power, given the nature of our departure, but you are one of the good hands I feel it's left in, he explained, before placing a hand on Shinsu's shoulder. You're smart and brave, and not many people can think as quickly on their feet as I can, Midoriya explained, and Shinsu couldn't help but be warmed by the praise he'd been starved his whole life of. But there is something I would ask that you do. Another student. I'm not sure how close you are to them in this timeline, but I have plans, and I want your help convincing him to join us. His name is Tamaki Amajiki. Hero name is Sun Eater. He's another incredibly talented person, but he suffers from low self-esteem. If he was harmed in the opposite way you and I were, his quirk is almost too heroic, too powerful. He doesn't see himself much past it. Do you know him? Midoriya asked. Shinsu closed his eyes and nodded. He's one of the big three. He was the one who put me in contact with a 1-second homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa. We haven't talked much otherwise, so I don't see how I can help convince him one way or the other. I'm sorry, that's good enough. Knowing him, if he was willing to do something like introduce you to Mr. Aizawa, then he likes you. He's just too shy and self-conscious to actually try and befriend you. In the end, that's all I ask, is that you reach out to him and attempt to sway him to our side. What he does is up to him, but I can help you with how to approach him, Midoriya explained, with a smile on his face. It seemed Shinsu had in fact already made his decision. All right, but one more stipulation. I don't want to hurt anyone. I especially don't want to kill anyone. I still have my morals and my values. I don't like the idea of a world built on the foundation of violence and bloodshed. It always ends the same. Shinsu spoke with conviction as he looked Midoriya in the eye. Emerald green eyes sparkled as Midoriya's face lit up. This is exactly why I trust you with the world. Let me make the sacrifices and get my hands dirty. It will be people like you and Amajiki that lay the proper foundation in the end. Shinsu, despite what he had just agreed to, felt lighter. The idea of a new world where people didn't suffer for their quirks. That was a world he liked the thought of very much indeed. And in his own way, he could still be a hero, even if it took society a while to catch on to this fact. Villain present. If Izuku Midoriya is anything, it's patient. Despite his slightly reckless actions to get himself embedded back into the League of Villains because damn, it's been so long since he's seen them. And most of them he hadn't had a proper chance to say goodbye to. Tamura especially. So who could blame him for jumping at the chance to regain what he'd lost? If anything caused him to lose sight of the value of patience, it was his own emotions. If he could keep them in check, he was fine. To bring All Might and All for One to their knees. To savor their pain and suffering. Well, he was going to draw this out. The same with Katsuki Bakugo. He wanted him to suffer as a quirkless nobody. He wanted him to live with that shame, to know it was that worthless Deku who made him like this. So when he finally decided to check in on his work, to see with his own eyes what the boy had been reduced to, he found a wave of deep-seated anger take hold. Katsuki Bakugo was not supposed to be thriving without his quirk. He was supposed to be lost, wallowing in self-pity. He was supposed to be contemplating the same path Izuku had all those years ago, only this time with no one to catch him. Katsuki Bakugo was not supposed to be laughing with his classmates, making dinner, being made a new hero suit. Katsuki Bakugo wasn't supposed to be still enrolled at UA. This had all but destroyed his good mood that had arisen from finally getting Shinsu to see reason. What am I going to have to do to that boy to make him suffer? Akumu raged as he paced back and forth in front of Shouto. An orange tabby cat that had apparently come with the property curled up contently on the man's lap purring. What does this Bakugo care about? Shouto asked as he stroked the cat. Izuku growled, his shadows convalescing around him in response to his emotions. I don't know. I didn't think he had it in his capacity to care about anyone. He doesn't have a connection to All Might in this world. He's ... the same but different, just like we are. Maybe I should scrap this plan and just kill him and make everyone else who's dared to support him suffer. Shouto sighed but smiled anyway, as the cat in his lap rolled on its back in a more playful mood. It had started batting at Shouto's ponytail, not that he seemed to mind. We knew this world had differences. This isn't the Bakugo that tormented you. This isn't the Bakugo who was All Might's chosen one. He still deserves to be punished, still tormented this world's version of you, but you're stressing and overthinking things. Izuku stopped his pacing, willing his shadows to relax and recede. You're right, it will be worth it, in the end, to see him suffer if I can find the right way to do it. I'll keep watch, learn more about him. I'm sure I can find something to use against him if I wait. Now, there's the Izuku I know and love. Shouto smiled as the other man seemed to visibly relax. Things were going along well, they just had to be patient. Hero present. Kirishima walked with Bakugo back from class like they always did. In the past it had been more of a Bakugo tolerated Kirishima walking with him. Now it seemed more of an amicable arrangement. And the redhead couldn't help but wonder if what had happened the night before had caused the difference. Either way, it was doing weird things to his chest. Why did he have to realize he was in love with his best friend at the worst possible time? Then again, there never seemed to be a good time with a one. You've been quiet, shitty hair. Things aren't gonna be weird now, are they? Bakugo's voice broke through his own thoughts. It was gruff and carried most of his usual anger, but there was also a hint of fear. It was true, usually, Kirishima would be rambling about whatever nonsense had popped in his head, usually with Bakugo telling him to shut the F up. Today he hadn't said a word. He'd taken it as a comfortable silence, but his friend apparently hadn't. I'm sorry, Kirishima rubbed the back of his head. I didn't mean to make it weird, I was just thinking. That's dangerous. Bakugo's response was quick, but a slight upturn to his lips. Yeah. Kirishima shook his head. I'm an idiot. There was another pause, and a few expressions crossed the blonde's face that Kirishima couldn't quite read. With a sigh, Bakugo asked, anything you want to talk about? I kind of owe you one anyway. Kirishima thought about the request for a moment. Part of him wanted to just confess right now and get the rejection over with so he could then start reconstructing their friendship. A friendship that just now had reached the best place it had ever been. But in the end, he was too much of a coward and shook his head. Nah, same stupid sheet I was thinking about when I came to your room last night. It's nothing important or big, don't worry about it. Bakugo eyed him a moment, and the redhead was afraid his friend would push the subject when his willpower was already so fragile, but thankfully the blonde dropped it. Well, whatever it is, best get it out of your head before our test. You want to grab the others and study tonight. I know Kaminari and Ashido especially are going to need it. I might manage to beat something into their heads so they don't fail. Kirishima looked at him in surprise. Usually, it was them begging him to help them study before a grin spread on his face. Yeah man, I'm sure they'll appreciate it, I know I do. Alright, meet me in the common room after dinner, Bakugo stated as they walked into the dorms. Once they parted ways, Kirishima took a deep breath. He had no idea how he was going to deal with this. He barely managed to survive the walk back to the dorms without spilling his secret. How was he supposed to do this? Especially when Bakugo was actually being nice, at least in his own way. Quickly, he shut the door to his own room and sank into his bed, thinking he was a dead man. I need some help, he groaned. Tentatively, he picked up his phone. There was one person here he had known longer than anyone else, and despite her reputation for gossip, Kirishima knew he could trust her. He punched the speed dial on his phone and waited for it to ring, taking a deep breath when Ashido's cheery voice picked up on the other end. Hey Kiri, what's up? Planning our study sesh for tonight? Kind of. Bakugo actually offered, which is nice. But that's not what I called about. The redhead closed his eyes. Then what's up, babe? She sounded almost giddy. I think I'm in love with him, and I don't know what to do about it, Kirishima confessed. And hearing the words out loud caused something in his mind to click. Felt all the more real. He really was in love with the blonde, and he really was so screwed. He had to hold the phone away from his ear with a wince as an ear-piercing screech echoed through the phone. Mina, quiet. I think the moon heard you, he hissed. I'm sorry, but you don't understand. I've been waiting for this for so long. She squealed. You what? Kirishima had to do his best to keep his voice down. I mean, you follow him around like a lost puppy. When he was kidnapped, you were in an inconsolable mess. I mean, come on, Kirishima, the only people who didn't realize you have a crush on Bakugo were you and him. She giggled. He brought his free hand up to cover his face as he blushed with embarrassment. How can you say that? I had this earth-shattering revelation last night when I went to talk to him. I'm terrified I'm going to ruin our relationship. And you're telling me you knew about this? Well, I mean, not 100%, but I had a fairly good guess. And if it makes you feel better, I'm pretty sure he likes you too. You're the only one in our class he'll easily listen to. No one else could ever even begin to suggest things to him. It's always don't tell me what to do, you shitty extras. Mina did her best impression of Bakugo's voice, which wasn't very good, but still earned a laugh from Kirishima. But with you, it's like he's putty in your hands ... or maybe more like C4 in your hands, 'cause you know explosions. Another blush dusted his cheeks and he sighed. Well, what do? I can't tell him, but it's so hard not to. I'm not used to not speaking what's on my mind, especially with him. You've got to help me find a way to deal with these feelings so I don't ruin our friendship. Tell him, silly. That's the only option in a situation like this. There isn't any reason you can't. That isn't just something made up in your head. Mina replied with confidence. What? No, he's already under enough stress right now. I can't add to it. He needs me as a friend, not a lovesick teenager right now. Kirishima was in a panic as he spoke, heart feeling like it was going to leap from his chest at the mere thought of the boy knowing how he felt. Look, I know this is a bit coming from a lovely single lady like me, but trust me, this may be exactly what he needs, to know someone loves him. I mean, think about it. How would you feel if he knocked on your door right now and told you he loved you? The girl was smirking on the other end of the line as she posed the question. I'd probably die of happiness on the spot, but that's because I feel the same way. There is no guarantee Bakugo does, Kirishima replied with a hint of sadness in his voice. Hun, you need to value yourself more than this. I'm sure if nothing else, Bakugo cares a lot about you. You're someone important, and you don't see the looks he sends your way. I'm sure he does, even if he hasn't realized it yet. You're both a bit dense sometimes, pun intended in your case. Mina tried to reassure her friend. But what if he doesn't? What if he's mad? I can't risk it. Kirishima closed his eyes, tears forming at the corners at the thought of losing the blonde. He won't be, I promise. And if by some chance I'm wrong, then he doesn't deserve a wonderful guy like you or your friendship. And we can go buy ice cream and bing your favorite movies. But I promise you it won't turn out like that. Just have some faith in yourself and in him. Mina replied, and Kirishima felt his resolve fading. He really did want to tell the blonde deep down. So then, how do I do that? I can't just walk up to him and say, hey man, I figured out I'm in love with you. Kirishima swore he could hear Mina trying to hide another squeak. I'll tell you what, I'll find a reason to drag Kaminari off tonight so you can be alone with him. But in the end, it's Bakugo. The best thing to do is be honest with him and tell him the truth. He'll have a lot of respect for that. Mina smiled as her kind voice filtered through the phone. You're probably right, Mina ... and thanks. I'm going to hold you to that ice cream and movies if this goes wrong. Kirishima replied, though was beginning to feel better, glad he'd called the girl. Well, one way or another you'll have a date after tonight. Mina giggled. Kirishima blushed again as he groaned. Love you, Kiri babe. Gotta go, I think my laundry is done. See you tonight. Mina rushed through before the line went dead. And Kirishima started at it, wondering how she'd talked him into this. Still, he looked down. He should probably shower, and at least attempt to make himself look more appealing than his school uniform or the usual sweats he wore. As he sorted through his clothes, he could hardly process the reality of trying to dress up for a study date with his best friend ... But that's exactly what he was doing as he pulled out a red long-sleeve t-shirt and black jeans. Yep. He was really doing this. Hero present. Shouto, Izuku, Ida, Uraraka, and Tsu were all seated in Shouto and Izuku's shared room. They decided to tell Tsu about their rooms, mostly because it made the space the best place for the group of them to meet up. Shouto's half of the room dedicated to more of the hangout area. He'd kept his futon in the room if nothing else than for pretenses, but it never folded out for anything other than the seating it currently was configured in. They were supposed to be studying, but behind closed doors away from the rest of the class. The so-titled Deku Squad couldn't help voice their lingering concerns. Are you sure you're truly okay, Todoroki? Right now you could still just be in shock. Ida voiced his concern, remembering what it was like after the attack on his brother, how he'd shut everyone out, the rage he succumbed to, and he didn't want to see that happen to a friend. At another point in his life, Shouto would have been annoyed at the questions, dismissing them with a cold shoulder. But after being the one to worry so much about someone else as of late, he found the questions more endearing, the sign of affection they really were. So instead of coldly dismissing them, he just smiled and nodded. I promise, Ida, I had an epiphany of sorts this morning with Izuku, and essentially I'm fine because Endeavor was never really my family. I have no good emotions tied to him, unlike you. I consider the people in this room more my family than he ever was. Uraraka looked like she was about to cry as she rubbed her eyes. Aw, Todoroki, that's actually really sweet. I'm glad you feel that way. You guys are all really important to me too. Still, I worry for you, as I'm sure we all do. Ida bowed his head. But I am moved by your words. Just ... Don't forget that we are here for you if you need it. Don't be an idiot like me. If I need help, I promise you'll all be the first to know. Izuku has taught me a lot about opening up, about being human, and I won't waste his lesson. Shouto smiled at his boyfriend before placing a kiss on the blushing boy's forehead. We've all helped each other. I think Todoroki put it best. We've kind of made our own mini-family here at UA. Izuku replied, leaning into the other boy. Tsu nodded in agreement. I'm glad. It was hard for me to make friends before I came to UA. I only really had one good friend. I'm better off for meeting you all too. Ribbit, you guys are all really going to make me cry. Uraraka's voice took on a bit of a high pitch as the tears had already started. Even still, your feelings or lack thereof for Endeavor aside, the pair of you have been through much lately. And I've been hesitant to ask, but I feel as if I would be remiss as a friend if I didn't. This business with that villain who captured Bakugo and defeated All Might, and the one who helped kill Endeavor. This has to be disconcerting. I can't imagine if someone was trying to use my face to commit these crimes. Ida looked down, gripping his hands tight, hoping he hadn't upset them with his question. Izuku looked at Shouto before taking a deep breath. From what we can tell, it's true. Izuku started, and he was met with 3 pairs of shocked eyes. I haven't had a chance to tell anyone besides Shouto and some of the teachers, but he approached me the other day and we had a talk. As near as I can tell, he's some alternate version of me. He knew about things that no one else could have besides me. We've not had any interaction with Shouto's other self, but we've assumed it's the same. What ... That's crazy. You could ... You'd never do those things. Uraraka was flabbergasted. Izuku looked down as he held Shouto's hand. I was very different before I came to UA. It's why Kachin was so surprised to see me. I was essentially quirkless for most of my life and tormented and bullied for it. There was a day ... It changed my life. It renewed my hope of becoming a hero just when the dream had been at its dimmest. From what he told me, that day went very differently and snuffed out what hope he had left, leading him down a very different path. It was hard to say, hard to think about, but think about it, he had. You really think the difference was one day? Ada started at him in shock. I think the differences started that day. What happened to him after to make him that way, I don't know. But it made me sick to think about ... That if I hadn't come to UA, if I hadn't met all of you how I did ... That I'd be something completely different. Izuku's voice was low and he was practically clinging to Shouto, who had shifted to wrap an arm around him, pulling him in closer. I think what disturbs me the most is the fact that I'm not surprised. The idea that I'd follow Izuku anywhere. If he had been sent down the path of a villain and reached out to me after that, I can understand how I'd have ended up where he is, standing at Izuku's side no matter what. Shouto confessed it was true. It wasn't alarming in the slightest. Izuku was his hero. Izuku was the one that taught him how to really live for himself. Deep down he knew he'd follow him anywhere, even if it led to his ruin. He didn't care, because his world was Izuku. His therapist might tell him how unhealthy that was, but he didn't care. He'd had nothing before the green-haired boy had forced his way into his life, and he knew he'd have nothing if he was to leave it. It doesn't matter, Uraraka declared, shaking her head. He made his choice and you've made yours. You could never be a villain, Izuku. You're kind and brave. You don't want to hurt anyone. If anything, the people around him must have failed him, because the Izuku Midoriya I know would never be a villain. She's right. Ada nodded. Don't compare yourselves to them. Even if they are some alternate version of you, it doesn't matter. Thank you guys. It was Izuku's turn to rub his eyes. That had been bothering me. I'm glad to hear the faith you have in me. and in Shouto. Anytime. Ada smiled. But we probably should at least study some. What kind of class president would I be if I let my friends fail? The room, feeling lighter and closer than they had before, turned into the study session it was meant to be. Izuku was ever more thankful for the friends he'd surrounded himself with. And maybe that was the difference in the end. Akumu has made friends with villains, while he had made friends with heroes. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that was the answer he'd been looking for. Villain passed. Kirishima hadn't got the chance to visit Bakugo at the hospital because the boy had been discharged before class had been let out. That led him to where he was now, standing awkwardly in his friend's room as the blonde sat on his bed looking like the fire had been drained from his soul. "You all right, man? I came as soon as Aizawa let us go. I was happy to hear you'd been released." Kirishima tried to break the ice. Bakugo didn't even look at Kirishima as he spoke, his voice sounding broken. "They're gone because of me. All Might's dead. Kaminari's dead. That poor girl is with the League of Villains. I tormented Izuku and pushed him away. It's all because of me." "Bakugo." Kirishima moved forward. "What are you talking about, man? None of that is your fault." "But it is. If I hadn't been a D to Izuku, he'd never have joined up with the villains. I'd never have had to beg All Might to save him. All Might wouldn't even have been there that night." Tears started to fall from the blonde's eyes. He'd been trying to hold it in, but he couldn't anymore. Not after coming back to these dorms. Not after seeing the shirt he'd left at the bottom of his closet that was currently clutched in his hands. And Kaminari. What was I even thinking? We shouldn't have even been there. Kirishima just looked away, his own tears starting to form. He had no idea what to say to his friend. He'd felt the same way. Still, he had to try something. The redhead closed the distance and sat himself on the bed beside Bakugo. "Look, man, you weren't all wrong. I got to talk to Midoriya quite a bit actually when we were in Overhaul's bunker. I think you're right. I think deep down he's still a good kid. He's just ... he's dealt with a lot of shit in his life. He was absolutely livid when he found out what Overhaul had been doing with that girl. If I thought he'd harm her at all, I'd never have accepted his deal. And I know it doesn't bring him back, but he seemed truly sorry over Kaminari's death. He said one of his conditions for helping the League was none of us students got hurt. I don't think you were wrong for wanting to save him. Still, I've fed it up every step of the way." Bakugo sank further into himself. "There is a lot I haven't told you, and I don't even. All Might's not here anymore, and he made me promise to keep it secret, but ... he passed his quirk on to me. He wanted me to be his successor." Kirishima's eyes went wide. "What ... that's crazy. How ... can you give someone a quirk ... and wow, that's ... that's a lot." His quirk was special. It was passed down to him by his mentor, and now for some god's forsaken reason, I have it. He made a mistake, Kirishima. He should never have given it to me." Bakugo declared as he clutched the shirt even tighter. "That's a crazy amount of pressure, Bakugo. You can't compare yourself to him. You're still in school. I don't think he made a mistake at all. You're one of the strongest people I know. I think you'll be a great hero one day, with or without his quirk." Kirishima started rubbing his friend's back, trying to offer him comfort. He was still reeling with the information he'd been given, but now was not the time to pepper the blonde with 1,000 questions. "Doesn't matter, I'm going to give to someone else who's a better fit, and I'm going to leave UA. I'm not suited to be a hero," the blonde declared. An ache coursed through Kirishima's heart that he couldn't describe at the thought of the blonde leaving UA, the thought of Bakugo leaving him. "No," that came out louder than he had intended as ruby-red eyes looked at him in confusion. "No, Bakugo, Katsuki, you can't. Our class has been through enough, lost enough people. You're going to be a great hero one day. You can't give up because that would make everything that's happened up until now meaningless." The boy with skin as hard as a rock felt like he was going to break. Bakugo just looked away and shook his head. "Sir Nighteye visited me in the hospital. He told me that was willing to train me and take me on as an intern to honor All Might's wishes. But he also told me he'd disagreed with All Might's decision to give me one for all. That he had another person who was better suited lined up. I'm going to contact him and tell him that I appreciate the offer, but he was right. I'm not deserving of this power or All Might's legacy. I'm the reason he's dead. And that I'll pass the power along to the person he'd selected. You're hurting and in pain right now. This isn't the best time to be making decisions like this." Kirishima was panicking, feeling like the blonde was slipping through his fingers. "Please, don't do this. It's a huge mistake. All Might was an amazing hero. And he saw something in you. Don't throw that away now. Things are tough, but we always knew being a hero wouldn't be easy. You have to rise above this. There's nothing to rise above. All I've done is fail, and other people have paid the price for it." Bakugo closed his eyes. He hated himself even more because he knew this was what he was going to miss the most. Having real effing friends who didn't cling to him because of his power or where it put them in the social hierarchy. Kirishima pulled his hand away as his own tears started to fall. "Think about it all right, please. For me, I don't know what I'd do if you left. Don't make this decision when you're emotional and depressed." Bakugo's heart ached at Kirishima's words. Guilt spread like a renewed wildfire through his body. He hadn't thought about how the redhead would feel about all this, and he hated himself for it even more. It seemed he had a really hard problem thinking about others before he acted. He took a deep breath before he replied. "All right, for you, I'll think about it a bit more," he muttered. But he wasn't sure it would really change his decision in the end. But the look of relief that spread across his friend's face made him realize leaving wasn't going to be as easy a decision as he first thought it would be. Villain present. "Oh, I like him. Can I keep him?" Toga beamed as she leaned over the back of the couch where Shinsu was sitting, petting his hair. She took a deep breath. "Negative, right. You smell so sweet. Stop scaring him, Toga. And yes, we are keeping him as you say. He's agreed to join us." Akumu smiled as he glanced at the pair. Shinsu for his part looked unfazed. It was his first meeting as a member of the league officially. He still felt some lingering regret, but it was slowly fading the more he'd gotten to know his fellow members. Every single one of them had a reason to be here. All had a history of being wronged by hero society. It made sense. Most people didn't wake up one morning and decide to be a villain. Most people had to be pushed to the breaking point, just like he had been. "She's not bothering me. As long as she doesn't actually try to take my blood, I don't care," Shinu replied, keeping his eyes straight ahead. He'd been given permission to use his quirk on his companions if he felt he needed to, as long as he didn't cause them any actual harm. It seemed for the most part they were all allowed to use their quirks as they saw fit as long as they followed that rule. It was odd, but refreshing to be around people who didn't fear his quirk at all. And so he was determined to repay the favor. Toga was odd, and he wouldn't call her harmless, but he felt no direct danger from her aimed at himself. The same had gone for Shigaraki, who he knew could disintegrate things at his very touch, yet he wore a pair of gloves that covered all but 2 of his fingers to keep himself from doing accident harm to those around him. When he'd heard Twice's story, he'd been sick. To fight yourself over whether or not you were the real you had to be a horrible experience. The man's mental state had him easily cast aside. In a world where mental health awareness seemed to be mostly a buzzword, the best psychologists were all hired on by hero agencies. The scraps left to the general public weren't worth the time or cost. His life would have otherwise ended him in an institution buried away and forgotten about. No wonder he'd chosen the path he had. No one here batted an eye when the man argued with himself. It had been the same with each and every member of the league he'd met. Magni, Mr. Compress both had their own trying backstories. Kurogiri he hadn't really gotten to understand other than he was fiercely loyal to Shigaraki above all else. And then there had been Dabi. If anyone here had the right to hate heroes, it had been him. Shinsu had been treated like a monster by those around him, but Dabi had been treated like he was worthless. The boy wasn't sure which was worse. He'd read over the documents they released to the media detailing Endeavor's discretions, that the man had bought his wife, had abused his children, all for some fanciful idea of surpassing All Might. And people thought he was a monster, while this man had been allowed to take the rank of #1 hero. If there was anything to tell Shinsu he'd made the right choice in the end, it was that. If Endeavor was a hero, he wanted to be nothing like that. These villains were just trying to carve out a place in society for themselves, something he'd been doing all along. Twice walked into the room and sat down next to him. Violet eyes surveyed the man for a second before Akumu's voice filtered through the room, pulling his attention away. "All right, our plan was a complete success. They're barely holding a memorial service for Endeavor, citing security. But it's clearly evident no one supports the former #1 hero. Backdraft and I have decided to attend and make contact with Mrs. Todoroki." Akumu leaned forward. "What? Why?" Dabi looked up at Shouto as his eyes narrowed a bit. "I never got to connect with her. I was strung along until it was too late. I don't want to make that mistake again. I don't intend to kidnap her like Mrs. Midoriya, but I'd at least like a chance to talk to her and attempt some kind of closure," he replied, eyeing his brother. "Take me with you," Dabi demanded. "Like hell, I'm gonna let you go make nice with her while I sit on the sidelines." Shouto's eyes went wide for a moment before they softened, and he looked at Izuku and nodded. He knew that his brother had mixed emotions towards the rest of their family, but he never knew what he felt about their mother. He'd never had a good time to ask. She'd been as much if not more of a victim as the rest of them. It was the reason he'd never held her responsible for the scar on his face. Did Dabi feel the same way too? "All right, we plan to intercept her on the way back to the hospital after the funeral, as to attract the least amount of attention." Dabi crossed his arms and nodded. "Works for me. I, for my part, intend to use it as a time to approach Hawks and corner him again once the memorial service has concluded. As for the rest of you, I know you've all been patient, and it's been worth the wait. The world is crumbling. It's time to get back on track and finish knocking out its support pillars. After the funeral, you're to resume our previous plans," Akumu explained to the other villains seated in the room. "Finally, I get to have some fun. I was getting so bored." Toga grinned, giddy with excitement as she bounced up and down. Hero present. Nervous was a huge understatement for what Kirishima was feeling. He could hardly focus on the study session, knowing what Mina had talked him into. The girl had been covering for him a bit, but the blonde had clearly caught on to the fact he was off his game, with the looks he kept giving him. Still, thankfully he didn't mention it, at least not in front of the others. Mina had clued Kaminari into her plan to get Kirishima and Bakugo alone. The fact that he had grinned at Kirishima knowingly made him wonder just how obvious he had been that the other boy had even figured it out. Still, none of it could settle the butterflies that had taken up residence in his stomach, that soar with renewed vigor every time Bakugo would look at him, which was happening a lot. Time felt like it was in some weird limbo for the redhead as the session went on, feeling like it was passing incredibly quickly every time he thought about what he was supposed to do right after, and going arduously slow with his inability to focus and the awkwardness he felt building. Still, when Mina stood 15 minutes before the end of their scheduled study session and tapped on Kaminari's shoulder, giving him the flimsy excuse she wanted him to help move something in her room, he looked at her like a deer caught in headlights. He expected Bakugo to protest and blow up at them, telling the pink-haired girl to sit down for the next 15 minutes because clearly all three of them needed the help, and he'd help her move whatever the F it was before he went to bed. But instead, he just grunted and closed the book. In an instant, it seemed like Kirishima and Bakugo were left alone in the common room. Kirishima looked at the blonde, but he felt the words stolen from his throat and the blonde sighed in frustration. "Look, Kirishima." He froze as Bakugo used his name and not the nickname he always deferred to. "I don't know what the F has been on your mind lately, or why you won't tell me what it is, but it's clearly not nothing. Normally I just have to keep those two idiots on track. But your head was in the clouds all evening. Now spit it out before I have to beat it out of you." The redhead stuttered a moment, trying to come up with some kind of denial to cover his ass and save face, but his mouth betrayed him as he spit out, "I'm in love with you." Bakugo froze as he stared at the other boy. "What?" came out breathlessly. "Shit." Kirishima covered his face as his cheeks matched his hair, and took off towards his room. He couldn't believe he had just blurted it out like that. This was bad, really bad. Bakugo was obviously not dying of happiness. He F'd up. He'd F'd up real bad. He didn't get very far, however, as his wrist was caught and tugged on, causing him to crash into the other boy's chest. "You can't say something like that then run the F away." Bakugo growled out with anger in his voice. Kirishima whimpered. "I'm sorry. So this is what the F has been wrong with you." Bakugo sighed before releasing his grip on the other boy, who turned around with his head hung low. "Look, I shouldn't have said anything. I know, it's a bad time, but I couldn't help it. You can be mad at me all you want. I deserve it, but I'm going to go up to my room and try and forget tonight happened." Kirishima had tears in his eyes as he tried once more to move away from the blonde. "Like hell you are." Bakugo grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him in close, gazing into his eyes. Their lips were so close Kirishima could feel the other's breath on his own. Ruby eyes seemed to be searching for something before the distance was closed and lips met lips as Kirishima's mind went blank. Hero present. Shouto walked into the funeral home with Izuku by his side. Ultimately, he had decided to attend not out of any kind of love for his father, but the desire to reconnect with a family he was never allowed to be close to before. Part of him was terrified his siblings wouldn't want anything to do with him. Izuku had encouraged him otherwise, but then again, Izuku had grown up in a home where love wasn't hard to come by. He paused at the door to the viewing room, seeing his mother, who was dressed in white. He'd already begun to heal his relationship with her thanks to Izuku, but Fayumi and Natsuo. Fayumi had always begged him to keep peace with their father. His rebellion had caused her so much stress, and he wouldn't blame her if she wanted to push the distance further between them now that she had that option. And Natsuo, he barely recognized his brother standing in a navy blue suit talking to his mother and sister, Fayumi being the only one of the Todorokis actually wearing black, Shouto's own suit being a warm gray. He didn't want to intrude. This moment between them seemed intimate, and he felt a deep-rooted sense that he didn't belong among them. Izuku slipped his hand into the other boy's and looked up at him with concern as he lingered in the doorway, unable to close both the physical and metaphorical distance between him and his family. It wasn't until Fayumi glanced over and saw him that the spell was broken. She looked up and smiled at him, quickly closing the distance and throwing her arms around her brother. "Oh, Shouto, I'm so glad you came." She squeezed him tight, as Natsuo and his mother followed her across the room. They all looked so happy to see him, and he couldn't help it. The tears he hadn't shed for Endeavor sprang to his eyes for the family he had left, the proof in front of him that they weren't willing to just cast him aside. "You can thank Izuku. I was afraid to come, afraid you wouldn't want me here." His voice was barely a whisper as he returned his sister's hug. "Of course, we want you here, Shouto. You're our little brother." It was Natsuo's turn to speak, and he reached forward and placed his hand on top of his brother's hair. Fayumi stepped back and Shouto wiped his eyes, and his mother stepped into view, taking both of Shouto's hands and squeezing them tight. "Shouto, our family has been through a lot. We've been broken for a long time now. We all still love you very much, dear. I wish more than anything that I could have protected you. But now we have a chance to move on and heal. We were actually just talking about that." Fayumi gave him a small smile. All of our relationships with him were complicated at best, grieving more for what could have been, what we've lost. Natsuo nodded in agreement. We've got a chance to be a family again, Shouto. Mom's conservatorship fell to me when Dad passed. I've already put in motion getting Mom out of that hospital and back home where she belongs. We were hoping you'd be willing to help us rebuild. Shouto felt overwhelmed as the tears flowed. Izuku stood to the side, allowing his boyfriend this moment with his family. But his heart soared for him, knowing how desperately he had wanted what he was being offered. Heterochromatic eyes closed as he took in a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. I would love nothing more. Fayumi looked overjoyed. There was still a shadow that hung over all of them. Tauya, or at least the man claiming to be him, sat at the back of their minds. But they were on the right path. All right then. That being said, I want to start having you both home at least once a month for dinner. I know you're both really busy, but we can't do this if we still never see each other. I think I like that idea. Natsuo smiled. Shouto nodded in agreement. Yeah, that would be nice. And you're welcome too, Fayumi said, looked at Izuku, who almost jumped from being addressed. Yeah, don't think we forgot about you. Natsuo grinned at him before he walked over and threw an arm around his shoulder. I hear from Mom you're the whole reason Shouto is happy. The reason he started to truly live. I can't express enough how thankful we all are for that. Well, I didn't do anything special. Izuku blushed, waving his arms about in embarrassment. Shouto was sporting his own blush. He hadn't realized his mother had told the other two anything about his boyfriend. That's not true, Todoroki declared as she looked over at Izuku. For my Shouto, you did everything. Don't devalue your importance. As a mother, you don't know how happy I am that he's found someone to love. Someone who, despite everything, was able to take care of him. You'll always be welcome here in our family. Shouto couldn't bring himself to speak. He agreed with everything his mother had said. But he'd been on such a wave of emotions so far, and the funeral hadn't even officially begun. Izuku stared at Mrs. Todoroki a moment before nodding. He's done a lot for me too. But I do love your son. More than anything. I guess it's better to say I was happy to be there for him. That's better. She smiled as the funeral director stepped into the room. It's almost time if you're ready. The woman, wearing a black business suit, stated. It seemed their private family time was over. Shouto wasn't all that bothered that he hadn't even laid eyes on his father's casket yet. Ray squeezed Shouto's hands again before looking at the woman. We are, she said with a nod. Come on now, let's head back up front, she stated before gently pulling her son along with her. Shouto felt the tears return to his eyes. He couldn't believe this was happening. And a thought he dared not speak graced his mind. I'll have to thank Tauya and the other me if I ever see them. Villain passed. Shouto sat on the porch of the rather larger home that Toga and Twice had managed to acquire. It was a lovely traditional Japanese home, nestled on the side of a mountain with its own small hot spring in the back. There were terrace gardens and cherry trees in the yard. And while the path to it up wasn't the easiest to traverse, that actually made it more ideal. Especially as their small charge was playing in the garden bed right in front of him, practicing with her new quirk. The pair currently occupying it had been more than a little shocked that the pair had come across the home legally. A young man had been trying to offload it for some time. It had belonged to his grandparents who had passed, and the remote location had made it a tough sell, especially when more and more people were moving to the cities. Izuku walked out and sat down next to Shouto, handing the boy his attempt at lunch. Neither one of them was great with cooking, but he'd managed to throw together something resembling rice balls, though they were all misshaped and threatening to fall apart, but they tasted good, so he'd called it a win. Eri certainly hadn't seemed to mind as she wiped the small bit of dirt that had gotten on her hands off and dug into the ones offered to her. Thank you. She grinned at him with a bit of rice on her cheek. You're welcome, Eri. Izuku smiled as the girl squeezed herself between the two boys. Right now it was easy to forget anything was wrong with the world at all. Villain passed. Bakugo had chosen to take the evaluation alongside the rest of his class. Aizawa had studied him a bit, questioned him if he was sure, but without the blonde admitting what was on his mind, he had no reason to deny him. If he'd taken it and failed and was then kicked out for poor performance, then Kirishima couldn't be mad at him for leaving. He could feel the boy's gaze on him as he took the test, wondering how the redhead was going to pass if he couldn't keep his attention on his own work. It wasn't like he was actively trying to fail either, because it would be suspicious if he got a 0 on the test, something statistically impossible, and also because the last shreds of his pride wouldn't let him. No, he'd gone into it unprepared, but found himself almost annoyed by the fact that he could easily answer the questions presented. Maybe throwing the exam wasn't going to be as easy as he thought. Still, it was with a growl he slammed the paper down on the completed stack. He hadn't been first, that had gone to it, but he'd definitely been one of the earlier ones done. Maybe with him gone at least, Kirishima could finally focus on finishing himself. He headed out the building into the courtyard. Bakugo didn't want to head back to the dorms just yet. None of the rest of his class had approached him about what had happened, and he didn't want to give some well-intentioned extra the chance. It was already going to be hard enough to leave Kirishima, Ashido, and even Takoyami behind. If he hadn't even thought about bird brain either, he knew the boy had a hard time connecting with people because of his quirk. FFF. What was Bakugo going to do? It didn't seem to matter what course of action he took. He was going to end up hurting someone. A depressed sigh left his lips as he walked, only for him to do a double take. He stopped and stared at the wall. Was that a face? Hello, the face declared cheerfully, and Bakugo let out a surprised scream. He jumped back from the walk, gripping his chest. What the absolute F? Oh, sorry. I thought it would be a fun little surprise, the boy declared, grinning at Bakugo. Who the hell are you? The blonde demanded, taking a defensive posture. Name's Mirio, and you're Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. The boy face declared before he phased through the wall wearing his hero costume. I was on my way back from my internship and saw you, and couldn't help but introduce myself. Your internship? Bakugo wasn't sure where to take this conversation and the weird boy who had just phased out of the wall to greet him. Yep, seems we're going to be working together maybe. Sir was telling me about you earlier, that he decided to take a first-year student on. I was surprised. You must really have impressed him. The entire time I've worked with him, he's turned down every other intern that's approached him, so I knew you had to be someone special. Especially because he took the time to approach you and not the other way around, Mirio declared, looking Bakugo over. He wasn't quite what he was expecting. He seemed far more serious than what he knew his mentor's type to be. You, intern with Sir Knight? Bakugo asked, looking at him as he relaxed his stance. He took in the boy's demeanor, his smile, and his extroverted yet chaotic energy. This must be him. The boy Sir Knight chose. Exactly. Now you see why I had to meet you. Mirio smiled, seemed dazzling. It was easy to see why someone thought this boy could be All Might's successor. Nice to meet you too, Bakugo forced out as he stuck out a hand. All a common now, we're going to be partners, no need to be so stiff. Mirio grinned as he threw an arm around the other boy's shoulder. Bakugo once again found himself flustered and at a loss for words. This kid seemed to be under the impression that he'd already signed on. Should he tell him he was going to turn it down? No, that would be suspicious. Like hell anyone would turn down a chance to work with Sir Nighteye. And if Mirio didn't already know about One for All, then it wasn't his place to tell him. Yeah, it's going to be great working together. I'm just a little nervous, you know. Bakugo finally fibbed. It was weak and he knew it. Someone like Kirishima would see right through him. But Mirio didn't seem to catch on, thankfully. A bit shy, I see. That's fine. My best friend is a bit like that. He's really shy and lacks a lot of self-confidence, but he's really the most amazing person I've ever met. He can do anything. Mirio was practically gushing. Yeah, that's it. Just new people walking out of a wall. Throws a person off. He could pretend to be shy. If it meant his silence wouldn't be questioned, then he was fine with that. Sorry about that again. Mirio rubbed the back of his neck. At least I had my hero costume on. This conversation would be a lot more awkward if I were naked. He laughed. What? Bakugo stared at him, moving away a bit. Yeah, it's my quirk. I can pass through matter, walls, the ground, my clothes. Mirio trailed off. My hero suit is made by synthesizing my hair, so it can pass with me. Bakugo wasn't sure how to respond to that. It had been 5 minutes and he'd already been overwhelmed with the other boy who was treating him like they'd been friends for years. Either way, it didn't stop Mirio. What's your quirk? Can you tell me a bit about it? My sweat is basically nitroglycerin and I use it to cause massive explosions. It wasn't a lie. It was the quirk he was born with after all. That's, Mirio paused. Kind of amazing actually. I'll bet you'll be a really strong hero someday. The boy patted him on the back with an encouraging smile. Maybe, was all Bakugo could say. Man, I need to introduce you to Tamaki. Mirio shook his head. But I'm afraid I have to go. It was really nice meeting you, Bakugo, he declared with a wave, before phasing back through the wall he'd originally come through. As the boy left behind was standing there still trying to process everything that had just happened in that conversation. Hero present. Shouto glanced around at the people attending the service. It wasn't many, only about 20 or so that weren't members of his family. Not much for a former #1 hero. Uraraka, Tsu, and Ida had made it. They sat a few rows behind Shouto and his family, and the brunette girl had waved at him a bit when he caught her eye. Even if he wasn't really grieving for his father, it was nice to have support, to have real friends. It was a childhood fantasy come reality. He had friends, he had a family. Shouto could almost be normal. Other than his friends, most of the others attending were from his father's agency or other pro-heroes. All Might was here with the detective that had come with him to question Izuku. He still wasn't sure how he felt about either man after the undue stress they'd put on his boyfriend, but that was beside the point. Besides All Might, the most notable attendee was Hawks, and honestly, he was probably crying more than anyone. Shouto was a bit confused. He didn't think he and the other hero had had a good relationship at all. In fact, he remembered his father being rather annoyed with the young and brash hero who had been able to climb the ranks so quickly. If anything, he thought the man would be happy. With his father's death, he'd become one of the youngest #1 heroes ever. Maybe he'd ask the man later if he got the chance. The service was short and simple. One of the sidekicks from his agency had given the eulogy, obviously sidestepping recent revelations and still taking up how great of a hero his father had been. This only seemed to make Hawks cry more. There was definitely something there he was missing. Before he knew it, the service was over. A few of those attending gave him and the rest of his family certain platitudes about how sorry they were. Shouto had just enough social graces not to reply "don't be." He wouldn't lie though, so he stood silent and nodded in acknowledgement, until he found the winged hero who had caught his attention earlier, standing in front of him. "Look, kid, for what it's worth, your father meant a lot to me. I never told the man to his face, but he saved me from my own shitty home life as a kid. He was the reason I always wanted to be a hero." Hawk sighed and Shouto started at him, not sure where this conversation was going. "Finding out everything. It's hard to process for me, but dealing with it is on me. I know a lot of people have probably told you this, but if you need anything, let me know. And I'm serious. I know you're trying to be a pro. I'll be glad to help you any way I can." Shouto wasn't sure what to say but settled on "thank you." "You're welcome, kid." Hawks shot him a small grin before pulling out a card. "That's got my personal number. I'm serious. You need anything, give me a call. You too, Bone Crusher." He winked at Izuku standing at Shouto's side. "I know things are weird right now, but you two are gonna be great heroes someday." "Bone Crusher." Izuku blinked as a blush of embarrassment crossed his face. "Yeah, 'cause you know." Hawks held up one arm pretending to punch before he made an explosion sound as his fist flew open. Izuku covered his face and Shouto let out a little bit of a laugh. "All right, I'll let you get back to your family. I just had to say something." Hawks gave a small salute as he walked away. "I hope to hear from you." Shouto nodded at him as Izuku was still trying to recover from his embarrassment. "Thank you again," he said, placing the card in a pocket. Villain present. Todoroki rested comfortably in the transport vehicle taking her back to the hospital. She hadn't been allotted time to spend with her family much past the end of the service, but that was okay. Her heart rested easy knowing soon she would be back with her children. The experience had been pleasant enough. She'd gotten to see Natsuo, Fayumi, and Shouto in the same place for the first time in a decade, and she'd going to meet the boy who had made her youngest shine so brightly. Ray would never be thankful enough that he'd found someone to love. She was lost in her thoughts, trying to imprint the good memories from the day to her mind that she hadn't noticed when they missed the turn for the hospital, or the one after that. In fact, she didn't notice anything was all until the side door to the van was opened, and she saw two men dressed in the transport company uniforms who had not been the ones to take her to the service. Recognition registered as she gasped. "Hello, Mother." Shouto's voice smiled warmly as he held out a hand, as Taoya stood beside him. She looked at the pair of them tentatively, and while her mind told her she should be in fear, her heart wouldn't let her. "Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you. Taoya and I just wanted to have a talk. Our own family bonding time, if you will. It's only fair, right?" Her eyes looked between them before she closed them and nodded. "All right," she said, slipping her hand into Shouto's, taking in the differences between him and her actual son. But as she looked to Taoya, once stepping out of the van, tears sprang to her eyes. "I thought you were dead," Ray whispered before throwing her arms around her once dead child and hugging him tightly. It caught the man by surprise for a moment before he returned the hug as Shouto looked on with a soft smile. Villain passed. Bakugo sat in his room staring down at a notebook as he sighed. He'd promised Kirishima he'd think more about this who leaving a bit, and after his conversation with Mirio, he had decided to actually think about it. He didn't think it would change anything, but it would at least let him present a more well-rounded argument to both Sir Nighteye and Kirishima. In one category he'd listed pros and in the other cons. The pros for giving up one for all were pretty much what he'd told Kirishima. That he'd bullied Izuku and drove him to not only attempt suicide but to become a villain. That he had failed at every attempt to save Izuku, to do the right thing. He'd only made things worse. That he was directly responsible for All Might and Kaminari's death. That he was in a hole. He'd also added in what Sir Knight had said. He was brash and prone to anger. The cons had mostly been selfish and a blow to what little pride he had left. Giving up on his and Izuku's childhood dream. Giving up on helping Izuku. Losing the only real friends he'd ever made. Disappointing All Might. Disappointing Sir Nighteye. Disappointing Mirio. Disappointing Kirishima. Somehow the last one had been the hardest to write. I hummed a bit as a plan formulated in his head. If he took up Sir Nightaye's offer, and otherwise kept his head down and out of anything major, maybe he could show the man the truth, that he'd been right all along and unworthy. Then the hero could demand that Bakugo hand over one for all to Mirio, and in the end, he'd disappoint fewer people. Kirishima might not even be mad at him. Maybe he'd want to stay friends. Decision made, he sighed, opening up his computer and logging onto his email. The loading seemed excruciatingly slow, and he wavered a few times as the loading beeps rang in his ears. But soon he was in his email and typing up a short but formal response to Sir Nighteye's offer. He hesitated over the send button, fighting himself for what felt like an eternity before he closed his eyes and clicked. It was done. Soon he'd officially be an intern at Sir Nighteye's agency. If the man hadn't come to his senses after his grief had passed and realized what a mistake he'd made. Sighing, he stood, feeling the urge to let the redhead know, so he left his room and went to Kirishima's door. He knocked and waited, thinking he'd heard more than one voice on the other side of the door. It swung open to reveal Kirishima grinning. "Hey Bakubro." He grinned, and the blonde could clearly see a Shouto sitting on his bed. "A bad time?" he asked, scratching the back of his head. "I'll just go." No, it's fine. Mina and I were just talking about how we thought we did on the test. I tried to find you when I finished, but I couldn't, so we just came back here." The redhead admitted as he grabbed the blonde's hand, dragging him into the room as the girl shot him a wave. "I'm really glad to see you all right, Bakugo. Tiri here was so worried about you." The pink girl giggled. "You were too." Kirishima yelled at her as his cheeks turned red. Ashido just giggled. "Anyway, I need to go soon anyway. Aoyama needed my help with something." "Why does that make me scared?" the redhead replied as the girl got up and moved to leave. "Depends, how much do you fear glitter?" Mina winked before she shut the door behind her. "Do I even want to know?" Bakugo asked. "I don't think I do." Kirishima shrugged before walking over and sitting back in his chair. "So man, what's up?" Bakugo walked over and flopped on his friend's bed. "I wanted to tell you I thought about and I decided to stay at least for now. I'm gonna give Sir Nighteye's offer a shot. I'll let him judge me." "Really?" Kirishima looked like the kid who'd gotten a pony for Christmas. His face was so bright, and it did weird things to Bakugo's chest. "Yes, really." He nodded, and he couldn't help it when he returned a small smile. "That's great. I was so worried. I know things have been rough for you lately. I'm glad you listened, but I'll say it again. I'm always here for you." Kirishima smiled, and for a moment Bakugo wondered what Izuku's life might have been if he'd grown up with the redhead instead. It was a painful thought. "I know, Bakugo sighed. He wanted to tell Kirishima thank you, but the words got caught in his throat. "I get it, man, you're welcome." Kirishima shifted out of his chair and onto the bed. This was part of why he loved the boy so much. Kirishima could read him. He didn't have to say everything on his mind for him to understand. He never took the blonde's bad moods to heart. Wait, did he just? His chest tightened even more, though he forced his breathing to steady. "I love Kirishima. No, he doesn't deserve this." And so he proceeded to bury his feelings as deeply as he possibly could. Bakugo could barely believe that Kirishima wanted to be friends with him after he had proven how much of a failure he was. There was no way any feelings he may or may not have would ever be returned. Though, it was best to forget that the thought had ever entered his mind. So that is exactly what he tried to do, as the subject turned to their test, and the practical that was coming up tomorrow. Villain present. Akumu stood on the rooftop opposite Hawks, who was currently shaking with rage. He'd left the funeral service not 10 minutes ago and decided to do a bit of patrolling to get his mind off of things when he'd come face to face with the a-hole of the hour. "Come to kill me too, have you? I'm not going down without a fight," he declared, taking to the air, as he caused a shower of feathers to descend on the villain. He should have called for backup, but his emotions were high, and his anger even higher. His attack was effortlessly blocked by the man's shadows, but otherwise, the man stood almost unnaturally still. "I'm not here to fight. I just thought I'd have a word with you. If you're anything like the Hawks I knew, I thought you'd be interested in what I had to say. I don't care about whatever clown world you're from, or what you think you know about me. I've got nothing to say to villains like you," Hawks declared. His voice was calm despite his words, and his gaze looked like he was bored, and he tried to assess the situation. There had to be a way to avoid those damn shadows and get to the man. Everyone had a weakness. This villain had to have one too. "Are you sure? I can be very persuasive. I know your history. I know what the Hero Commission has done to you. I know you want something better." Akumu replied, gazing up at his target. "And that's you and your friends, right? The very people who have killed my friends, who killed my own personal hero. And you think I'd listen to a word you say? You obviously don't know me as well as you think you do." Hawks taunted as he tried to disguise sending out a single feather. "No, I'm not the something better. I'm on the path to something better. As you said, my hands are too stained with blood to build back the world once I've torn it apart. I need people like you, Keigo Takami. Someone who's seen the dark side of hero society but hasn't been completely corrupted by it. Someone who actually still cares about the values a hero should uphold. I know you are upset over Endeavor, but you have to see now, he was never truly a hero," Akumu stated, trying to reason with him. But it was the wrong thing to say, as Hawk's passive face turned into a hero, and he threw himself at the villain. He didn't know what was going to do, but he had to wipe the smug look on the other man's face off. He was my hero, he screamed, and as he collided with the shadow wall, a cascade of feathers exploded around him before he collapsed to the ground. What did you do? Hawk screamed as he went to swing at the other man, only to have a wrist caught in shadows. Clearly, I approached you too soon. You're still grieving and have yet to see the truth of the matter. I do still think you can be of use. I don't want you dead. I want you to come to your senses. But in that regard, I can't have you trying to stop us and getting yourself killed. You're no use to me dead. Akumu explained. To that end, I've relieved you of your quirk. Don't worry, I'll give it back when it's time. For now, take care of yourself. He smiled, before disappearing into the shadows. What the F? Hawks yelled as he hit the ground, tears gripping him at the hollowness he felt, surrounded by red feathers, all that remained of his wings. Hero present. Bakugo stared out the window of their classroom. Aizawa was doing a last-minute review session with the class, as the test had been pushed back to the afternoon to allow Todoroki to attend his father's funeral. The blonde couldn't say he was jealous that the pair had a reason to get out of this house arrest they were all three under. He'd asked Yae Arazu to do his grocery shopping for him. She'd been surprised and honored at first by the request, especially when he very vocally declared she was the only extra he was sure wouldn't F it all up. Otherwise, he had no reason to get off campus other than to burn off nervous energy. The rest of the class had been salty to find out that first-year internships had been considered given that their whole class had somehow managed to walk away with provisional licenses. But given the current state of things, Aizawa ended that as quickly as it began. It was at least one less thing he had to worry about his classmates getting ahead of him in. Right now, however, he was impatiently waiting for lunch to arrive. He and Kirishima hadn't really talked after last night. He'd spend a good half-hour making out with the other boy alone in the common room, before heading off to bed. Bakugo had been almost certain that Kirishima had finally come to his sense and was trying to find a manly way to end their friendship. In his mind, it had been the only way to explain his behavior. When the other had blurted out their feelings, well, they hadn't had much of a chance to talk this morning either. Kirishima had overslept, and Bakugo had waited for him, even as everyone else gave him odd looks. The blonde was usually one of the first out the door of a morning. He hated feeling like a lovesick teenager, but that's exactly what he was. It wasn't something he'd even known he wanted until he had it. Bakugo had never been jealous of any of the other relationships developing around him, despite whatever else he had felt towards Izuku. He'd been generally happy for him and Todoroki when they'd stopped dancing around each other. Now his chest ached to wrap his arms around the other boy and hold on to dear life. He hadn't realized how much he had come to rely on Kirishima until last night. He'd become an anchor in the blonde's life without him even realizing it. Was this how Todoroki felt when Izuku had slipped his way into the boy's walls? He realized he kind of wanted to know the answer. But more than anything, he found himself desperate for one little piece of information. Was Kirishima his boyfriend now? Villain passed. 6 months had passed, and while things were changing in the outside world, all for one's plans were taking form. Izuku, Shouto, and Eri felt like they were in their own little bubble. They'd come to enjoy their life in the countryside, descending occasionally to the nearby town for groceries and other provisions and necessities. More than once being told by some of the townsfolk they were glad to see someone doing something with such a lovely home. If anyone realized they bore a resemblance to the two villains on the run, nothing was ever said or done about it. They were visited often by Toga and Twice, and even more so by Shigaraki, who'd finally stopped giving any pretense to why he wanted to see them. His visits coming as frequently as once a week and descending into some kind of odd, family game night. He always had some kind of present for Eri, ranging from some kind of doll or stuffed animal to hair ribbons and dress or sweet treats. He was spoiling the girl, sure, but given her history, no one would stop him. She deserved everything Tamura was willing to give her. He'd felt some kind of odd kinship with the girl when he discovered her history. The League had managed to get a hold of Chisaki's files, and it hadn't been pretty. Finding out that the girl had accidentally killed her real parents before being taken in and tortured. It had caused the villain to feel emotions he thought he'd long since buried. And it wasn't as if Shouto and Izuku were slacking at all. They would still occasionally go on their own mission for the League, though someone was always called in to watch Eri when they had to leave. Their powers were growing, and as the winter was settling in, none of them knew how long their tentative peace was going to last. Villain passed. The past 6 months for Bakugo had not been as kind. He had taken up Sir Nighta's offer to intern. And while he had yet to officially tell him he'd planned to turn his power over to Mirio, he could tell more and more after every mission it was the correct decision. He could see how people reacted to the hero. He had a way with people that made them feel safe and comforted even when things were bleak. And bleak they were. The League had not given up, and as confidence in heroes continued to decline, it caused even more villain groups to spring up, causing even more trouble and more distress. Though he found he barely resembled the explosive, cocky kid who had entered UA, now much more quiet and withdrawn, prone more to bouts of guilt and depression than anger and rage. He knew he was a far cry from the hero this world needed. Even still, Sir Nighteye did exactly what he said he'd do. He'd supported Bakugo every step of the way, even praising him for his more mature attitude. That somehow made it all worse for him, that this man continued to pretend that Bakugo could actually be All Might's successor. He'd expected the man to give up on him quickly and demand he transferred the quirk, but that never happened. And then there was Kirishima. He'd hoped these emotions would go away. Ever since he realized how he felt, he'd tried to bury them, but the further he shoved them down, the more violently they came back to the surface at the worst possible times. He'd caught himself wanting to kiss the boy during an impassioned speech he was giving about his idol Crimson Riot, or wanting to slip his hand in the other boys as they walked to school, or the desire to ask Kirishima to stay with him after one of the more depressive episodes he'd had. He really just wanted to pull the other boy into bed with him and cling to him until morning. He'd settled for talking until after midnight before the bleary-eyed redhead returned to his own room. Really, he didn't deserve Kirishima's friendship, so he couldn't and wouldn't ever ask for more. Villain present, Shouto and Talia had taken Rei to an abandoned fire station, where they were able to pull the vehicle inside. Now found the three of them sitting around a small table in what had once been the break room. This is a lot to take in, the woman admitted as she sat down the cup of tea Shouto had prepared for her. Shouto nodded. I know, I didn't want to cause you too much stress ... but I never got to talk to my mother after I left home. It's something I deeply regret. Talia leaned forward holding his own cup. He'd been quietly trying to figure out exactly what he'd wanted to say. Finally, with a sigh, he spoke up. I hated you for a long time. I always thought you should have done more to protect us, to protect me from him. You were our mother. It took a long time for me to realize you were as big of a victim as the rest of us. I wish more than anything I could have stood up to your father. Rei spoke though she was trembling slightly. But you're right. I couldn't. When I thought you died, I broke. I couldn't take it anymore ... and She closed her eyes not being able to finish her sentence. I wanted to take you all and leave him. Flee to America where he couldn't get to us. I was trying to figure it out when everything came crashing down. You mean if I hadn't? Talia looked at her, a bit of guilt crossing his face. He'd never regretted leaving his family, not until now. Don't blame yourself. You were just a child, and you'd suffered so much. I don't blame you for taking the only way out you thought you had. Rei responded, reaching over and placing a hand on his. Emotions he long thought he'd lost swirled within Talia. I don't regret my life. I'm not going to lie. It's been hard, but I don't think I'd have survived in that house. Rei smiled at him. He's gone now thanks to you. You should tell your siblings. I'm sure they'd love to see you. Natsuo especially. Shouto felt his heart twist. Talia had every reason to go back to his family, his real family. Then they could begin to truly heal as a whole. It was something he never could hope to achieve. He looked down, afraid of his brother's answer. No, Talia shook his head. I've strayed too far. I can't be a part of your family anymore. Maybe one day I'll approach them, but right now we're still too far apart. But don't worry about me. I've got this Shouto now. Shouto opened his eyes in surprise, though neither of his companions noticed. Was Talia really going to give up his chance to mend things with his family for Shouto? Rei looked disappointed but nodded. I hope you reconsider, was the last thing she spoke on the matter before turning to the other man in the room. For you, I have to admit it's so strange to see you, my show, all grown up. I am sorry about your own mother, but I'm sure she loved you. While I can't condone your lives of villains, I do understand what drove you to such, and I ask that you please not hurt my son or his Izuku. We don't intend to. Shouto's voice was soft and timid. I could never hurt Izuku. Any Izuku, especially knowing we still found each other, despite the difference in our circumstances, and I know he feels the same way. We may have to cause them some pain to achieve our goal, but you can even tell your son we won't hurt them if we don't have to. We've probably worn out our welcome. I imagine they're looking for her now, Talia stated, looking at the clock on the wall. Shouto nodded. You're right. He pulled out a small cheap phone. Use this to call emergency services. They'll get you home. And thank you. He stood. Rei stood too, pulling both of the boys into a hug. Stay safe, both of you, she replied before they both left her standing alone. Villain present, Shinsu sat in a cat cafe. He had taken a moment to disguise himself, not that he thought anyone would recognize him, given his face had never made it on the news. He was close to Yue though, so it was possible that one of his former classmates could have recognized him. He had figured out that Amajiki frequented the cafe usually on Thursdays after school if he didn't have to work his internship. So here he was, curled up with 3 cats, sipping on a cup of coffee. He had to admit, there were worse ways to spend his time. His nerves grew as the clock ticked. If Amajiki didn't show up today, he'd have to wait another week to try again, and he didn't want to seem suspicious. If the hero student did show up, however, then he'd have to enact this crazy plan to get him to join the league or something. Akumu had never said that was the true end goal, but Shinsu had assumed. His panic come to a sudden abrupt boil as the bell rang. and in walked the person he'd been waiting for. Shinsu watched the soft-spoken boy place his order. He tried not to stare as he ran through what he was supposed to say. Akumu had helped him prepare. If he was asked about his absence from school, he had transferred trying to get a shot at a hero course somewhere else, and the paperwork must have gotten mixed up on UASN. He was supposed to befriend the boy at first, rather than drop everything on him at once. Hopefully, this would be one of many meetings at the Cat Cafe, one of the few places he always seemed to go to alone. Shinsu stood as Amajiki walked over to an empty table at the back of the cafe, sitting down his drink and moving to pull something out of his backpack. "I'll mind if I sit here?" Shinsu asked, and as the plan fled his mind, Amajiki looked at him in surprise before nodding sure. And that was it. As the boy fell under Shinsu's quirk. Shit, this wasn't what he was supposed to do. But it was going to all be blown if he didn't figure out something, and quickly. "Grab your things and come with me," Shinsu ordered as Amajiki did as he was instructed. He'd take him back with him, and then ask Akumu what to do. He couldn't believe he was doing this. He wasn't supposed to kidnap him. This was all wrong. He fought with the idea of letting him go. But he was already in too deep. But his mind kept repeating, "What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What have I done?" On repeat. Villain passed. "So Zuzu, you and Mr. Hopkins have a job," Toga declared as she bounded up the stairs to the house, throwing her arms around the green-haired boy and placing a kiss on his cheek. "Nice to see you," to Toga. Izuku laughed as he moved away from the girl to let her inside. Eri came running down the stairs. "Auntie Toga." The little girl grinned, bouncing up and down excitedly. "Come here, you munchkin. Shiggy's not the only one that's allowed to spoil you." Toga laughed before pulling out a container of ice cream. "Can I have it?" Eri looked up at her dad with a hopeful grin. "After dinner." Izuku ruffled her head and the girl nodded. "Oh, come on now," Toga protested before bending over. "We'll eat after they leave, okay?" she whispered in the girl's ear. Eri just giggled and nodded before running off as Izuku rolled his eyes. It was Shouto's turn to appear, his hair pulled back in a ponytail, as he walked up to the other two. "Since you're here, I'm guessing we've got a job?" Shouto asked. "Yep." Toga grinned before handing Izuku an envelope. "I'm here to watch the little nugget." Izuku pulled out the documents and read over the details. "Seems straightforward enough. We're meeting with a weapons broker to set up a deal to supply the league with black market support items. Dad wants to use my presence as leverage," Izuku explained before handing the packet to his boyfriend. Job at least seemed rather low-key to what he was used to with the league. Go in, make the deal, and make sure the league came out on the winning side. It wasn't a secret he had a name growing in the underground, Akumu the Nightmare. It wasn't one he'd selected himself, but he found himself rather liking it, and he wondered what his younger self would have thought of him now. Would he be in awe that he, a once quirkless kid, had come so far? Or would he be terrified? Young Izuku, after all, had idolized heroes. Either way, Izuku was proud of how far he'd come. The idea of one day taking over for his father was a less daunting prospect. At least feed her something decent. There are some prepared meals in the fridge for things like this. Izuku eyed Toga, who had gone over and started playing with Eri. I will. I know the drill." The girl winked. Izuku just sighed and headed out the door, knowing Eri was going to end up with mostly ice cream and candy that evening. He wasn't really mad, not with the way the girl had been raised. She deserved a little spoiling every now and then. Villain passed. They'd been there a half an hour, negotiating the deal, when a knock came at the door. "Pizza delivery," came the cheery call. Izuku and the weapons dealer locked eyes, as Shouto's arm erupted in fire. "You better not have been behind this." Izuku's voice was low. "I have no idea," the weapons dealer whispered in panic as another knock came at the door, and shadows curled around the dealer and his 4 bodyguards, as a 5th was motioned towards to open the door. On the other side was a cheery blonde wearing a delivery uniform and holding up 3 pizzas. "Ah, silly me, seems like I got the wrong address, and I've interrupted something important," he declared, and Izuku's eyes narrowed along with Shouto's. It was the boy from Sir Nightaye's agency. "Oh, you weren't supposed to be here. I suppose my cover's blown, isn't it?" Mirio smiled at Shouto as he dropped the pizza and phased into the room past the guard, before hitting him from behind and knocking him out. Everything happened at once, as Nighteye, Bubble Girl, and Bakugo followed in swiftly behind him. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he looked onto his childhood bully. He hadn't known that he'd taken up an internship with All Might's former partner. The urge to fight was strong, anger building in the green-haired boy, but he knew how Sir Nighteye's quirk worked. And while they might be able to physically overpower him, he wasn't a foe to take lightly. So he pressed down his urge to beat Bakugo to a pulp. "We'll settle this another time." Izuku started down the blonde standing next to his mentor. "I'm afraid I can't just let you leave," replied Nighteye, removing his jacket. "You may not have been the target of today's raid, but you are a much higher priority. Like you have a choice in what I do," Izuku replied as the shadow curling around him reached out to envelop Shouto. Bakugo, knowing what was coming, closed his eyes and lunged forward. Not sure exactly what his plan was, but he knew he didn't want Izuku to get away again. It all happened so fast. That night I barely had a chance to call at him to stop, and Bakugo threw his arms around Izuku right before the shadow wrapped around all three boys and they disappeared into the night. Damn it, Sir Nighteye cursed. They had easily apprehended the weapons dealer, but somehow their intel had been lacking. He had no idea that the League, especially Izuku Midoriya, was going to be at this meeting, or he'd never have brought Bakugo ... and likely had brought a lot more backup. Call the Hero Commission and let them know what happened here. I have another phone call to make. Sir Nighteye directed Bubble Girl as he pulled out his phone and placed a call, as the police took the weapons dealer into custody. Hello, Eraserhead. Nighteye removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes as he felt the headache settle in. We have a situation with Katsuki Bakugo. Hero present. When the bell rang, Bakugo leaped out of his chair and practically dragged Kirishima down the hall. He didn't care about the odd looks the rest of the class was giving him, or the confusion on the face of who he hoped was his boyfriend. Katsuki Bakugo needed answers, and by God, he was going to get them. He glanced back and took in the look on Kirishima's face. The boy almost looked like he was about to cry, and Bakugo wanted to kick himself. The blonde slowed his pace and loosened his grip, muttering a sorry as he looked away. What's ... what's wrong? Kirishima hesitantly asked as Bakugo turned a corner before pulling him into an empty classroom. Nothing, I hope. The blonde ran a hand through his hair. Kirishima nodded before hesitantly wrapping his arms around the other boy, happy when the embrace was returned. You had me worried for a moment that you regretted last night. I don't regret it. I just have questions. They've been on my mind since last night, and I seized the first opportunity to get you alone. He finally explained, leaving his eyes to do the apologizing for him as they softened. Kirishima blushed a bit and rubbed the back of his head. I guess I do too. We didn't get much past the fact that this is mutual. I never paid much attention to this kind of sheet. I never even thought about it before. I have no idea what I'm doing left unsaid. That seemed to be the right thing to say as Kirishima's smile brightened, and Bakugo found himself staring. A sense of pride swelled in him knowing he put it there. I guess the first question is, do you want to go out with me? Like, be my boyfriend? Kirishima asked, looking at him expectantly. That was in fact the question that had been burning at the forefront of his mind. The answer rang with a resounding yes, and he realized he must have voiced it out loud as the redhead's face grew even brighter than before as he pulled him into a kiss. Bakugo would have loved to have stayed like this, holding onto and kissing the redhead, but he had implied there were other questions. So reluctantly he pulled away, resting his forehead against Kirishima's. So what else? What else? Came the slightly dazed reply. What other questions do we need to answer? Bakugo replied slightly impatiently. He wanted to get back to kissing his boyfriend, but he didn't want these other nebulous questions at the back of his mind for the rest of the day, and they did still have to eat. Oh, Kirishima seemed to wipe the fog from his mind. The only important one right at the moment. Do you want to tell everyone? Isn't that kind of the point? So that everyone else knows you're mine. Bakugo had a bit of a predatory glint in his eye as he tightened his hold around the other's waist, and the redhead's knees went a bit weak. Yeah, I think I like that. Kirishima's mouth had gone a bit dry as he found himself lost in ruby irises that seemed ready to devour him. He hadn't given much thought to what being in a relationship with the explosive blonde would be like. He just knew he wanted it. But if it was going to entail being started at like this, with a bit of hunger and possessiveness, Kirishima was ready to sign on the dotted line. Good, 'cause every FR in this school is going to know you're my boyfriend. The blonde growled before his eyes lowered to a rather interesting spot on the other boy's neck. Bound rise. Kirishima's voice jumped an octave as he felt the blonde's lips descend on his neck, placing kisses where he felt like it. But we can ... we can. His mind was going hazy. We can. Bakugo moved his mouth to the redhead's ear and whispered. Kirishima took a deep breath. We can. He started collecting himself. We can figure that as we go. Let each other know what we are and aren't comfortable with. Are you comfortable with this? Bakugo asked as his lips reconnected with the redhead's neck. Yes ... but ... Kirishima closed his eyes, clinging to Bakugo for dear life. But, the blonde pulled away looking at his boyfriend. I really want to keep going ... like you don't even. Kirishima closed his eyes, trying to find his voice of reason. But if we keep doing this here, we'll get caught and get in trouble. You are more than welcome to continue after class when we're alone in one of our rooms though. Bakugo grunted a bit but nodded. Fine, let's go eat. I was hoping to get sheet off my mind for the test later, but ... that's backfired. He smirked before heading out the door. Kirishima stared after the other boy for a moment, wondering if what had just happened really did. If Bakugo really didn't know what he was doing ... he was off to a rather wonderful start in the redhead's mind. Villain passed. Shinsu hated it. He hated every bit of this stupid hero course and his stupid class. He liked Aizawa at least. It could have been worse. He could have been stuck with a sheet teacher, but there was only so much he could do in a class that was already on edge, having been betrayed once already. They had already all isolated themselves into cliques, barely speaking or interacting with each other outside the assignments they were forced to. None of them would talk to him, even when they were supposed to work together. Even if it caused their own work to suffer, they'd rather see him fail than themselves succeed. Or rather, none of them risked falling victim to his quirk. He thought he could take it. It had been like this his whole life. But being in UA, being in the hero course was his dream, and it was being shattered a bit more every day. The realization that these were the people he'd have to work alongside when he graduated. The people who would be forming the foundation of hero society for decades to come, and they'd already rejected him. They were willing to go to these lengths to cause him to fail, even under the eye of a teacher who supported him. Then how did he expect them to act when they were professionals? Shinu's dream was slowly dying, and it hurt. He had taken to eating lunch alone, usually in an empty classroom or under a tree. But today, he settled in on a rooftop. However, as he heard footsteps, he realized that it was a mistake to think he'd be alone. He tensed as he heard them come closer, afraid to look before a soft voice hit his ears. "Do you mind if I sit here? I can go if you want." "That's clearly best. You obviously came here to be alone." Shinsu looked up surprised to see Tamaki Amajiki, one of UA's big three, turning to go. You can sit if you want." He wasn't sure why he said that. Maybe it was the lack of any positive contact from his fellow students and ever, but suddenly he didn't want to be as alone as he thought. Really, Amajiki looked honestly happy as he moved back over and settled next to the boy. "I usually eat lunch with Mirio, but he's gone on his internship today. I thought I'd come up here to be alone, but then you were here, and I didn't want to be rude It's okay. You can stay if you want, but don't feel like you have to. I'm used to being alone." Shinsu replied, bringing his knees to his chest. "It's fine. I'm Amajiki, by the way, third-year student." The boy smiled as he pulled out a box lunch. Shinsu held back the "I know." How could anyone not know who the big three were? But he realized the other was just being polite, so he returned the favor. "Shinsu, I'm a first year," he explained. "Oh, I thought I'd met all the first-year hero students," he said, surprised. "I transferred in late," Shinsu explained. "Ah, that would explain it. Then, are you enjoying it so far?" Amajiki asked him before taking a bite of his food. Shinsu sighed, taking out his own lunch. "To be honest, no." He shook his head. "My quirk isn't really suited for hero work, and my class isn't the most accepting. I was thinking of dropping out." "Ah, I can understand that. My quirk isn't anything special either. I'm surprised I made it as far as I am. I'm sure you're better suited for it than me." Amajiki smiled at him. "Are you kidding? Your quirk is amazing." Shinsu was almost honestly upset. "All I can do is mind control other people, like some villain. That's why my class hates me. They've already had 2 villains. They think they're being set up for a third." Amajiki went quiet, and Shinsu was ready for the boy to walk away, after finally realizing why everyone else left him. Finally, he spoke up. "I'll have to talk to Kirishima. I know he's in your class, but I can't imagine he'd treat someone that poorly. He seems to shine so brightly." You don't have to do that." Shinsu looked at him in surprise. No one had been that forward with wanting to help him before. "Besides, Kirishima isn't outright hostile to me. He just mostly avoids me, like the rest of Bakugo and his friends. They've had a lot going on. I don't know, aren't really worth their time. It's alright. I want to help if I can. He'd probably hate that he's hurting a fellow classmate like that," Amajiki explained, "especially if you're considering quitting. I don't really know you, but I'll tell you the same thing Mirio told me. UA doesn't make mistakes when it comes to the hero course. We all have our place here. Some just have a little hard time finding it than others." Shinsu had tears in his eyes, food forgotten. "Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry," Amajiki declared in a semi-panic. It's okay. I don't hear a lot of people tell me I can do it," Shinsu replied, wiping his eyes. "I'm sure you'll find your place." Amajiki smiled, glad he'd decided to eat on the roof today. Villain present. Akumu stared at the boy standing in front of him with an amused grin on his face. Shinsu stood in front of him, a panicked expression on his face as Amajiki stood behind him, clearly under the influence of the other boy's quirk. "Care to explain?" he asked, though he already had an idea of what happened. I tried approaching him at the cafe, but I couldn't My mind went blank and I panicked." Shinsu shut his eyes as he launched into his explanation. "It's alright. I hadn't intended to hold him as I had you. But it's an option if things go south from here, if nothing else than to protect him from himself," Akumu explained as he looked at Amajiki. He was curious what his reaction would be when he hadn't already befriended the other boy. Anger likely, but this version of him also had never heard of Chisaki thanks to Shouto's intervention. "Should I release him?" Shinsu asked, looking hesitantly at Akumu. "Let's take him to your old room first. I'll let you talk to him first. I'll be watching from the shadows just in case." This is something to ease him into. Akumu turned to move, motioning for Shinsu to follow as he headed to a door and then down a set of stairs. It felt like a lifetime ago that he was first brought to this room, but in reality, it hadn't been that long at all. Once inside, the Namu stood by the door and Akumu turned back to Shinsu. "Once I'm in the shadows, you can release him," he instructed, and Shinsu nodded. Akumu melded into the shadows by the bookcase, and the lavender-headed boy had to suppress the shiver that went down his spine, suddenly glad he'd chosen this side. 1.2.3 Amajiki groaned and brought a hand to his head. Where am I?" he asked, trying to get his bearings. "Don't panic," Shinsu stated, holding out his hands trying to help steady the boy. Amajiki's eyes focused on the boy as he blinked, trying to get his mind to work. "Shinsu," he asked, shaking his head. "What happened? I accidentally used my quirk on you." It was at least close enough to the truth. "Oh, then why are we here? And not. He couldn't remember exactly where he should be. Shinsu took note of the fact the boy didn't seem to be upset or angry that he'd used his quirk on him. That was definitely not something he was used to. I have a lot to explain." "Wait, didn't you go missing?" "Yeah, that's what Mr. Aizawa told me when I went to check up on your training." "Are you all right?" His wits were returning to him as he gazed down at the other boy. "Kind of. I was kidnapped." Shinsu cringed a bit as he spoke. He knew how it sounded. "Kidnapped? By who? Did they force you to come after me? Or were you trying to get help?" "Are you all right?" Amajiki asked him as he gripped the other boy's shoulders. "I'm fine, really. And I honestly didn't mean to bring you here. I just didn't know what to do. I was just supposed to talk to you." The lavender-haired boy scratched the back of his neck, slightly embarrassed. Amajiki seemed like a truly good person, and he hated how this had played out. "So they are manipulating you." Amajiki's eyes narrowed as he finally saw the Namu standing at the door. "Get behind me and I'll get us out of here," he stated, taking a step forward. No, wait." Shinsu grabbed his shoulder as the indigo-haired boy turned back to look at him. "They aren't manipulating me. I agreed to talk to you on my own. They thought you might understand their cause." "Wait a minute." Indigo eyes went wide. "That implies you do." Shinsu hesitated before nodding. "I do. I know it doesn't seem like it, but what they're trying to do. Against all odds, I found myself believing in it. A world where quirks don't define a person's worth. That seemed like a world worth fighting for to me. A world where quirks don't." Amajiki trailed off and closed his eyes. "Even then, actions do. Have you seen our world? It's crumbling." Shadows swirled and Akumu stepped out, as Indigo eyes went wide with fear as he faced down the man who had brought All Might to his knees. "All right, I'll take it from here." He smiled at Shinsu before his eyes landed on the other boy. "You have no reason to fear me, Tamaki Amajiki. And in fact, if after this conversation you wish to leave and still oppose us, I'll make sure you're delivered back to UA unharmed." As Shinsu stated, the intention was not to kidnap you. "You're our guest right now, not a prisoner. All I ask is you hear us out, civilly." Fear and doubt plagued Amajiki's mind, the odd creature in the doorway. He thought he could take, but this man in front of him, he knew well enough a fight against him was beyond him. So he sighed. "I suppose I don't have much of a choice." Hero present. Hawk sat in his apartment fuming. He'd only lost his quirk a few hours ago, and already he was officially on leave for unspecified reason. The Hero Commission didn't want it out that they were down yet another one of their top pros, more concerned about crashing public opinion than anything else. He argued he could still fight, but that had left them temporarily suspending his license. The whole thing had left a bitter taste in his mouth. The commission had been in charge of him most of his life. He felt a bit like a tool more than an autonomous person. He wasn't even allowed to show his face in public. It would be instantly clear that something had happened to him. Essentially the victim on house arrest, who wasn't allowed to go out and help track down the villains who'd done this to him. The same group of villains who'd been responsible for Endeavor's death and All Might's defeat. He couldn't even properly vent his own frustrations without destroying his own property. His agency and its gym were off limits too. Hawks had spent so much time there. His own apartment was fairly lacking. A place he had for an address and a bed, all he'd known thanks to the commission had been his hero work. And now that had been taken from him, just the fault of the villain who'd stolen his quick, as it was the fault of his employers. He could still fight, damn it. He wasn't worthless. He was more than his quirk. But that was all the commission had ever wanted. The buzzing of his phone pulled him from his thoughts as he glanced at the caller ID. They'd either come to their senses and were going to lift this ridiculous order, or they were going to make things worse. And if he had to bet, he'd bet on it being worse. It always was when dealing with them. "This is Hawks, and you best not be calling to piss me off more." He answered the phone gruffly. "Look, I know our original plans to have you try and infiltrate the League were suspended. But further discussion on the matter has made us realize we've been handed the perfect opportunity on a platter. We want you to take this Akumu up on his offer to join them and become our spy. You've been trained for this. Take your time and make it natural." The voice on the other end of the phone echoed through his ear. There was no will you accept this. There never was one it came to the hero commission. He wanted to snap back, but years of conditioning kept his tongue in place. Plus in the end, it beat being confined to his apartment, though maybe that had been part of their plan. It never did well to overthink where the hero commission was concerned. Alright, I'll put out feelers that I want to talk in a couple of days. I'll keep you updated in the usual methods. Hawks hung up on the call and threw himself back down on the couch. In the end, at least he'd be doing something. Hero present. Izuku and Shouto were curled up on a sofa in the common room after a long day. Around them were several of their friends and classmates, Ida, Uraraka, and Tsu, all sharing one couch. Uraraka holding onto the bowl of popcorn the three are sharing. Kaminari, Momo, Jiru, Mina, and Siro are all settled around on the floor. A bit of post-test stress relief. There is some action movie set in the pre-quirk era, which somehow actually seems to make everything more exciting when the characters on screen don't have powers to rely on. Bakugo and Kirishima aren't there, but their lunch that day had made it rather clear where those two were now. Mina and Kaminari had been cheering and gave each other a high five for their good work. The movie, however, was interrupted by an emergency broadcast. This just in, the rabbit hero, Mirko, was killed today in a villain attack. Details are scarce right now, but it is believed to have been carried out by a pair associate with Akumu's League of Villains, who earlier this month declared war on Hero Society. And the reporter continued as grainy security camera pictures appeared on screen alongside the reporter. What? Kaminari stared. Why her? Uraraka asked shakily. That's Toga and twice. Izuku stated, closing his eyes. You're right, I would know that face anywhere. Uraraka closed her eyes as images from that night in the forest came flooding back. Are they just going to kill everyone and get away with it? Siro replied as his voice was laced with panic. Momo stood and turned off the TV as the reporter started going into recent attacks made by the League of Villains. They're not going to get away with it. Who's going to stop them? Kaminari asked. You saw that guy. He crushed All Might like it was nothing. Those other two managed to burn Endeavor of all people alive. They're monsters. How is anyone going to stop them? Izuku curled into Shouto, unable to speak up, even as thoughts coursed unabated through his mind. This could have been me. At the forefront, Ada looked over to him, with concern, one of the few who knew the truth about their adversary. Everyone has a weakness. We're here as hero students. We can't run and hide just because things are scary or tough. It's times like this we must stand up and aid those who can still fight, he declared, moving to stand in front of him. No one has been able to get any real information on these villains, and that has to change. The pros in the field are at their wits' end trying to hold things together, having to watch their every move. I think we should focus on what we can do without getting in harm's way. You know, you've got a good point. Other than the fact they look like Midoriya and Todoroki, but older, we don't really know anything about them, Jiru pointed out. Finding out where they came from may help us. Izuku shook his head as he finally spoke up. That's that's not entirely true that we don't know anything, he admitted as all eyes fell on him. What do you mean, Midoriya? Momo asked him hesitantly. I haven't told most everyone yet, but I was approached by Akumu on campus not that long ago. Izuku started. Questions started to be asked, but Shouto shut them down. He informed Mr. Aizawa, the principal and the proper authorities, Shouto explained before encouraging his boyfriend to continue. Akumu wanted to know why I was different than him, why I was a hero. As far as we can tell, he is me, from another world. We assume the same for Shouto, but we haven't spoken with him, Izuku explained, not meeting his classmates' eyes. Sueda and Uraraka, who already knew, sat quietly ready to jump in and defend him if needed, however, as the others looked on in shock. So how? You don't have that odd shadow quirk, right? Kaminari asked. That's why we're so sure it wasn't you. He got that from All for One in his world, from what I know. Izuku couldn't tell them about One for All, but hopefully that would be a sufficient explanation. So if we can figure out how to defeat you, we might be able to defeat him, Mina asked hopefully. Maybe but his quirk is very different than mine. So figuring out how to defeat him using my weaknesses doesn't mean much, I don't think. Izuku felt weird about his class talking about taking him down, but he could understand where they were coming from. Yeah, I guess we can't expect him to break his bones using that shadow quirk. Kaminari laughed. No, but I don't think the idea is completely without merit. Momo had been thinking over the suggestion in her mind. There are undoubtedly things they share. The same goes for Todoroki, whose counterpart's quirk seems to be the same. If we can figure out how to neutralize them, then it might give us, or rather the pros, a much-needed advantage. So now we just have to figure out what they're weak to. Jiru added. My body can essentially overload itself if I rely too much on one side of my body over the other, and he seems to favor his flames. If we can push him, it might cause him to suffer exhaustion, Todoroki offered. Man, the fact that you can casually say that. Siro shook his head. I trust all of you here, and it's not like it's impossible to figure out otherwise, especially for any of you who fought with me for extended periods of time. Shouto replied, but he is older, he may have been able to. Or rather like has trained his tolerances higher than mine, so treating them like a baseline is a good idea, but we can't know for certain how far we'd have to push him. I suppose I don't really know what mine would be, at least that would affect him, but I can try and figure it out. Analysis has always been my hobby, it's time to put it to good use, Izuku stated as the words flowed out. And knowing my own weaknesses isn't a bad thing. It's best if I find them now and work to adjust to them, rather than discovering them at an ill-opportune time. You mean to tell me you never analyzed yourself? Uraraka looked at him in confusion. She knew he had several pages of information on each of their classmates alone. Izuku blushed. I guess I never found myself as interesting. He laughed a bit. Meanwhile, the rest of us can pore over the incident reports and see what we can find to help aid Midoriya in his analysis, Ada declared, swinging his fist down into the palm of his other hand. A chorus filled the room, and declarations to let the rest of their class in on the plan followed. Movie night forgotten in operation. Find Midoriya's weakness had begun. The lane passed. When the shadows first fell, Izuku thought maybe he'd gone to the wrong place, that having Bakugo fling himself at him at the last minute had somehow thrown off his trajectory. The first thing he had sensed was the almost unbearable heat, even before his shadow walls had fully fallen away. Blue flames filled his vision as his brain processed what he was seeing. A beam encased in flames fell. His eyes flew around and landed on Uri's garden, and it registered that they were in the right place as he heard Shouto let out a scream, rushing forward, throwing out his ice to calm the flames. Eri! Izuku screamed as Bakugo, who had fallen to the ground, left forgotten as he stared up in shock at the flaming home before him. Toga, Eri! Izuku repeated as he followed behind his boyfriend, as they rushed into the house, praying that the older woman had gotten them both out safely before the house had been consumed by flames. Debris fell around them, as the flames continued to consume the house. Uri, please, please, Izuku cried as his shadows shot up to block a flaming ceiling tile from hitting him. We'll find them, we have to, they're okay. Shouto declared as much to himself as it was to Izuku, but the words never reached Izuku's ears as his eyes went nearly all black. Shouto followed the other boy's line of sight, only for his face to react in horror as he ran to the side of the two figures. Toga, with her arms wrapped around Uri's body, both badly burned. No. He wanted to scream as he fell to his knees and placed a hand on Uri's head. Izuku's brain had stopped functioning as his shadows swirled around him, and the pain in his chest made it too hard to breathe. A roar of unbridled rage ripped through him as a figure appeared behind Shouto, hand held out with blue flames. The rage that had filled him the last time the pair had laid eyes on him was gone. As the scared body moved a bit disjointedly with dead eyes, more rational minds might have caught on that something was very wrong with the man before them. But Izuku and Shouto had long been pushed past rational. There were no words that the shadow user could muster at this moment. Only wholly consuming fury as his shadows shot forth and ripped Dabi apart, though even as the cremation user was long dead. Izuku felt his rage only grow as his tears clouded his vision. Shouto grabbed the bodies of Toga and Uri and ran, fearing what Izuku would do in this state. He wanted to help Izuku, but he himself was already in so much pain, and he wasn't even sure how to reach him. He couldn't get close, not with the tendrils lashing about at everything. Words no longer reached the shadow user. Once outside he collapsed, his own tears following. He had completely forgotten Bakugo was there until he heard the other boy speak. What the hell? What happened? He asked as ran towards Shouto, looking at the severely burnt bodies. In a moment of clarity, Shouto narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blonde. Run was all he could get out, not even wanting to imagine what his boyfriend would do to the other in this state. Bakugo stared at him. He wanted to help. How could he just leave them like this? Maybe if he... His thoughts were interrupted as his chance for escape was lost, when a mass of shadows exploded out of the house. Is that Izuku? Shouto breathed out. I told you to run. Someone's killed our daughter, and he's lost his mind, and he hates you. Ran through his mind. A primal fear gripped Bakugo. As the shadow seemed to turn towards him, instinctively he powered up One for All. Shouto's suggestion to run was long past being an option, as he found himself encased as shadows, screaming but no one could hear. Hero present. Aizawa knew he should have called in sick today. He just knew it. The excitement with which his class had charged his desk when he walked in, shouting about some brilliant plan, had made him realize he hadn't had enough coffee. When it became clear that the rest of the class knew that it was highly likely that this villain was some version of Midoriya. That wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that they essentially wanted to test Midoriya for weaknesses they could use against Akumu. A foolproof plan, right? And the kid was in on the plan. Excited about it even. Deep down he was pretty sure the kid was a masochist. No, he shouted a little louder than he'd meant as the class fell into a dejected silence. Not even just no. Eh? How are you so stupid to think this is a good idea? I should expel you all. No, he growled. But sir, we thought. Yaoyorozu started to explain. Aizawa had always thought she was smarter than this. Whatever you thought is wrong. I'm not going to let my student be subjected to whatever insane experiments you think will help you find this villain's weakness. Which I will remind you we don't know for sure is another version of Midoriya or what traits they share if they are. Aizawa definitely should have stayed in bed this morning. But sir, I don't mind if it helps, Midoriya spoke up in protest. I know, Aizawa snapped. But you haven't taken a moment to think about this either, have you? What if you get hurt? You've already pushed your body to its limits with your quirk. Remember what Recovery Girl told you. By the gods, did this boy have no self-preservation skills? They'd locked him up on campus to make sure he didn't get hurt. And now he was inventing ways. Midoriya at least had the sense to look ashamed, as he hung his head. I know, but he's hurting a lot of people. All Might, Endeavor, and all the other pros, they haven't stood a chance against these villains. What does it matter if I get hurt again if it means we can stop them? Aizawa was about to speak, but he didn't have to, as Todoroki spoke in a low tone laced with anger. Of course, it matters if you're hurt. All eyes turned to look at him. If I'd know this is what you were thinking, I'd never have gone along with this plan. As tears formed in his eyes, he stormed out the door of the class. Shouto, Izuku cried out as he dashed out to follow him. The rest of the class stood quiet, shooting guilty looks at each other, and Aizawa sighed. To your seats. If you remember, we have a practical exam today. And some of you are going to need to do well after the numbers I saw on the written portion. He crossed his arms before pulling out his phone. Hey Mike, I've got 2 problem children on the loose. Can you round them up for me and get them back to class? He most definitely was going to ask for a raise at the next staff meeting. Villain passed. Things had not been sitting well with Mr. Compress for some time. Not since he'd met their real leader, the man in a glass tube, who acted like some benevolent father, not only to his actual child but to everyone in the league. He'd been in the circus long enough to know an act when he saw one. But after what had happened to Magni, he'd realized he needed to be careful, play the fool. He was used to keeping his cards close to his chest, and that's what he did, not breathing a word of his suspicious to anyone. And that's when he found it. The lab was monitored by security cameras constantly. Normally the data was overwritten as it cycled, so only about 30 days worth of footage was ever available, if it hadn't been deleted otherwise beforehand. But he found the report on a service call for a malfunctioning camera, one that had gone offline before the bar had been destroyed. The service call was still open, which meant the camera likely hadn't been fixed yet. Curiosity got the better of him and he reviewed the footage. It had taken him 3 months to fully go through it, sneaking bits here and there when he was less likely to be caught. The fact that he and Magni had been placed in an apartment while he cared for her and ran mission on the side had helped. But now now he had the proverbial smoking gun sorta. Mostly it was snippets of all for one's conversations. Nothing could be seen and the audio was spotty, but it clearly picked up a conversation between the man and his dear doctor. Izuku static can't find static plan static death. He'd picked up some names too in the recording. Names linked to a ring of assassins. Not that alone was suspicious for someone who ran the League of Villains, but he scanned back through the tape again and again looking for more tidbits. He really needed to see if he could get this audio cleaned up. But there was one more thing that stuck out on the tape. A man with dark hair and burn scars all over his body being dragged through the hall. Only one word has been picked up in that conversation, but it was enough to send shivers down the former magician's spine. Damu, he needed help. He knew Midoriya wouldn't believe anything. All for One had carefully crafted a dependence on him where the boy was concerned. That much was clear. He'd thought about the boy's boyfriend but would likely fail as well. No, of all of them, there was only one person he thought he could trust to call in for assistance, and with a sigh he picked up his phone, hoping he wouldn't end up being the next planned assassination. As the phone picked up he sighed. Shigaraki, I'll make this short. I need to speak with you in person. Please come to my apartment as soon as you can. Violin present. Amajiki listened as he promised. He heard Akamu's whole story, about how he was born quirkless, used and abused then thrown to the side, about how Backdraft had been created simply for his quirk, how he'd been raised as a weapon and not a person, how they were two sides of a very big problem in this world. Izuku couldn't separate his goal from his motivations, from who he was. The boy had to admit he understood where the man's beliefs had come from. Even still, you say you have noble goals, and I would have to agree with you. A world where quirks aren't a measure to judge one's worth is how it should be. He cried out, tears forming in his eyes as emotions rose up in him. But not like this. You can't destroy this world and tell me that it's worth the cost, worth the lives. I'm not anyone special. Why would you reason with me and not those heroes you killed? They had friends and family too. What about their lives? Akumu, however, stood there calmly as Amajiki poured his heart out. You're right. I can't build a better world if I'm the one who destroyed its foundation. That's the entire reason you and Shinsu are here. You are special, Amajiki. More special than you know or understand. People like you, truly good people, are rare. I hate heroes with my soul. The word has been corrupted and black to an unrecognizable husk by people like All Might and Endeavor. He closed his eyes as a serene smile crossed his face. I need people like you to continue my work once I've finished my part. To take the reins and forge the world anew. People who understand the pain of being labeled and sorted just because of the quirk they possess. I know it seems like what I'm doing is horrible, but trust me, this is a controlled collapse of society. Mine violently broke apart because my father orchestrated it as such. Yours is so much more in control. I will make sure no one dies that doesn't have to, and that includes your friend Mirio. You from my world told me much about him. His death was tragic, but caused by the Hero Commission when they sent him out on a job with improper intel on purpose. They sent him on a suicide mission because they deemed his life less important than their goals. Mirio, Amajiki almost whimpered. He can't. The boy thought he could barely breathe. He won't, I promise, and that's not contingent. Even if you walk away from us, I promise you he will live. Akumu reached out to touch the other boy in a comforting manner. I just wanted to understand the gravity of what's at stake. The Hero Commission sent him to die. Amajiki looked at him with fearful eyes. He knew the man could be lying, but he couldn't risk it where his son was concerned. He needed to know everything he could. Akumu nodded. It wasn't long after he graduated. From what we were able to determine, he was sent after a group distributing black market quirk drugs. Mirio had begun to see the cracks in the system by that point. He was willing to go public too, so the commission set him up to fall. How could they? Amajiki's whole body was shaking. The commission has never cared about protecting people, they care about controlling them. They care about power. They must be destroyed. I'm not asking you to do the dirty work. I'm asking you to help me forge what comes after. Akumu spoke softly as one might address a frightened child. Amajiki's mind was swirling with thoughts. He was a hero. He couldn't side with the villains. He couldn't help them in any capacity. But it was hard to see the lines between hero and villain. There were things he knew Akumu hadn't faked, especially when it had come to Endeavor. He was definitely villainous, yet the commission had allowed him to become not only a hero but a number one. There was no way they didn't know about his quirk marriage or the treatment of his children. The man hadn't even really tried to hide it. He needed to talk to someone. He needed to talk to Mirio. And most of all, he needed to talk to this world's Izuku Midoriya. I can't give you an answer right now. Amajiki finally spoke up. I have a lot to think about, and I want to discuss this with people I know I can trust. Of course, you were never sworn to secrecy. Akumu smiled before motioning to Namu to move. I'll have Kurajiri deliver you to a secluded location near UAS campus. Amajiki nodded before looking over to Shinsu. Be careful, was all he'd say before being led back up the stairs. Villain present. Izuku made his way up the stairs, stopping to gaze at Eri playing with his mother. They hadn't noticed him yet. The little girl enthralled with the woman who was seating on the ground playing with a bunch of animals and blocks. Inko was answering her questions about each of the animals with the patience only a mother could. It brought a smile to his face, as memories of his own childhood before things had gotten too bad simmered to the surface. This is what they were fighting for. This is what they would make sure they got right. How's my little girl? Izuku asked as he walked a bit further into the room. Daddy, Eri cried out before running over to hug him. Inko's eyes softened a bit as she smiled. He still didn't like holding her here like this. He didn't want her to be a prisoner, but he had to keep her safe. How are your lessons going? Izuku asked, kneeling down to look at her. He really did need to spend more time with her, but had to make sure this world was perfect if nothing else than for her sake. Good. Granny Inko is a really good teacher. Eri smiled. She was teaching me all about cows, and chickens and pigs and horses. The girl giggled. She's a very smart and very sweet girl. Inko replied, though her voice was laced with the same nervousness she always had around Akumu. Izuku closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Would you like to see him? Inko stared at him as Eri looked between the two. See who? She asked hesitantly. Izuku, your son. You're real soon. It's the least I can do after I've put you under all this stress, and with how well you've taken care of Eri. He spoke softly. It was like a knife twisting in his heart, a reminder that this wasn't his mother, this wasn't his Eri, that he was technically a trespasser in this world. She looked at him with a few tears in her eyes. I would love to, just to make sure he's okay. She wiped her eyes. You're worried about him? Izuku had to smile. Of course she would be. His mother always worried. Of course, he's been through so much. To know he's okay, and to let him know I'm all right, it would mean a lot. Inko's tears continued to fall as Eri moved to wrap her arms around the woman. Not sure what was going on, just that she knew her grandma was sad. All right, Izuku nodded. I'll figure it out. Hero present. Izuku raced down the hall after Shouto. He hadn't meant to upset him, and part of him didn't actually understand why his boyfriend was upset, but he had to figure it out and fix it. He rounded a hallway to find red and white hair buried into a pair of arms, sobbing. Their owner slumped against a wall, in a heap. "Show," Izuku spoke softly as he approached the other boy. Mismatched eyes peeked out from behind the arms to glare at him as he moved the rest of the way and sat down next to his boyfriend. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. How am I supposed to react when the only person I care about in this damn world talks about himself like he's some disposable resource?" Shouto's voice was cold and thick with the emotions brewing behind his eyes. I didn't mean it like that." Izuku sighed, leaning into Shouto. "Izuku, you're important. More important than you can possibly imagine. Yet you continue to act like your life has no meaning beyond self-sacrifice." Shouto's hands were balled into fists as he spoke. "I get it, you're a hero. A real one, you want to help people. But you're surrounded by people who have the same goal. People who care about you. People who would be devastated if you died. I would be devastated if you died. Doesn't that mean anything?" "Shouto," Izuku moved to take one of his hands. "I don't want to die. I want to grow old with you. I want to stay by your side. But I also want to help people. I can't stand by and do nothing when there is something I can do. Then find another way, because you can't help anyone if you're dead. This can't be the solution to every problem, because what happens after that?" Shouto asked, the hurt still clear in his voice. "What other way is there?" Izuku looked down, tears welling up in his eyes. He seemed so unstoppable. "I don't know, but I do know that I can't lose you, Izuku. I can't." Shouto's own tears fell. "We'll figure out something. You've got to take better care of yourself, be more careful." Izuku smiled slightly. "You sound like my mother." "Well, she's a smart woman, and she put me in charge of you here," Shouto replied as he leaned back looking at the ceiling. "I'll do better. For her and for you." Izuku replied as he leaned in and placed a kiss on his boyfriend's cheek. Shouto just moved to pull him in closer as the two curled up together in the hall, which is exactly how present Mike found them. Villain present. Izuku stalked around the room he shared with Shouto, fuming. He'd come down after the chat with Yuri and his mother, looking to fulfill his promise and figure out how he was safely going to get this Izuku and his mother in the same room. There were ways, and it would be risky, but he was sure he could do it. He'd have to get the boy alone again, which would be hard after their last encounter, but not impossible if he was patient. That wasn't what had him so angry. No, what had gotten his blood boiling was the knowledge of just who Katsuki Bakugo found important. I knew they had been friends. But this, Bakugo doesn't deserve him. He growled as Shouto watched him. I never even knew they had feelings for each other. Maybe they didn't in our world, Shouto replied, shaking his head. Kirishima never mentioned it. He never showed interest in anyone. He threw himself into the cause. Izuku took a deep breath. This complicated matters. Maybe Bakugo's manipulated him somehow. I wouldn't put it past him. I don't know. But if he's with him, he's not likely to be open to our advances. I'd been worrying about it since events with Chisaki and Eri changed. And ultimately, I can't disagree with you wanting her out of there. It seems we may have lost someone very important. He held Shinsu and Amajiki together through some very dark spots. Not necessarily. This is Katsuki Bakugo we're talking about. You said yourself he doesn't have the capacity to care about anyone but himself. He'll likely screw things up. Then Kirishima might be more open to us than he was before, Shouto suggested. Either way, I'm not going to use him to hurt Bakugo. I can't. Izuku covered his face with his hand in frustration. I'll have to figure something else out. I'm sure you will love it. Shouto smiled before wrapping his arms around the other man. For now, stop stressing about it. You can help me get my mind off of it. Izuku smirked before pulling Shouto into a kiss. Hero present. All Might sighed as he held the coffee cup in his hand, sitting across from Nenzu. So we're sure? He asked, his voice sounding tired and worn as he glanced at the school's principal. I can say without a doubt that All For One is Izuku Midoriya's biological father. It took some doing to get a hold of a DNA sample, but nothing beyond my capabilities. Nenzu replied as he turned the screen to show All Might the results. He needs to know it's true. All Might sat his coffee cup down. He looked broken. How did I do this? Was it all some elaborate ruse? Did I play into his plan? As far as I can tell, it was completely by accident, Nenzu replied, shaking his head. I've thought through what advantage he could have had, and can find none. To the best of my reasoning, he had Izuku Midoriya in order to try and produce a quirk in line with his family, something like All For One or One For All, and either abandoned the child when he was found to be quirkless, or took the boy's quirk and then abandoned him. That you found him and made him your successor seems to be happenstance. My guess is this isn't the first time he's done such a thing. You really think so? All Might seemed a bit relieved at Nenzu's explanation. He was terrified of what All For One might still have in store for the boy if he had been part of some ongoing plan. I could be wrong, but given the fine young man Izuku Midoriya had grown up to be, it doesn't make sense if he wanted to use him, he would have abandoned him entirely. I'd say he takes more after his uncle, wouldn't you? Nenzu replied with a smile. Yeah, I would. All Might returned the smile. It was better to think of Izuku as the original holder's nephew than to think of his as the son of All For One. Villain passed. Shigaraki stood outside the door of Mr. Compress's apartment, a scowl on his face. He didn't know what the man wanted and had almost ignored his request, especially the part about him coming alone and not telling anyone. But something nagged at him, telling him this really was important. When the door swung open, he found himself swiftly ushered inside, before several locks were engaged, and sat on a couch in front of a laptop. Doesn't anyone have manners anymore? He grumbled as the man settled into the spot next to him. Please forgive my error in hospitality, but this is serious, and I fear for young Master Midoriya. Mr. Compress replied. The kid. What's going on with the kid? Shigaraki had a soft spot for the boy, and everyone knew it. It was one of the reasons that the magician had felt comfortable contacting the other man. I've had concerns for a while, but I wasn't sure what to do about them. All for one never sat well with me. He seemed to be putting on an act, he explained, hastily cutting off the other man as he was about to jump to the defense of his savior. I wouldn't have called you here on just a hunch. I've been looking for something. I found it. I found some security footage on a damaged camera located just outside All for One's chamber. It recorded some interesting conversations. At first, the audio was rather noisy, but I was able to have it cleaned up through an old contact, and well, he leaned over and hit play. Things are coming along well with Izuku Midoriya. All for One was clearly talking to someone. I've won his trust completely. I never thought I'd see him again. I misjudge him as a useless pawn. He's done splendidly. None of your other children have been this useful to you, have they? It was clearly the voice of Dr. Garaki. No, they haven't. Maybe I should have reevaluated it sooner. But he's the perfect specimen for my plan. I've already set in motion his mother's assassination. Soon he'll have no one to rely on but me. Shigaraki could barely believe what he was saying. This can't be true. Where did you get this? He demanded, looking at the other man. I told you, there's more, but that's the most damning evidence I have. If I'm right, then ... more people are going to die. It was then that Shigaraki's phone rang, and he stared at it as it displayed Shouto Todoroki. That boy never called him. In the heels of what he'd just been told, he couldn't ignore it as he flipped it open. What's up, brat? How's my niece? Dead, came Shouto's pained cry. What? Shigaraki nearly dropped the phone. She's dead. Toga too. My ... my brother, the one that tried to attack me before. He found us ... and he killed them. Where's Izuku? Shigaraki shouted as he stood. I don't know. Bakugo was with the team that raided our mission and hitched a ride. After everything, Izuku lost it and took him with him. I don't ... don't know where to find him. Shouto was clearly crying. I'll have Kirigiri retrieve you. I'll be on my way, kid. Shigaraki ended the call before immediately calling Kirigiri. Hey, she's gone south with Izuku and Shouto. Collect him and I'm on my way back to the hideout. The man ordered. Yes, sir, was the only thing said before the line went dead. We'll have to continue your little conspiracy theory chat later, he stated as he headed to the door. Shigaraki, there is something you should see before you go. That boy, his brother. He turned the computer to show the figure being drugged down the hall shooting. It was clearly Dabi. All for One turned him into a Namu. It's caught here on camera. Shigaraki growled. I'm going to kill him. Before tearing off back towards their base. Villain passed. Izuku had earned his name Akumu as he stood over Bakugo's cowering figure, his eyes black as the void, as his hair stood on end, black lightning coursing around him as his tendrils flared about, not caring what they crashed into. The power rolling off of him was suffocating, and the blonde found he could barely stand even with one for all coursing through him. Where exactly they were he didn't know, not that his mind had much time to puzzle it out. They were in a cave was all he could muster, the only light source being his own body coursing with the power of his gifted quirk. Everything else had been swallowed by the darkness. Izuku, please, stop. I know you're in there, this isn't you. Bakugo cried out, still desperate even after all this time to reach his childhood friend. A tendril shot out, wrapping around him as he was drugged face to face with Akumu. This is me. His voice was dark and full of anger and hatred. And you helped make me this way. I know I did. But please, I was only trying to protect you. I didn't realize he was cut off as his body was thrown against a wall. Rocks and dust settled around him as he let out a cough. He barely was able to get himself back to his feet before another attack came. He threw his hands up to defend. It was all he'd let himself do. There was no way he'd use his quirk, old or new, against Izuku. Not ever again. I didn't realize what I was doing to you until it was too late. I regret everything. Of course you do. I'm stronger than you, faster than you, better than you. Izuku ceased no more weak Deku to use as a punching bag to make you feel better. He yelled out as he brought two of his tendrils crashing down on Bakugo, who barely managed to roll out of the way before being crushed. That's ... that's not it. The blonde insisted, though he barely had a chance to get his bearings before another rock slide was sent his way. I treated you like my mom treats me. So your mom told you to kill yourself hoping for a better lot in life, huh? Izuku actually paused for a moment as he glared at Bakugo waiting for the answer. What? No, she'd never. He realized he'd said the wrong thing as his eyes went wide as another tendril flew at him, wrapping tightly around his body. I didn't think so, Izuku hissed as he brought Bakugo back level with his own eyes, burning hatred coursing through him. But I'm truly going to make you regret you were ever born, he replied as he squeezed just tight enough to start breaking the blonde's bones. Hero present. Now that I have my class back together. Aizawa shot Izuku and Shouto a withering gaze. I can explain the practical exam to you. We'll be returning to the USJ for search and rescue missions. You'll be teamed up in groups of 4 by lots, and then sent to an area in the USJ selected at random. Once we arrive at USJ, in order to make sure your plans are as spur of the moment as possible, as they would be in a real disaster situation. Once assigned, you are to successfully carry out a search and rescue. As with the provisional exams, you will be graded based on your performance throughout the entire exam. It may not sound as exciting as fighting your teachers, but disasters are just as much hero work as fighting villains. Izuku found that the dread that had filled him every other time random selection had come up was gone. Before he feared getting paired with Kacchan. Now he could truly say there wasn't anyone in his class he minded getting paired up with. Relief washed over him as he realized that burden was no longer there. Though he realized he had no idea what the provisional exams had been like. He hadn't had a chance to ask his fellow classmates. He bounced in his seat waiting to hear his name. Kacchan had ended up in Group A, Shouto in Group B, Group C was not him, and Group D will be composed of Tokoyami, Midoriya, Kaminari, and Kirishima. Izuku smiled. He could work with this in just about any scenario they found themselves in. He was back thinking about his schoolwork, trying to guess which area they would be placed in, what would be the worst-case scenario. For now, his doppelganger was gone from his mind, as he focused on what was ahead of him. The world outside was slowly unraveling, but for now, just a little while longer, UA was a refuge, a safe place for its students. Just outside the gates, however, crowds were beginning to grow. A community that no longer felt safe in the streets as criminals grew more and more brazen, and heroes were falling left and right. The world had lost its trust in heroes, was looking to the one place they thought they could still find safety. Deep within UAS walls, hero present, Amajiki sat in his class, but he couldn't concentrate as Akumu's words ran on repeat in his head. In his world, Mirio had died at the hands of the Hero Commission. They don't care about people, they care about control. He hadn't yet been able to bring himself to breathe a word of this to his friends. What would he say? That he was entertaining what the villains had told him? That he sympathized with them and their motives? That he would do anything if it meant keeping the bright ray of sunshine that was his best friend safe? He'd done some research. He'd gone down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole that had opened wide after Stain's appearance and became a crater once Akumu had given his speech and the accusations leveled at Endeavor had come to the surface. It wasn't hard to find people coming forward with complaints either about heroes in general or the commission itself. None of it was good. Amajiki was at least smart enough to know he couldn't take any of it at face value. And there was so much of it, and even if a fraction of it was true, it was damning. The commission broke families apart, forcing heroes into retirement. There were even a few reports that mirrored what Akumu had claimed happened to Mirio, heroes being silenced for daring to speak out against the commission and its practices. He'd even found an old law on the books he'd never heard of, barring the media from talking ill about the commission. That was never brought up in any of his classes. Hardly something a benevolent organization, such as the one the commission tried to present itself as, would need. It was all enough to make the hero in training sick. His anxiety skyrocketed as the bell rang and he jumped in his seat. Mirio shot him a concerned look. And he decided right then and there he had to talk to him. As the blonde made his way over, Amajiki sighed and spoke before his friend could. Yes, there is something bothering me, he spoke quietly, not looking at his friend, afraid he would break if he did. We need to talk, in private if you don't mind. Of course, Mirio replied with a cheery smile Amajiki caught as he finally looked up at him and nearly melted, though he also didn't miss the concern in his eyes. Villain passed. When Shigaraki arrived back at their headquarters, Shouto was already there. He was on the floor, clutching Yuri's burnt body as he cried. Toga's corpse laid out next to him. The man had thought himself hardened to a lot of the ugly truths in this world, but the scene before him was proof he actually had a heart because it felt like it had been ripped out of his chest. That poor girl deserved better than what she had gotten. But right now there was nothing he could do for her. Shouto, however, he might still be able to save. All right, Shouto. Shigaraki knelt down next to the boy. He'd never called him by his real name before. Usually, it was Hot Stuff or some other nickname to get under his skin. But right now he needed him to pay attention. I know you're hurting, but I need you to come with me. It's not safe here right now. I can't. This is where Izuku would come, Shouto muttered, still clinging to the girl in his arms. We can't help Izuku if we're dead. Shigaraki stressed. It was clear the boy was in shock, but he needed him to get on his feet and move now. Shouto's eyes looked at him in confusion. Izuku killed my brother. We're safe now. Your brother is not the one who killed them. Now come on, I can't explain here, Shigaraki urged. He'd have ordered Kurogiri to teleport them, but he'd been given the Namu by All for One. And while Kurogiri had always seemed loyal to him, he couldn't trust that loyalty now. What? That seemed to knock the boy out of his stupor as he finally seemed to register who was talking to him. What do you mean? Please, Izuku will kill me if something happens to you too, Common. Shigaraki grabbed Shouto's wrist and tugged on it, finally getting the other boy to move and follow some kind of direction, though he still held onto Iri with one arm. They could deal with that later. Shigaraki hadn't put much thought into where they would go. Everything he knew was tied tightly with the League. It wasn't like they could go to the police or to the heroes. But right now it didn't matter as he pulled the boy through the streets, thankful for the late hour. No one dared stop to take in the fact that he was pulling someone clutching a dead boy to the chest through the street. Finally, he settled on a course of action, taking them to a hotel he at least knew the League had no connections to. And once they were safely in a hotel room, he shut the door inside, slumping against the floor as the adrenaline wore off. What's going on? Shouto finally asked as he laid Iri's body gently on the floor. I was with Mr. Compress when I got your call. Tamura started as he gazed at the ceiling. He'd found some pretty damning evidence that your boyfriend's benevolent father is actually out to isolate and kill everyone who's close with him. He gained access to a security camera that had footage of him planning Izuku's mom's death and turning your brother into a Namu. He seems to be using him as some kind of pawn. Shouto's eyes went wide as the grip on the blanket he'd picked up tightened. We have to find him, he cried out. Yeah, well, you and I are the ones I'm worried about right now. Tamura stood up and started pacing. We need to find Izuku. But if All for One is really trying to isolate him, who else would he target now? You and I are the closed people he has left. Shouto covered Iri's body with the sheet. They'd give her a proper burial later, as his mind went racing. But what if this was enough? You didn't see Izuku after she died. It was like he lost himself. He was completely consumed by his shadows. There was barely anything of him there. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? Tamura pressed. If it's that bad, we need to find him soon. That's what I've been saying, Shouto shouted as his fire lashed out. But no, I have no idea. Tamura growled and threw himself onto the bed. He'd barely processed that they'd actually lost Iri, and Toga might lose Izuku if they weren't careful. And here he was stuck with Shouto, who he barely got along with as it was. If it wasn't for Izuku, he'd have just left the brat to his own devices. But as much as he fought against the notion, Izuku really was his family, the closest thing he had anymore, and he'd be damned if he'd lose him. For now, though, they have to wait, and Tamura Shigaraki was anything but a patient man. Hero present. Hawks sat in a bar. It was easy to disguise himself when he didn't have a giant pair of red wings on his back, a little temporary hair dye, a different set of clothing, and some contacts for good measure, and no one had batted him an eye. He'd order himself a drink, sitting in the corner of the bar alone, seeming like all the other patrons trying to drown his sorrows in the amber liquid. It wasn't until another figure stood before him that he shifted his gaze, looking up at the man who'd stopped in front of him. Keigo, you remember me, right? From college. The other man grinned, though the burns and staples on his face made the gesture seem like something from a horror film. He could recognize him from the photos of the fight with Endeavor, but only because the man had chosen to show him his face. This was what he'd been waiting for. Hawks donned his own smile and nodded Daichai right. He sounded jovial. Why don't you sit with me and have a drink so we can catch up? Sound great. Dabi moved and settled down into a chair, positioning himself next to Hawks, but in the shadows, to better hide his facial features. The urge to beat the sheet out of him rose in Hawks. This man, child or not of Endeavor's, had killed him. But that was not what he needed to do right now. Right now he needed to play the game and say the right words to gain this man's trust. Part of him wished he'd been able to talk with their leader directly, but alas, that was not the case. He wondered briefly if they had chosen Dabi to test him and see if he was serious about possibly joining them. If so, it was all the more reason to keep his temper in check. His theory was proven correct as Dabi leaned over and whispered to him. So, bird boy, you really liked my old man, huh? Hawks had practiced his answer to this question and took in a deep breath, fighting the urge to curl his hands into fists. I liked him because he killed my old man and got me out of the sheet situation that was my childhood. After that, I was practically raised by the commission. Of course, I thought all heroes walked on water. But sounds like your old man was actually a worse father than mine, and that's saying something. Dabi leaned back a bit, placing his hand beneath his head and balancing his chair on two legs. Well, at least you've come to your senses. But answer me this. I know what we get out of this little arrangement. Tell me what you get. Hawks hummed a bit, twisting his glass in his hand as if he was thinking the answer over, though really he was prepared for this too. It's not like the commission made my life better. It's not like I had a choice to become a hero or not. I was raised to be one, molded to fit the slot they needed. Everyone thinks it's an amazing achievement that I'm such a high-ranking pro at such a young age. But the truth is it's only because the commission is calling the shots on everything I do. Akumu may have clipped my wings, but I really need him to clip my strings. As it is, they'd have fit if they knew I was out right now. They don't want anyone knowing their precious hero lost his quirk," he replied, trying to look pensive as he stared down at his drink. "All right." Dabi nodded as he let his chair fall back to the floor. "I'll pass on the info to our boss, and someone will be in contact with you shortly," he spoke softly before standing. "It was great seeing you again, Keigo. We'll have to do this again sometime." He grinned, speaking a bit louder. "Yeah man, I'd love to actually hang out sometime," Hawks replied, and soon after that he was alone. 10 minutes later, he tossed some cash down on his table and got up and left himself. Content that his plan was in motion. Villain passed. Izuku stood over Bakugo's motionless body, bloody and broken, staring down at it with his hollow black eyes. He wasn't sure if the boy was still alive or not. He wasn't sure how long he'd been down here, or where here even was. He'd been running on pure rage and adrenaline. He'd been in so much pain and anguish at the sight of Eri and Toga's dead bodies that he'd lost himself to something primal. Whether it was the quirk his father had given him, or something else, he felt something tugging at his soul, feeling as if he was on a precipice, that if he gave in it would be something he could never return from. He'd lost so much. The light that used to fill him was on the verge of flickering out. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he sank to his knees. The realization that Bakugo's death wouldn't bring him the comfort he needed. Eri was still dead, his mother was still dead, Toga was still dead, and Izuku Midoriya at this moment was very much alone. He let out a scream echoing from deep inside, ready to give in to the void that would consume him if only the pain would stop. His tears, his cries, all of it would stop. What was all this power for if he couldn't protect those closest to him? Couldn't protect the ones he loved? But that was it. A small voice whispered to him as he was ready to succumb to his grief. He still had someone who loved him dearly. He still had Shouto. Shouto was alive and would be hurting too. And his father was still there, and Shigaraki too. He still had people he cared about, still had people he loved. He'd abandoned Shouto. The realization hit him like a sack of bricks. As his eyes faded back into their normal bright green irises, he tried to steady his breathing, get his mind on straight. He pulled out his phone, the first idea that had come to him, before realizing however long he'd been down here, had been long enough that the device was dead. Truly, he had no idea if he'd been gone hours or days. But where? Where could he find Shouto? Surely he hadn't stayed at the house. There was nothing there. Though there was only one place he could go even if Shouto wasn't there, he'd be able to find a way to contact him hopefully. He had to go to his father's lab. There wasn't really another choice. Decision made, he closed his eyes as his shadows covered him and he vanished from the cave, leaving Bakugo's body behind forgotten. Hero present. Izuku headed back to the dorms with Shouto and the rest of his class. His midterm had gone well. His group had been assigned Earthquake. As their random disaster, he and Kirishima had searched for survivors through the rubble, while Kaminari had worked on getting emergency power going, and Takoyami had looked for survivors from the air. They'd get their grades tomorrow, but he was sure they'd done well. Nothing had gone wrong at least. Shouto somehow had managed to get burning building proof enough that their locations had been randomized. Izuku had seen Aizawa's eye twitch at that, but he didn't say anything as Ashido cheered and hugged Shouto, who looked at her in surprise. Their test had been over shortly after it began. But it was Kachin's he'd really paid attention to. It was the first time he would be using his new suit. Not that his quirk was ever that helpful in rescue missions to begin with, but still it would be the first time he'd seen any action since he'd lost it. And Izuku had not been disappointed. His group had gotten tsunami, flooding for their disaster situation, and it had been like watching his childhood friend reborn. Not only was he working with his classmates, but he had listened to instructions from Yaoyorozu. At first, Izuku had chalked it up to him being nervous, but the look on his face never betrayed what he was feeling, as he faced down the task with the same fiery determination he always had. In the end, the only real use of his new suit was him taking to the air to assess the situation from above. But in the end, Kachin had appeared cool and confident as always, and relief spread through Izuku as he'd watched him smile at the end. He could do this, he would do this. As they got closer to the dorms, however, Izuku's eyes caught sight of the figure standing on their porch and a smile burst across his face. "Oh might," he grinned before running up to the man, joy spreading through him. Despite everything that happened, he still looked up to him. "Hey kid," he smiled at him. "Glad I could catch you. I was hoping we could talk for a bit." Izuku nodded. "I'd love to. I was afraid Mr. Aizawa would never let you near me again." He laughed. "Ah, he doesn't know I'm here." All Might laughed a bit hesitantly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Oh." Izuku looked surprised, and for a moment the former number one was afraid the boy would refuse to talk to him. But that quickly passed. "I'm sure it will be all right." "Good, let's head up to your room." All Might replied as Shouto came and stood behind Izuku. At least at this point, he knew there was nothing that could be hidden from the other boy. "All Might wants to talk to me for a bit, Shouto," Izuku explained. The other boy shot All Might a look as he placed a protective arm around the other boy's waist. The green-haired boy couldn't see the gaze, but the retired hero was in this moment more scared of Shouto Todoroki than he'd been of anyone. Izuku pulled away and placed a kiss on Shouto's cheek as his features melted into a soft smile. And hands met as they headed into the dorm. All Might couldn't help but smile. Izuku had something he never would. There had been the possibility in his life at one point or the other, but after what had happened to his mentor, he'd never brought himself to risk putting anyone's life in harm's way. The thought had never crossed young Midoriya's mind. And even if it had, his chosen partner was someone who could hold his own, someone to fight next to him, rather than someone who needed to be protected, someone who was willing to protect him. The class used to All Might's presence at the point didn't bat an eye as he made his way through the common room following his protege. Once inside Izuku and Shouto's shared room, All Might took the seat at Izuku's desk as the boy sat on the bed. Shouto went about keeping himself busy, heading to his side of the room, but was never too far. All Might accept the fact that he didn't deserve the other boy's trust where Izuku was concerned. Hopefully, he could gain it back. So, I know things have been chaotic. Your first year at UA isn't quite how either of us had pictured it. How are you doing? All Might started. Oh, I'm doing okay. Still worried about my mom. I've been thinking about him a lot lately too. Izuku looked away. It was clear who he was referring to as he twisted the hem of his shirt. The class and I had an idea of how to help, but Aizawa said no. That's because it was a bad idea. Shouto replied in a flat tone from the other room, and All Might raised an eyebrow. Well, that's probably for the best. The former hero was quick to agree with the boy in the other room. But really, Midoriya, I want to apologize. Aizawa was right. I'm a horrible teacher. I don't regret picking you as my successor for an instant, but I do regret how I went about everything. I was so intent on repeating the steps I went through when my mentor gave me one for all, I didn't stop to think about the fact you're not me. Izuku's face fell a bit as he looked away, and All Might hastily started waving his hands. It's not a bad thing, you not being me. Of course, you're not me. He tried to do damage control as he caught Shouto staring at him from the doorway. What I mean is, what you needed to learn and what I needed to learn are very different. You're smarter than I could ever hope to be. You are a good analyst. You probably know more about the quirk than I ever did. I acted mostly on instinct. I never really put much thought into my actions, which actually perfectly explains how we got here. He laughed a bit, shaking his head as Izuku looked back at him, his face a mixture of awe and surprise at the praise. You needed to be taught how it worked, so you could figure it out for yourself. That's why Gran Torino took you on. He taught you more in that week than I had in a year. And while I still wish to help guide you, I need to do that in the way that best suits you, not how I'm most comfortable. But you have been a good teacher. I'd never have gotten into UA without you, Izuku declared. You got into UA despite me. All Might corrected into that end. I'm going to do something I should have done from the very start. As he spoke, he pulled out a notebook, one that looked very similar to Izuku as the boy's eyes went wide. It was identical to all the other hero analysis books he had. I'm not as good at this as you, but I asked for some help from Gran Torino and a few others. This is everything I know about how One for All works, and another section on everything I know about All for One. I trust you know to keep this secret and safe. Izuku took the book and opened it as tears came to his eyes. Across the pages in All Might's unmistakable handwriting were pages and pages about the quirk. Thank you, he replied as he threw himself at his teacher and wrapped his arms around him. All Might returned the hug as he caught Shouto's eye, whose face had softened as he looked on approvingly. Hero present, Amajiki stood alone in his dorm room with Mirio, quietly staring at anything he could that wasn't his best friend. His nerves had caused him to seize up as he realized the nature of the situation he was in, the gravity of the conversation he was about to have if he could ever bring himself to speak. Mirio, the ray of sunshine, patience as ever, didn't pressure him to speak as he stood there waiting for Amajiki's mind to start working again. Finally, as his chest tightened and his stomach churned, he found the courage to speak. There was no sugarcoating this, no leading up to something. I've had contact with the villain Akumu. He finally spit out as he closed his eyes, waiting for his friend's condemnation. One of his biggest fears was that Mirio was going to figure out just how worthless he was one of these days and leave him behind. This conversation would give him a guilt-free reason to finally do so. But the words of condemnation never came. And slowly the indigo eyes opened to stare at his son, whose face was only filled with concern. Are all right? Well, obviously you're physically okay. I can say I'm grateful for that, but I knew something had been bothering you. What happened? Amajiki sighed as he slid to the floor against the wall. That boy I told you about with the strong quirk who didn't make it into the hero course. The one I put in touch with Aizawa. He's apparently working for him now. And they approached me. Well, I'm still glad you're okay. I'm sorry to hear that. I know you thought he had a lot of potential after his performance in the sports festival. But if they wanted to talk to you, it had to be something serious. Mirio's voice was calm and soft, like a lifeline the other boy clung to. As his friend sat beside him, Amajiki drug his knees up to his chest, folding his arms across them before laying his head down, looking away from Mirio. They wanted me to join them. What? Mirio's voice was full of shock as surprise bloomed across his feature. Why do they think you'd join them? Because. He took a deep breath before he continued. Of the world they want to build. A world where quirks don't define you. That Akumu, he claimed to be Izuku Midoriya from another world. A world where I had already joined their cause. A world where you died. He told you I died. Mirio's voice was angry. He didn't like the idea of someone manipulating his friend, especially not using him. Amajiki nodded before he finally looked back to Mirio, tears in his eyes. In his world, according to his story, you died not long after graduation. You'd found a reason yourself to distrust the Hero Commission, and they set you up. The Hero Commission would never. Mirio started, but the other boy cut him off. They have. I looked into it. I had to see for myself. I had to know you were safe. Whether or not his story is true when it comes to you in this other world. There are a lot of stories out there about the Hero Commission taking out people who would speak against them. There is even a law that forbids the media from reporting on the commission in a negative light. How come we were never taught about that? He was crying as he spoke, passion in his voice. Tamaki. Mirio stared at his friend, not sure what to say. There was no way he was actually siding with these villains, was there? He couldn't believe their story. He had to voice his concerns. You're not considering it, are you? I don't know. The other boy hit the floor with his fists as he clenched his eyes shut, trying to stop the tears. I do know I don't trust the commission anymore. But this is why I needed to talk to you. I can't lose you. Tamaki, you're not going to lose me, okay? I'm right here. Mirio replied, pulling the other boy into his lap, as he threaded his fingers through indigo hair. We can figure this out together, but I promise you, I'm not going anywhere. Amajiki's response was to cling to the other boy like his life depended on it. And it was like that. They sat together until Tamaki's face relaxed into sleep, and Mirio lifted him up into his bed, tucking him in for the evening. Hero present. Bakugo had wanted to try and catch Izuku after class. The practical exam had put a lot of things into perspective for him, and even if he hadn't promised Kirishima he'd talk to the other boy, he still would anyway. He'd felt more alive than he ever had during the exercise. Ever. At first, he'd focused more on what support he could give, still not confident he could do the job required without his quirk. And even though it was training and not a real disaster, his classmates had always thrown themselves into it like it was the real thing. Yaorazu had treated him no different than anyone else and issued him orders like she had the rest of her group. He'd followed them, rather than fight her for control, or doing his own thing, mostly because he'd been unsure of himself at first. But once they got into the situation proper, he'd allowed himself to focus on the mission. He'd felt like he was doing something. He was helping. He was being a hero. And when it was over, he'd felt good. Better than he had at the end of any of their missions. He'd felt useful. All the things he'd beat into Deku for over a decade. The anger he'd felt when he'd first lost his quirk. There was a lot to unpack. It was hard to accept your worldview had been wrong, especially when faced with the fact you'd caused so much harm defending it. The blonde brought his hands to his face and rubbed it as anxiety swirled inside him. He needed to have this conversation. He needed to apologize even if it seemed the nerd had already forgiven him. But right now Izuku was with All Might, and he wasn't going to interrupt that conversation, even if some jealousy spiked in him. At least he was beginning to understand why All Might favored his childhood best friend, though he suspected it was something other than Izuku being good hero material, especially given Akumu's fixation on the hero. Maybe it was something he could ask about one day, but not now. With those plans thrown out the window, he changed his course, setting off for the support lab. He needed to talk to Hatsum about a few things. Tweaks to his uniform he realized it needed after wearing it in action for the first time, and a few ideas he had for if he was now relying on support equipment, rather than his own ability to improve his quirk with practice, he'd have to think outside the box. Casually, he strolled into the workshop, only to find the girl frantically working on something. Hey Explosion Princess, what you working on? He asked as he approached her workbench. Hatsum didn't even look up at him. Ah, my favorite customer. Her voice was cheery. I'm working on my first pro hero commission. I'd love to tell you all about it, but I can't, she pouted there at the end. You're already working on pro hero stuff. I thought only licensed companies could do that. Bakugo looked at her with surprise. Normally it's true, Hatsum explained as she continued to work, and the blonde had to admit watching her in action was a sight to behold as she moved about quickly and efficiently as any hero in a fight. And really that's what it almost felt like. She was in a battle of wills with her creation, forcing the machinery to bend to her will. But things are way too chaotic out there. Supply lines are starting to go crunch. I've been waiting on a shipment of titanium for like a week and Power Load still doesn't know if and when we'll get it. Things are really getting that bad out there. Bakugo asked as he glanced in the direction of the gate. Oh yeah, some of the support scientists are even going into hiding, afraid they'll be targeted by Mr. Nightmares, which is why I'm allowed to be doing this. The girl spoke like she'd won the lotto with the opportunities presented to her. You're not afraid he's going to target you? Bakugo actually felt a bit of concern. The girl had helped him so much, and this Akumu clearly hated him, and she had helped him recover what he'd taken away. Nope, Hatsune smiled. It's not like I'd care if he took my quirk either, you know. It's not really useful for my work, and we're all safe here in UA. She replied honestly as she sat her tools down and turned to look at her companion for the first time. Now what can I help you with? Bakugo stared at her for a moment before he offered her a half smile. I suppose what you say is true, though it gave him more to think on about quirks and their importance. This brilliant girl in front of him thought so little of hers and could dismiss the thought of losing it so casually. But I just came to talk to you about some adjustment to my costume, since I finally got to use it in class this afternoon. But if you're busy, I won't bother you. My first duty is to UA students. Hatsune saluted him. And like I said, you're my favorite customer. I'll always have time for you. Now what did you have in mind? She asked with a twinkle in her eye. Villain present. Hawk stood in a room with Akumu, Dabi, and Toga. He was certain this wasn't their main stronghold. There was too much dust and signs of unuse, but he didn't care. It was the next step in his infiltration of the League of Villains. All he had to do was keep his temper in check and say the right things and he'd be in. He was sure of it. So Hawks, Dabi tells me you've reconsidered my offer. The voice was a bit unsettling coming from his mask. But the pro-hero stood casually, leaning against the wall. It was easy, however, to play along when everything he had to say was true. I admit, I was emotional at the funeral. Endeavor, for whatever else he was my childhood hero. He saved me from my abusive parents. He's the reason I wanted to become a hero. I admit I've had trouble coming to terms with who he really was, what he was like to his own family. Finding out he was no better than my own father, who was only interested in me, or my mother for what we could do for him. Hawks took a deep breath before he got lost in his ramblings. He wanted to be believable, but many of these thoughts were ones he had yet to unpack. And doing so now was not a good idea. Either way, it doesn't change the fact that the Hero Commission isn't any better. They took me in because of my quirk and raised me to be what they wanted. In the end, I was still just someone's tool, only useful for what I could do for them. He didn't bother trying to keep the resentment out of his voice. What they had done to him after he lost his quirk was still a fresh wound. Don't get me wrong, I like being a hero, parts of it anyway. I like helping people, but that's not what gets you to number one. Commercials, product endorsements, big networking parties. None of it has anything to do with being a real hero. Not the kind of hero I wanted to be growing up. I can play the part, but I don't like it. Akumu studied him for a moment, and Hawks could feel the emerald iris boring into him. Whatever he was looking for, though, it seemed he had found as he nodded. All right, then this is what we're going to do. You'll be thrilled to know that our next move will be to dismantle the commission. A direct attack on its leaders. There is enough distrust in the public at this point that the excision can be safely executed. You have two options. 1. Do nothing. Go home and relax, and be content in the knowledge that the organization that's wronged you will be brought to their knees. Or 2. Help us bring them down. It would be remiss of me not to offer you the chance for revenge. Whatever you chose to do, once the Hero Commission has been dismantled, and it's clear you haven't betrayed them with this knowledge, I will return your quirk to you and we can discuss your future with us then. Hawks managed to keep the look of surprise from his face. They were planning to target the commission directly, even as one of the most powerful villains they'd seen. That seemed impossible. He almost hated himself for the bit of hope that bubbled up inside him that they could succeed, that he actually might be free from their grasp. There was no way right. But then again, no one thought All Might could be defeated. Yet the man in front of him had brought him to his knees and nearly destroyed him as if the matter was simple child's play. It was clear, though, that he was in a bind. This Akumu was certainly clever. If he warned the commission, it would turn into a loss all around for Hawks. He'd failed at his task of infiltrating the League and would be discarded. In the end, he only had one choice: keep quiet and hold his cards close to his chest. It still seemed like a fantasy that they'd be able to actually harm the commission and he could explain his actions later. But if Akumu succeeded, well, the part of him that hoped he would, Hawks tried to lock up down deep inside as he stuck his hand out. Deal, that's for the offer for revenge, but without my quirk, I'm afraid I'd just get in the way. Akumu slid his hand out and grasped the other man's. I'm glad you agree, but if you're worried about your lack of quirk, don't be. You're still a skilled fighter, we would be glad to have you. I won't pressure you to join us, but I'll leave the option open. Do think about it if that's the only thing holding you back. Hawks closed his eyes, not even allowing himself to entertain the idea. I'll think about it, but I'm not sure I'm willing to cross certain lines yet. Killing is one of them. Dabi snorted a bit before pushing away from the wall, afraid to get your hands dirty. The challenge in the other's eyes was clearly there, and Hawks felt something rise up in him. My hands are plenty dirty, but I'm not in the habit of deciding who lives or dies. Akumu raised his hand before speaking up. I already said before the choice is his, no matter what his reasoning. Dabi just sneered before stalking off. Toga giggled. I like this one. He annoys Dabi. You've made a good choice. Hawks just looked at her with a bit of concern. Before Akumu spoke again. We'll meet soon. There are plenty of things we need to be done that don't involve others dying. I'm already putting a group together to help rebuild once the destruction of this society is complete. I'd rather the new foundation not be built with blood, so I can appreciate your choice more than he can. Shadows swirled up from the ground and swallowed the pair in front of him, and Hawks found himself standing alone in the building. That was not how he'd expect the meeting to go. Whatever he'd thought of this Akumu, that image was now gone. He took a deep breath, path set in front of him, as he pulled his hood up and shoved his hands in his pockets. For once in his life, he felt like he'd end up on top, no matter how the cards fell. Villain passed. Izuku stood in his father's lap, still a bit disoriented as he turned to look at the man. Father, he breathed out, trying still to catch his breath as tears sprung to his eyes. Part of him had feared he'd find the lab destroyed as his father dead as well. What is it, son? All for One's voice was laced with compassion as he spoke, and it worked as intended as Izuku found himself calming down. His father would help. His father always knew what to do. It's ... the house. Toga, Ari. He sobbed into his hands as he fell to his knees. Shouto's brother found us, and he burnt the house down ... they ... He could barely speak. They're dead, he whispered. Izuku, I'm so sorry. A hissing sound was heard as the restraints holding up All for One's body released, and the man slipped his arms around the boy. Izuku clung to him as he cried. I ran. He didn't really care about what happened to Bakugo. His father didn't need to know about that right now. I left Shouto behind. I couldn't think straight. And now, I don't know where he is. Shush, it's okay. I can help. All for One whispered in his ear. Izuku felt a wave of relief fill him. Of course his father could help. He'd come to rely so much on him. He wasn't sure how he could ever repay the man. Just relax, he heard his father say as he clung to him. But his mind was starting to get fuzzy, and suddenly he felt safe and warm and tired. What had been bothering him was beginning to slip his mind. Why had he been crying? He was with his father, that's all he needed. That's right, just rest. All for One's voice seemed so soothing, and he could hardly fight against it when he wanted to sleep so badly. Hero present. As Saturn rolled around, Shouto and Izuku allowed themselves a bit of a chance to relax and forget the world outside UAS walls was crashing down. They'd been going nonstop for so long on this emotional roller coaster. A moment to take a breath. Shouto was curled up with a book in the bed, Izuku tucked in next to him with a pair of headphones on and a tablet in his hand watching a movie. Soon, several of their fellow classmates would be going home for winter break. Izuku, Shouto, and Bakugo still weren't allowed off campus, but arrangements had been made for Shouto's family and Bakugo's family to come to the dorms on Christmas Day to celebrate together. Izuku tried not to think too much about why his family hadn't been invited to the get-together, though he had to let out a chuckle at the idea of All for One sitting around the table celebrating with them. It still hurt, knowing that the man was his father. He still had fond memories, Christmas mornings included, as his parents would watch him open his presents with glee. His dad had even been one of the first to buy him All Might-themed clothing and toys. He had to wonder just what the man had been thinking when he purchased those items. Everything he knew about his father now seemed tainted. And his mother. All he could do was be glad in the knowledge she was safe. Izuku realized he hadn't been paying attention to the movie for the last 10 minutes. That was okay. It was one he'd seen 100 times already. But he'd let his mind wander. His thoughts were interrupted, however, as a knock came at their door. Hey nerd, it's me. He could hear Kaken's voice from the other side of the door. Pulling the headphones down, he moves to stand. But Shouto is ahead of him, already halfway across the room before Izuku can even blink. Izuku sighs and stands, stretching a bit as he slowly walks over towards Shouto as the other boy cracks the door. What do you need, Bakugo? He asks with a neutral voice. I need to talk to Izuku. The blonde snapped before taking a deep breath. Please, in private. I don't think that's a good idea. Shouto's eyes narrowed. He still hasn't forgiven Bakugo really, and part of him knows he never will. Not when he could treat someone as precious and kind as Izuku so horribly for so long simply because the boy didn't have a quirk. Part of his mind, he knew, was drawing a comparison between his father and the blonde in front of him, and that wasn't truly fair, but life was never fair. Both had explosive personalities. Both wanted to be number one no matter what, and both had put too much emphasis on quirks, enough to make someone else's life miserable. Shouto. He heard Izuku squeak behind him before the door was fully shut, and suddenly Izuku was in front of him. If one thing annoyed him about his boyfriend, it was his ability to tolerate Bakugo. It's all right. I can talk to him. It seems important. All right. Shouto relented. It wasn't like he would actually stop Izuku if he wanted to talk, but he'd still worry. but just in case, he was already plotting what he'd do to the other boy if his boyfriend came back to him in tears. Izuku stepped outside and shut the door behind him. Kaken wasn't looking him in the eye, but that seemed normal anymore. They walked quietly for a bit, Izuku almost surprised as Kaken led him into his room. He knew whatever the other boy wanted, it was serious. The last time he'd seen a look like this on his friend's face was the night they ended up in ground beta and he and Shouto had fought. Once inside with the door locked tight, he finally found himself with determined red eyes looking at him. Izuku was about to ask him what was wrong when Bakugo took a deep breath, almost shaking as he spoke. "I'm sorry," he finally choked out, and he could see tears starting to form in the other boy's eyes. Izuku was taken aback as panic rose in him. What had happened? What for? What's wrong, Kaken? Everything. Bakugo shook his head, forcing himself not to cry. I've had to re-examine a lot of things in my life lately, and I realized how badly I fed up. Kaken. Izuku's voice was almost a whisper as he tried to place a comforting hand on the blonde. But that only caused the other boy to let out a sob. I don't deserve you, Izuku. I never have. I always told myself I was protecting you, 'cause you were gonna get yourself killed with all that hero talk. Tough love is what my mom always called it. But really, I was afraid. Bakugo moved away so Izuku wasn't touching him anymore as he sat on his bed and buried his face in his hands. It didn't help though, because Izuku was right there. Izuku with that smile and the need to help others. Izuku who was self-sacrificial to the point that he was willing to let the class essentially torture him if it meant it would help. He'd never met someone so selfless and caring. Someone who still sang his praises even after he'd made his life a living hell for a decade. No, he didn't deserve Izuku, but the boy sure as hell deserved to hear his apology. I think deep down I always knew you were better than me. I always thought you were looking down on me because I felt I couldn't measure up. You never cared if you had a quirk or not. You just wanted to help people, not because you wanted to be number one, but because you're just that damn good of a person. Kaken, I never looked down on you. I've always looked up to you. Izuku felt his own eyes prickling with tears. I know, damn it. Bakugo balled his hands into fists, failing miserably to stop his own tears. But still, some version of me managed to break you to the point you didn't smile anymore. You didn't want to be a hero. And it took getting the sheet beat out of me, and my quirk stolen to realize how wrong I was, how wrong I always was. You were never worthless, Izuku, and I'm sorry I ever made you feel like you were. You're a great hero, Izuku. Kaken. Izuku rubbed his eyes. It was a lot hearing that from his childhood friend. Things he thought he'd never hear, decided a long time ago he didn't need to hear. It was overwhelming a bit, but he reached out and pulled Bakugo into a hug, surprised when it was returned. I forgave you a long time ago. I tried to convince myself you had to have a good reason for what you were doing. You'd been the only friend I had, and I guess it was just how I cooped that, and I didn't want to tell my mom that we weren't friends. But I guess deep down I'm glad to know you were really trying to protect me in your own way. I still don't understand why you stuck around, why you still bother with me at all, why you didn't tell your mom, 'cause she'd have told mine and I'd have been dead. Bakugo replied as he had his head buried in Izuku's shoulder. But I'm grateful I still have a shot to be a good friend to you, the friend I always should have been. Izuku's inner child jumped for joy. This was all he'd really wanted, to be Kaken's friend, to have the other boy respect him and look at him with something other than disgust or hostility. And now that he had it, he barely knew what to do. As the two childhood friends sat together, they needed a new path forward, but this was a good place to start. Hero present. Amajiki stood restlessly outside the cat cafe where he'd run into Shinsu the other day. He had a duffel bag in one hand and a backpack slung over his shoulder. Mirio was out on his internship right now, not due back until later that evening. By then the boy in question would be long gone. This was the first thing in a long time that they hadn't seen eye to eye on. Even as the overwhelming proof mounted that the Hero Commission was just legal corruption, Mirio had insisted on doing things the right way, which had sounded like taking the exact path that had gotten him killed before. In the end, he didn't care if Mirio hated him, as much as his heart ached at the idea. He just needed Mirio to be okay. He needed Mirio to live. He held out hope that one day his oldest friend would understand why he made this choice, that they'd be able to reconcile. But his son had to live for that to be an option, and this was the only way he saw towards that path. So with a deep breath, he walked in to the cafe as his eyes scanned, and then locked onto a now familiar head of lavender hair. Shinsu almost seemed surprised to see him, before what could pass as a smile on the other boy's face graced his features. Even after I got your message, I wasn't sure you'd come. He spoke before taking a sip of what Amajiki assumed was black coffee. It was hard. I hate leaving him behind, but I don't feel like I have a choice. But please, answer me this, since it's just the two of us right now. Do you really believe them? That what they say is true? That they just want to make our world better? He asked, the hesitation clear in his voice. I do. Shinsu nodded with a sigh. At first I was angry. Everyone in my life told me all I would ever amount to was a villain with my quirk. And here a group of villains was asking me to join them. I resisted on principle, running on pure spite. He took a deep breath. But then I stopped fighting and started listening. I learned their story. Deep down I'd already known the truth behind what they were saying, but it was still hard to accept. But once I did, everything became clear. I don't doubt my decision, and you shouldn't doubt yours. All right. Amajiki nodded as he closed his eyes. Let's get this over with before I get too nervous. Are you okay with me using my quirk on you again? Shinsu asked, looking at the other boy. Yes. He spoke with a bit more confidence as his mind went blank. Soon he would officially be a part of the League of Villains, praying Mirio would understand. Villain passed. Shigaraki and Shouto sat in the hotel room, as Shigaraki pored over search results on his laptop, trying to find any sign of Izuku, anything from villain attacks to police reports. But his frustration grew as he couldn't find any trace of the boy he'd come to think of as a brother. Shouto's pacing didn't help either. He'd called Izuku at least 30 times, and they'd all gone straight to voicemail. It had been 24 hours, and Shouto was beginning to fear they'd never find him at all. When Shigaraki's phone rang, the boy stopped and stared before he nervously grabbed it, almost dropping it in the process. Mr. Compress's contact information flashed across the screen. He almost cursed, hoping it was Izuku, but there was no reason for him to call Shigaraki and not Shouto. I hope you have good news, Marbles. Shigaraki snapped before putting it on speaker, mostly so Shouto wouldn't hover over his shoulder. I am afraid not. Mr. Compress sighed. I've managed to keep tabs on the security footage. Midoriya has returned to his father. It felt like the ice from his quirk had filed his veins as the words washed over him. They both knew this would be a possibility. Izuku had no reason not to return there. They'd had no way to warn him. Shouto turned and kicked the door. This was not what he needed to hear. Thank you, Shigaraki stated before hanging up the phone and looking to his companion. We better get the F over there now. Shouto nodded, let's go, before darting out the door. Villain passed. Izuku wasn't sure where he was, as he sat in a dark void. He'd found such things comforting since he got his quirk. He felt warm and at ease, like everything he'd ever worried about no longer mattered. Hi's consciousness flickered here and there as the shadows coiled around him. They would keep him safe from the relentless assault he could feel on the other side. He could stay here forever. No more pain, no more tears, nor more anything. It's not like he could remember why staying here was a bad idea. Villain present. Izuku smiled, taking in a deep breath. He'd found it. He'd found the one he'd used to make Bakugo suffer. She wasn't a loved one purse, but he wasn't sure that would have had any effect on the blonde to begin with. But she was useful to him. She was the one who'd given him back some facsimile of his quirk. He respected her and thought of her as a friend. He'd had no particular attachment to Mei Hatsum at all, really. Izuku had never had any real interactions with the girl. Unlike most of the people he'd dealt with, he found he was mostly neutral. She had been helpful to the heroes, to the resistance of his world, but she'd never personally caused him any pain. He almost felt sorry for what he was planning. Almost. But then he had chosen to watch Katsuki Bakugo a bit more, make sure his choice was the right one. Izuku couldn't bring himself to harm Kirishima, and this alternate version of himself and Shouto were also out. He could target one of the Deku Squad otherwise. Mina Ashido had given him a rough time at one point, but he didn't seem to be particularly close, and Denki Kaminari had also been off his list. Honestly, he didn't really like the idea of targeting any of the students. But Bakugo had to pay. It was during this last bit of observation that he watched Bakugo approach his other self. He was happy to see Shouto's protectiveness. Heartwarming as always to know they were together no matter what. But what he saw next he wasn't prepared for. Hi's Bakugo had always shouted apologies at him, but Izuku had never believed them. They'd always struck him as shallow, from a boy who was afraid of the monster he'd unleashed, too little too late, and born out of a need for self-preservation. The apology he heard spilled forth from this version of Katsuki Bakugo, however, was anything but that. It was heartfelt and full of confessions of his own faults and feelings. No excuses, besides the flimsy explanation of trying to protect him, his had uttered. And he admitted his mistakes, he owned up to him. He had nothing to gain from the words he was saying, but he said them anyway. Izuku felt something in him shift as he watched the two hug at the end, and he ripped himself away, collapsing to the floor of his room, tears in his eyes as a concerned Shouto hovered over him. His ears were ringing as he let out a strangled cry. Villain present. It had been a long time since Shouto had seen Izuku actually cry. He'd been more prone to it when he was younger, before loss had become a fixture in his life, numbness replacing grief when an ally or close friend had fallen in battle. It was one of the reasons Izuku had stopped letting people in after a bit. Waitamura and Himiko were family, but Kirishima, Shinsu, and Amajiki were not. Losing more family was something they could not and would not let happen again. But now he had a bawling mess of green in his lap, and someone who more closely resembled the timid Izuku he'd met all those years ago than the battle-hardened charismatic figure he'd come to love and rely on. Truth be told, Shouto had been afraid of this. Of everything, Katsuki Bakugo had always been his weakness, his obsession. A hate-driven fuel that guided his actions. A blind spot in a normally analytical and logically brilliant mind. He was a pillar of corruption he'd upheld in all his years of fighting. Even if people couldn't be swayed by All Might's failings, the story of Izuku's past with the blonde-haired bully had moved their hearts. Shouto had never paid it much mind. Katsuki's Bakugo was long dead and gone in their homeworld ... But here he was alive. And as much as Izuku strove to protect those he cared about, he also had been driven to an almost fanatical level when it had come to his former adversary. A desire to make him truly pay. Despite how Izuku wished to frame it, Shouto knew this was a story about personal vengeance. And at first, he thought the other man deserved it. Deserved a chance to make Bakugo feel like he had. But Izuku had seemingly forgotten one thing in his elaborate plan to break Bakugo and bring him to his knees. Himself, and his ability to bring out the best in everyone. In this world, Katsuki Bakugo and Izuku Midoriya were not enemies. In fact, Shouto would almost call them friends. Which meant that he fell into this world's Izuku's protective sphere. And it had driven the man in his arms mad with grief. Deep down there was still a little boy inside the powerful Akumu who wanted to know why he had been cast aside. Why he had been labeled as broken. Why he had never been good enough. Deep down there was a little boy who desperately wanted his childhood friend's acceptance. Why was this Izuku different? Why was this Izuku better? Where had he gone wrong? Shouto knew about the conversation he'd had with his other self. Knew that the boy had managed to resist the urge to commit suicide. There were things he wanted to ask this Izuku himself, but right now he needed to take care of his Izuku. Love. Shouto's voice was soft and kind, something many people thought impossible, as he tilted Izuku's face up to stare into tear-swollen green eyes. I've told you before, and I'll tell you again, there is nothing wrong with you. This world's Izuku's path may have been different, but that doesn't mean yours was wrong. He has his family and you have yours. You both want to protect those closest to you from the worst parts of the world. You're my Izuku, and I love you. I'm saying this out of that love. The truth is you're not hurting this Katsuki Bakugo with your pursuit of him, you're hurting yourself. It's time to let him go. We can still shape this world together like we promised. But you need to focus on what you do have, not what you don't. Your daughter, your brother, Himiko, and the others. They're all here. They're all still alive. You've managed to make them care about you again in such a short time. You're an amazing person, Izuku, who changes everyone you meet for the better. Don't ever lose sight of that. The fact that this version of you even managed to make him a better person isn't surprising. Izuku whimpered in his arms as he let out another cry. I just ... was I wrong? He shook as he clung to Shouto. I never thought he'd change. I always thought what he was saying was so hollow ... but did he mean it? If I'd taken his hand, talked to him, could I have maybe? Shouto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I can't answer that for sure, but you've done some amazing things, things I never thought possible. You got Kirishima to join us for one even after Bakugo's death. It's possible, but it's also not worth dwelling on. Bakugo chose the path that led to his death. Izuku felt the other's fingers thread into his hair as he began to settle down. All right, he dried his eyes a bit. I'll give this one a chance. But if he hurts anyone, I will end him. A bit of the venom in his voice dripped through, but Shouto refused to comment on it, counting his blessings he'd finally managed to make some kind of breakthrough on the subject. Hero present. Kirishima stood out in the common area. He was a bit nervous as he ran a hand through his hair, taking a deep breath. I talked to my parents and if it's okay, I'd like to stay here at the dorms with you, and invite them here for Christmas too. I know Midoriya and Todoroki are gonna be here with you, but there you know. He kinda gestured with his hands. You want to keep me company over the winter break? Bakugo looked at his boyfriend. He wasn't used to the emotions he felt rising up, and the urge to reassure Kirishima that he'd be fine and that he should go spend time with his family while he could was on the tip of his tongue. But the look on the other's face caused the words to die in his throat. Instead, he let a small smirkish smile rest on his lips. Well, if you really can't spend that long without me, who am I to say no? That seemed to be the right answer as Kirishima grew brighter than the lights the girls had hung around the dorms. He would never admit it, but he loved seeing that joy on the other boy's face, doubly so if he was the one that put it there. Great. It will be a lot of fun, you'll see. Bakugo let his mouth fall into even more of a smirk as he leaned in to whisper in his boyfriend's ear. Maybe they'll let us share a room like the nerd and his boyfriend, then leaned back to enjoy the sight of Ijiro's face turning the same color as his hair. I don't, Mr. Aizawa. Kirishima started before he let out a bit of a squeak. Bakugo just let out a laugh that shook his whole body. You're cute when you're flustered. Kirishima just buried his face in his hands. One of these days he'd figure out a way to get back at his boyfriend, but he had to admit he liked this more open version of him. Villain passed. Shouto and Shigaraki stormed into the lab. Twice had met them along the way. For once both sides were in agreement over their anger at Toga's death and All for One's involvement, arguing over the best way to kill him fast or slow. I tell you, we cut all his entrails out. He's got some kind of regeneration quirk for sure. We can play it out for ages. Twice declared with enthusiasm before following up with the deadpan reply. He's too smart for that stupid. Kill him and get it over with before he can escape. If they had a better presence of mind, they'd have been concerned about the lack of resistance they found. It wasn't until they came face to face with a purple smoke that they stopped in their tracks. Master has been expecting you, Kirigiri stated with a bow. Shigaraki could barely look at the Namu. He knew this would happen, but he'd been taken care of by him for so long it still hurt. Get out of my way, I don't care who you are. I'll still turn you to dust if you get between us and Izuku, he stated, his voice hiding how much he was shaking. That's quite all right, Kirigiri. There isn't much they can do now. Shigaraki's heart sank as the voice reached his ears. He couldn't look at him, but he did look at Shouto, who stood frozen in shock as if his whole world had shattered, and in reality it had. Izuku was standing in front of them, in a three-piece suite, hair slicked down, green eyes replaced with red. Really, I don't need either of you anymore. Consider this a professional courtesy, I suppose. Allowing you to say thank you, Tamura, to my real son. He took your place after all. It was Izuku's voice, but it wasn't, as he stood there adjusting the gloves on his hands. Best be quick, though. I won't be letting you leave here alive after all. You bastard, Tamura screamed with tears in his eyes. He moved to lash out at him, only to be stopped by a hand on the back of his shirt. Don't. Shouto's voice was almost a whimper. You'll hurt Izuku. It's quaint, I suppose, that you think you can hurt me. Or that you think there is something of that boy left to save. But I suppose you're only human after all. And this is quite a shock. All for One's smile graced Izuku's lips as a shiver went down Shouto's spine. Damnit, Tamura screamed. He knew Shouto was right. They had to hope that Izuku was still alive in there somewhere and he couldn't just disintegrate him. Well, it's time to say your goodbyes, All for One stated as he stared at them. Izuku really was a remarkable specimen. I didn't give myself enough credit, I suppose. He held out his hand as Black Rod shot forth, and it seemed almost like time froze. I'm ... so ... OORRY ... Kirigiri's broken voice spoke as if he was fighting something. Mass ... Tom, he grunted as a portal opened up behind Shigaraki, Shouto, and twice, in an instant, the three were gone. All for One turned to Kirigiri, red eyes flaring. You're going to regret that, Namu, he growled. Hero present. Shouto stared at the box Izuku was holding. What's ... that? He asked as he tilted his head. Christmas decorations, of course, Izuku declared as he sat the massive box down on the floor with a thud. Shouto continued to stare at him. He knew what Christmas was, they just never celebrated it at his home. According to his father, it was a frivolous American holiday. It had barely occurred to him that his classmates would until he'd come back to the dorm one day to find every inch of the place covered in green pine needles, lights, and red ribbon. Though he should have known Izuku would. Christmas was a big deal in America. And All Might loved America, and Izuku loved All Might. Okay, he replied, trying to show some kind of encouragement, nodding his head. I asked Kachin if he could call Aunt Mitsuki and get the decorations from home since ... Well ... He sighed a bit forlornly. Is this something you and your mom did? Shouto asked as he carefully looked inside the box Izuku had just opened, to find much of the same thing as he'd seen in the dorms earlier. Lots of green, red, gold, and silver. And lights, all the lights. Yeah, Izuku sighed as he gazed at the box as if he didn't know what to do. Dad worked a lot in America and he liked the holiday and sent a lot of this home. He closed his eyes as tears formed in them. Shouto looked at his boyfriend before moving to place an arm around him. They hadn't talked in depth about Izuku's father. It was clearly a very painful subject for him, trying to reconcile the man he'd known as a child and the man they now knew him to be. Honestly, he couldn't relate. He'd always known his father was a piece of shit. But if he'd found out something like this about his mother, Shouto knew his whole world would turn on its axis. Izuku slid to the floor. I keep thinking about it. I can't. He shuddered with his breath. He was such a good dad, you know. He wasn't always there, but he always showed me and Mom he loved us. He always sent me back presents. Never missed a call on a birthday or holiday if he wasn't home. I never. The boy cried. I can't help it. I still want to love him. I still want to hope they're wrong, or there's something I'm missing. Something everyone is missing. Mom and I were devastated when he died. We thought our world had ended. It was worse than finding out I was quirkless. He choked out, eyes still staring at the contents of the box. I know it sounds selfish, but I don't. I don't want to lose those happy memories of him. I can't let go of them. I don't think it's selfish, Shouto finally replied. And even if it is, I think you deserve the right to be a little selfish above anyone else. Izuku tore his eyes away from the box to look at his boyfriend, but Shouto held up a finger to Izuku's lips to stop him. No buts. I know this is difficult for you. It doesn't make you a bad person for loving the memory of your father. I wish I had the answers you need, but there is only one person who has them and I don't think you're getting them from him. I don't know what it's like to have a loving father, but I do know what it's like to have those burning questions that you'll never get a true answer to. There are a lot of things I wish I could have asked my old man that I'll never get the chance to. Izuku looked back down at the box and sighed. I'm sorry, Don't be sorry, Izuku. Not for sharing how you feel with me, Shouto replied, squeezing his boyfriend tight before tilting his head back up to look at him. You're the one that taught me how to feel. That this is okay, right? So why would it not be okay for you? He asked, searching for the answer in the other boy's eyes. Izuku smiled slightly at him and nodded. You're right. I just don't want to burden you. Izuku, if I'm not a burden to you, you're not a burden to me. I may be new to this, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works, right? He asked, offering his own smile. You always have been smart and a quick learner, Izuku answered before stealing a quick kiss. I don't know what to think about my dad right now, but I do know what I think about you. And I want to make more memories with this box that are happy and not confusing. So help me decorate. I can try. But we never really celebrated Christmas, so you'll have to show me what to do. Shouto explained. Well then, Izuku took Shouto's hands in his before standing, offering him a bright smile. I guess it's time I taught you something else. Villain present. Koga stared up at Amajiki with stars in her eyes. Like many times before, she was simply smitten. So your quirk, you eat things and then they become a part of you. She was bouncing up and down giddy like a schoolgirl. Amajiki back away, not from fear of the woman, but from the desire to get away from the attention he was receiving. He'd specifically asked not to be given an introduction to the rest of the group, opting instead to meet them individually as needed. But then this manic ball of blonde had singled him out not even 24 hours into his stay at the safe house. Yes, he answered hesitantly. Instantly, Toga's eyes lit up further at the confirmation as the girl squealed with delight. You're just like me, she declared before hugging him. I can drink someone's blood and then I turn to them. We're practically the same, she declared before pulling out a camera and taking a picture of the two of them. Her with a grin and Amajiki with a bewildered expression. We're practically twins, she declared before launching into her questions. Have you ever tried to drink blood? What do you think would happen? Do you think you could copy someone's quirk if you tried? Do you want to try blood if you haven't? Amajiki stared at her wide-eyed, not sure how to respond. I don't think I want to try human blood ... but thank you, he stated, confusion lacing his voice. That's okay, that's kind of my thing anyway, Toga replied, seemingly undeterred. But we should find you some cool foods to try, before pulling him towards the kitchen. You said no human blood. Are you open to say different types of animal blood? I've always wanted a reason to try making blood pudding. Villain passed. Tamura was shaking as he fell out of Kirigiri's portal. He wasn't sure what he was expecting when he opened his eyes. But to be in the chamber where all for one's body was kept was not it. He stood up and stared at the tube as the man inside hung motionless. He wasn't quite sure why his caretaker had sent them here, but he wanted to believe there was something in the Namu that actually cared about him. Shouto stood, as Twice was already poking around the lab. They didn't have much time. All for One and Izuku's would be here quickly, doubly so if the man could use his son's quick. Their only hope was he didn't know they were here, and judging by the unresponsiveness of the body in front of them, he didn't. We should kill him, Twice stated as he picked up a fire axe and paused before dropping the thing to the ground with a clang. If we try, we're dead. Shouto looked at Twice and took the axe. I don't see the problem, he responded before swinging at the axe, only for a black Inkai tendril to wrap around him. The axe once more clattering to the ground. I don't know what that Namu thought to achieve sending you here. Izuku's voice echoed through the room as he squeezed Ad. Shouto cried out in pain. But all he's done is prolong your death. Izuku, damn it, I know you're in there. Tamura shouted. You can't let him hurt Shouto like that, can you? Fight the bastard. All for One just glanced at Tamura and shot out a tendril at him. Though somehow he managed to dodge, it was clear that the man didn't have the same kind of control on the quirk that his son did. But Shigaraki was also quick to notice that he was trying to put space between him and his original body with every swipe that came at him. Thinking fast, as blood began to drip from Shouto's mouth, Tamura grabbed a pipe in his hands, disintegrating enough to rip it away from the wall, leaving himself a jagged 3 feet long piece of metal in his hands. Yeah, well, old man, you obviously still need your body. He smirked as he dodged another tendril, rolling towards it. That thing is useless to me now. Izuku's voice replied through the tone, and the snarl of his lips told Tamura everything he really needed to know. Then you won't mind if I do this. With that, Tamura shoved the pipe through the glass and straight through All for One's chest. For good measure, he was reaching through the broken glass to disintegrate the body when a tendril wrapped around him. Shouto had been forgotten, fallen to the floor. Twice was at his side, spurred to action as he tried to get the injured boy away from the fighting. "I will kill you." It was haunting to hear the words from Izuku's lips, but as he was wrapped in darkness, Tamura felt at peace for maybe the first time in his life. He was never meant to be a hero, but if he could die saving someone he cared about, then he'd take it. The light returned to Izuku's eyes just in time to see his brother's lifeless body fall to the floor bloody and broken, and he screamed, gripping his head, collapsing to his knees as the world came back to him. Hero present. Izuku sat in the common room, curled up on the couch with Shouto, hot chocolate clutched in his hands. On the couch next to them were Kirishima and Bakugo in a similar position. On the TV was an old All Might move based on his time in America. Izuku had to admit it was strange seeing the blonde so open with his affection. Kirishima's head was tucked up under the other's chin, as strong arms held him close. It was something Izuku had never believed possible before. Of course, back before he started UA, he never imagined he'd ended up with someone like Shouto. The content atmosphere was broken, as Kaminari and Uraraka came walking back into the common room, bags in hand and worried looks on their faces. "I thought you guys went home hours ago," Izuku stated as 4 sets of eyes landed on the pair. "We did ... or we tried to anyway," Uraraka explained with a quiet tone and downcast eyes. Right before Mina walked into the room. "You guys too, huh?" the pink girl asked, but she lacked her usual enthusiasm as she held her bag tight between both hands. "What's going on?" Kirishima as he pulled away from Bakugo a bit to focus on his classmates. I was on my way home, but I got a call from my mom." Kaminari rubbed the back of his head. "I was waiting on my dad to pick me up, but he ran late," Uraraka added. "I made it home, but my dad brought me back as soon as the news broke." Mina sulked as she threw herself in the chair. "Why?" Bakugo asked as his eyes narrowed. The three who had just returned shared a look, before Mina leaned over and grabbed the remote, switching the movie to the local news. Images of a building up in flames appeared on the screen. The title at the bottom of the image reading LOV Attacks Hero Commission. Izuku stretched. He was rather looking forward to this bit. In his time, taking down the Hero Commission had been a slow process. He had thought the place invulnerable like many in this world. It was only after it had crumbled that he learned how weak it actually was. A sort of smoke and mirrors making the organization out to be more than it was. Shouto, himself, Dabi, Amajiki and Toga, and Shinsu would be all they needed. He was glad the boy had agreed to aid them with his quirk. It made certain bits of his plan much easier. With Toga's ability to copy people and Shinsu's brainwashing, they would easily bypass all the exterior protection. The place was surprisingly light on security. But why spend the money when you've convinced the whole world you're impenetrable? Propaganda worked, and the commission was proof enough for that. Once inside, they'd kill the hierarchy, sparing the rank and file who were only doing this to provide for their families, take the records, the proof they needed to show the world what the commission really was, and burn the rest to the ground. "Ready?" he asked with a grin on his face as he looked at those around him. Shouto nodded, before sliding on his helmet, as Dabi uncrossed his arms. "So you think the chicken ratted us out?" "No," Izuku replied, "and even if he did, it hardly matters." "Well, I can't wait," Toga replied, holding a vial of blood tightly in her hands. "That's one of us," Shinsu replied, trying to steel his nerves. Izuku reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You can back out still." "No," the boy shook his head. "You've done a lot for me. You've helped me be myself. I'm going to do this. The commission needs to go, there isn't a doubt in my mind. For Mirio to live, the commission must fall," Amajiki stated as he curled his hand into a fist. "If that means I'm a villain now, then so be it." Akumu adjusted his mask and cowl. It was time to force some real change. It was time to take down the Hero Commission. The shadows wrapped around his body expanded, encompassing the entire group, before moments later they were gone. Hero present. Hawk sat on his couch looking at the screen. He could barely believe it. He knew that this Akumu had told him that he planned to take down the Hero Commission, but he hadn't believed it would happen so soon. He hadn't believed he could really do it. Guilt filled him at first. He had known the attack was coming and had done nothing about it. But the guilt was quickly replaced with relief. The Hero Commission was gone. 5 of the 6 board members were already confirmed dead. Part of him kept waiting for his phone to ring, for him to get word that the reports were wrong and the commission had escaped and he'd be expected to help take down the villains responsible. But that call never came. After about an hour, he grabbed his phone and called his contact number. The line was dead, cut, severed, just like the strings. Akumu had fulfilled his promise. Hawks was free. He could make his own decisions. He could live how he wanted. He had to thank him. Tears filled his eyes. He was still angry over Endeavor's death, still agonized trying to reconcile his personal hero with the man Todoroki had actually been. In the end, he only had one real choice. Akumu and the League of Villains were going to reshape this world, already had reshaped this world. And they were going to do it with or without him. At least with him in their ranks, he'd be able to help influence their direction. and step in if needed. If he even could stop the people who had managed to kill All Might and Endeavor and destroy the Hero Commission, all as if it was mere child's play. Midoriya sat with her as she often found herself doing. The girl was an absolute joy and reminded her so much of her Izuku when he was a child. She was full of light, something given her background the woman thought had been impossible. Eri was inquisitive and bright, and right now Inko was taking the time to teach her about the upcoming holiday. Her heart ached, knowing in the past she'd be decorating with her son about now, baking cookies and making a shopping list. None of that she'd be able to do this year, but she could at least share the joy of the seasons with this beautiful little girl who deserved the world. Because despite her circumstances, Inko would die before she let Eri feel like a burden or unwanted. She was recounting the tale of Frosty the Snowman as the girl's eyes shone with wonder when she heard footsteps. They weren't uncommon. This Izuku and his Shouto would often come up to visit with her and Eri, so she paid it no mind. It was until the looming figure of Tamura Shigaraki came into view did she stop and looked up at him with uncertainty in her eyes. "Hello," she spoke softly, instinctively moving to put herself between the man and Eri. Tamura just smiled at her. "After all the stories, I figured I'd take the time to come see you myself. Since Izuku is out, I'm left to look after you and the kid," he explained. Inko was shaking slightly. She remembered hearing about this villain from her son. "You're the real deal, huh?" Tamura asked, raising his hands to show her his gloved hands. "A real mom. You think I'm a threat and know I could kill you in an instant if I wanted, but you'd still protect that girl with your life." Inko was scared as she looked at him. "Don't worry, I wouldn't hurt you. Izuku would kill me. Besides, you're nothing like the scumbags most of us around here had for parents. You wouldn't abandon or abuse your own child," Tamura offered before walking past her, as Eri clung to her legs. "Your parents?" Inko asked with wide eyes as her demeanor shifted. "I heard about poor Shouto's home life. I can't imagine a parent treating a child like that. It hurts my heart, and he's such a sweet boy." "Hey, I'm not here for a therapy session," Tamura muttered before sitting down. "Consider it an oddity for me. I was curious what you were like, and it's not like I got anything else to do. With Akumu running the shots, I've barely been sent on anything more dangerous than a grocery run." "Well, I was just teaching Eri about Christmas." Inko stroked the girl's hair, who was starting to relax. "You can join us if you like." Tamura leaned back a bit. "Sure, like I said, I ain't got anything better to do. I'm supposed to be keeping an eye on you too, but this safe house is a bit too safe if you know what I mean." "All right." Inko returned to her seat, and Eri followed, climbing on the woman's lap. "Now where were we?" She pulled the book open. Frosty the Snowman was a jolly happy soul, with a corncob pipe and a button nose and 2 eyes made out of coal. Hero present. Mirio sat alone in his dorm room. He'd slid to the floor as he held a note in his hand. In the background, he could hear the reports coming in from the attack on the Hero Commission. Tears stained the paper in his hands, and confirmation that Tamaki had left him for the League of Villains. The note had tried to explain his best friend's feelings, the same sentiments they'd gone round and round over. Still, he'd never thought he'd actually do it, that he'd give up being a hero on the word of a villain, that Mirio's life was in danger if he didn't. Right now he wanted more than anything for the other boy to walk through his door and tell him that it had been a joke, or a misunderstanding, or that boy with the brainwashing quirk had forced him to do it. He wanted to wrap his arms around Amajiki and tell him it was all right. He wanted to know he was safe. "You idiot," he choked out between his tears. "My life isn't worth this." Hero present. Aizawa walked into the dorm's common room. As the eyes gathered around the television stared up at him, they'd been joined by Tsu, Shiro, and Takoyami. The rest of their class they'd at least made contact with for now and knew they were safe. A national lockdown has been put in place by the Prime Minister and his cabinet. That means no one is to leave their residence unless it's an emergency. The bags under Aizawa's eyes looked heavier as the eternal exhaustion that seemed to follow the man around became more prominent in his demeanor as he spoke slower and seemed to sway slightly on his feet. "I believe you all understand the gravity of the situation. That being said, UA functions independently from Hero Association. Nedzu has been in contact with your and your classmates' families. For the time being, you are to remain at UA. That being said, we cannot guarantee your safety on UA grounds." Most of the class looked up at him, startled and horrified at the thought as he held up his hands to calm them. "We know that the villain Akumu can infiltrate UA. He's done so before. It seems the one thing keeping him from acting boldly is Nedzu himself. Therefore your class, given your association with Midoriya, Todoroki, and Bakugo, who have all been known targets of the villains before, will be moved to a facility specially designed by Nedzu. I know you're all heroes in training and want to help, want to fight, but right now you are my students and I will do what it takes to keep you safe. Is that understood?" His voice raised at the end and left a deafening silence in its wake. Uraraka was the first to speak though, not even beginning to hide the fear in her voice. What about our families? Netsu has authorized UAS use as an emergency shelter for civilians. Your families specifically will be offered the use of your vacated dorms for now with special protections put in place. Aizawa explained as he crossed his arms. Things are really that bad, huh? Mina asked as her shoulders sank. The darkness doth encroach upon us, Takoyami replied. Izuku looked down. All this sitting around has been wearing him down. He was supposed to be a hero. He was supposed to protect people. Now they wanted him to go and hide. That's all he'd been doing since this Akumu showed up, and it had gotten them nowhere. If Akumu really was him, maybe he could reason with him. There had to be something he could do. Besides, many of his friends were being put into this position because of him. If he was such a big target, wouldn't they be safer if he wasn't around? He glanced up at Shouto and took a deep breath. He wouldn't risk taking Bakugo with him, but Shouto. Akumu had already said once he'd never hurt him, and now Izuku believed it. He wouldn't do this alone. Go pack your essentials and meet me back down here in 30 minutes, Aizawa instructed as he crossed his arms. The class nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave, Aizawa's gaze lingering on Izuku's back as he headed up the stairs. Villain present. Well done. Akumu smiled as he leaned against the wall of a building. His team staring off at the sky turned red with flames. The hero commission was gone in every sense of the word. Toga sat on the side of the building swinging her legs as she stared at the skyline as Shouto walked up to lean against the railing she was sitting on. Dabi stood not far from the group but enjoying their victory just the same. Amajiki, however, stood flipping through a folder as Shinsu stood looking over his shoulder. I can't believe they had a file on him already. He swallowed reading through Mirio's portfolio. The commission had files on everyone they granted licenses for. How loyal they thought they were and how best to take them down if they went rogue. Akumu pulled his eyes away from the fire to look at Amajiki. He closed his eyes. When you told me I had to be sure, but having the proof in hand that they thought he was a possible threat, it's because Mirio's loyalty is to the people and not to the commission. Akumu nodded before placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. That also means I believe he'll forgive and understand why you did what you did. I hope so. Amajiki sighed as he closed his eyes and held the file close to his chest. I really do. When we get back, I'll disseminate the files we recovered through the same channels we used to get the information on Endeavor out. Everyone will know what the commission really stood for, Shouto stated as he removed his helmet. This world's future is looking bright. Izuku smiled as he gazed back at the orange fire-kissed sky. Villain passed. Shouto coughed as his consciousness flickered. He hurt everywhere, more than he ever had after one of his father's training sessions. He had to strain to move and it hurt to breathe, leaving him almost certain that he'd broken at least one rib if not many. He could taste the blood in his mouth as he forced his eyes open, the blurry image of Twice bent over him. He struggled to remember why he was here on this cold stone floor, as the fluorescent lights overhead caused him to shut his eyes once more. Twice was trying to speak to him. He could hear him, but it was as if Shouto was underwater, unable to make out the sounds. Nothing but a ringing in his ears. The position he was in was hardly comfortable, but he still found all he wanted to do was sleep. Maybe if he slept the pain would go away. But there was something nagging him in the back of his mind telling him he couldn't sleep. There was something important he was supposed to be doing. He'd been with Tamura. Why had he been with Tamura? He didn't like Tamura. The boy always seemed to act super possessive over Izuku and Izuku. That's why he couldn't sleep. He was here with Tamura to save Izuku. Pain laced through him as he tried to force himself up. Twice tried to keep him down. But through sheer force of will, he staggered to his feet. Izuku needed him. He had to save him. Shouto stumbled forward, clinging to the doorway. Twice had just pulled him out. The first thing he saw was Tamura's crumpled body on the floor next to the shattered glass tube that held All for One's lifeless form. In the center of the room, however, was a ball of shadows swirling almost out of control. Izuku, Shouto screamed as he pushed through his pain, reaching through the black mass that almost seemed to part for him before he touched something solid. In an instant, the shadows fell away as Izuku looked at him. Shouto, he could see him mouth before the other clung to him as if his life depended on it. Together they slid to the floor as Izuku shook through his tears. Hero present. Once in their room, Izuku turned to Shouto with determination on his face. We can't go. His boyfriend didn't seem to miss a beat as he continued to shove things into his duffel bag. I'm honestly surprised it took you this long. I'm just glad you're smart enough not to try and leave me behind. So you agree with me? Izuku asked, surprised. He'd expected a bit more of a fight. Whether I agree with you is irrelevant. You're going to go. I can't stop you, so I'm going with you. Arguing about it would be pointless and waste the time we have to prepare, Shouto replied, and Izuku looked at him a bit bewildered. Not sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing his boyfriend was so pragmatic. Izuku set off grabbing things around his room, making sure to grab the energy bars and other food they had stashed. Thankfully, they'd had their hero costumes on hand. not turning them in after their last practical. He briefly thought about leaving a note, but he wasn't sure what he'd say. The last thing he grabbed were the notes All Might had left him on One for All. Soon they were ready to go, and Izuku stood at the balcony door, taking one last look at the room that he'd shared with Shouto, the room that had become his home. He was surprised, however, to see Black and Orange standing on his balcony. "Effing took you long enough, nerd," Bakugo replied as he slung his bag over his shoulder. "Kakin, what are you doing here?" Izuku tried to keep his voice down as he let out a surprised squeak. "You're going to deal with that Akumu bastard, right?" "I'm coming with you," he stated as he hopped up on the ledge of the balcony. "But you can't. He hates you. He's already done so much to you. I can't let you get hurt," Izuku pleaded. Bakugo just scoffed. "Not like he can take my quirk twice. And besides, with my new gear, I can kick his ass, especially if he's not acting like a shifty bastard. We'd know he's coming. Anyway, Aizawa specifically said Todoroki and I weren't allowed to let you go off alone. He didn't say anything about us going with you." He smirked. Izuku just stared at him for a moment as Shouto walked past him, hopping up on the balcony ledge to join Bakugo. "We'd better go. Aizawa is going to come looking for us soon." Izuku stammered. "Your boyfriend's right, we better get out of here now." Bakugo hopped down off the ledge as Shouto followed him. Izuku just sighed as he leaped down, following the other two who had already headed for the woods. Villain present. Hawk stood in the LOV's safe house. It hadn't been anything like he'd imaged it to be. A rustic farmhouse in the countryside was not where one expected to find the most dangerous villains in all of Japan. He supposed that was exactly what made it the best hideout. Akumu stood in front of him, the villain Dabi off to the side, though he seemed to be avoiding Hawk's gaze. He recognized a few others: Backdraft, the one who had claimed to be Shouto Todoroki, and the villain known as Twice who could duplicate himself. There were other members he knew, especially those kids from UA who had filed some of the headlines. He supposed soon his name would likely replace theirs, but that was all right. He'd rather take the heat from the media anyway than let a couple of kids suffer through it. "I'm pleased," Akumu stated as he smiled at Hawks. "You kept your end of the deal. The commission had no idea we were coming. It was in my personal interest to let them fall after all." Hawks just shrugged. It was time to drop the act. There wasn't a reason to keep it up any longer. He wasn't pretending to infiltrate the LOV. He was really joining them. Akumu nodded. "Still, I know how that sense of virtue can be, but you've done the right thing and earned the return of your quirk." With that, the shadow user held his out, allowing the flow of energy to cycle between the two. Within an instant, Hawks could feel the familiar weight of his wings burst forth from his back as a flurry of red feathers shot out around them. He almost collapsed from the feeling as he took in a deep breath. It was like someone had righted his world. And really, Akumu had. Even if he had been the one to throw it off balance in the first place, he still felt grateful as he could resist a tear rolling down his cheek. He hadn't realized how much he missed his quirk until it was back. He felt whole once more and stretched them out, craving when he could hit the skies once more. "Thank you," were his earnest words of gratitude. "You're welcome. I'm sorry I had to take them from you, to begin with, but it was necessary for you to see the truth of the world," Akumu replied, placing a hand on the man's shoulder. "Welcome to your new home." Hero passed. All for One, better known in this life as Hisashi Midoriya, stood in his living room holding his 4-year-old son Izuku in his arms. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He'd only married Inko because she'd had strong genes. Even if her own quirk was quite weak, she came from a history of powerful yet unassuming quirks. He wasn't supposed to care. He wasn't supposed to get attached. He wasn't supposed to fall in love. Yet as the boy wrapped his arms around him and told him about his day playing superheroes with his best friend, Hisashi found that he didn't want to leave. He'd done this at least 7 times before, found a woman to produce him a child or two, who quirks he'd steal as soon as they developed. And in fact, he'd already taken young Izuku's just a month prior. As soon as it manifested, the boy would never know. Living a life of quirklessness, he should have left after that. But he couldn't. It would be dangerous to stay in their lives. All Might would find him soon. Hisashi wondered how the boy in his arms would feel if he knew that his favorite hero would ultimately be the one to drive them apart as a family. Ultimately, there was only one thing he could do if he wanted to protect the only 2 people he'd cared about in over 2 centuries and still maintain his goal. Because even love wasn't enough to stop him in his pursuit. Hisashi Midoriya would have to get a job overseas. He could still support his wife and child. He could still stay in their lives, occasionally seeing them when it was safe. Hisashi Midoriya didn't have to die. Not yet. Line made up, he carried the small child into his bedroom, tucking him in for the evening, before placing a kiss on the boy's forehead. "Daddy loves you, my little Suzu." He smiled before turning out the light and leaving the room. 5 years later, after his battle with All Might, All for One laid in his bed recovering from the fight. He may not have died that day as the heroes believed, but he knew his time as Hisashi was over. He couldn't risk getting his family involved anymore, not if he truly loved them. When he heard the reports from the USJ incident, he barely believed it, and when the sports festival aired, not long after, his eyes were transfixed. It seemed fate really was out to get him. His own son, All Might's successor. His own son had won for all. Well, at least it's back in the family, was all he had to say before he closed his eyes, taking out a worn picture from his wallet and tearing it in two. Hero present. Damn it all. Aizawa slammed his fists down on the desk in Nezu's office. All of his students were safely in their new accommodations. All but 3. How did they make it past your security? Aizawa was furious. Furious at Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya. Furious at Nezu. Furious at All Might. And most of all, furious at himself. He knew that Midoriya was up to something and he hadn't stopped him. But in his defense, he never thought the kid would be this stupid. He really should have known better. UA is designed to keep people out, not keep them in. A school has never been designed as a prison. Nezu explained as if it made everything all right. We need to find them. We don't know what this villain will do if they catch them. Young Midoriya All Might was speaking in a panic as Aizawa cut him off. Frankly, it's Bakugo I'm most concerned about. The villains have made it clear in their intent not to harm the other two, but Bakugo was nearly beaten to death once before. This Izuku Midoriya has never overcome his childhood trauma. That being said, we do need to locate all 3 of them before it's too late. Mike sighed and crossed his arms. You need to sleep and let us handle it. How long has it been? 48 hours since you slept? 72. Aizawa grunted but didn't respond. He had no intention of sleeping while 3 of his most reckless students were out there somewhere trying to confront a villain on their own. Hazash is right, Shouto. Don't make me use my quirk on you. Midnight replied, though her usually sensual teasing tone was gone. I'm fine, Aizawa insisted. Let's worry about these kids. Right now I'm afraid we'll have to wait for them to make a mistake. The 3 apparently have done some research on how to go undetected. So far their phones seem to be disconnected, and they haven't made use of any form of electronic payment. I have a team monitoring them on the surveillance network all over the greater Tokyo area, or for any other identifying activity. Until the ping on one of those, or they are caught being out during the lockdown, I'm afraid there isn't much else we can do. Nezu spoke as he typed away at his computer. That being said, I have contacted Best Jeanist, who was serving as the #1 hero before the fall of the commission and has special permission to operate during quarantine. He took a liking to young Bakugo during their internship and agreed to keep an eye out for our wayward students. Please, shout asleep. Mike placed a hand on his friend's back. I know you're worried, but you're not going to help them if you fall over from exhaustion when they actually need you. He's right. We'll hold down the fort here and we'll wake you if anything important happens. Midnight interjected. Aizawa curled his hands into a fist but relented. Fine, I'll try and rest, but you know I won't sleep until they're safely back here. Come and let's get you to bed. Midnight insisted as she grabbed him by the arm and led him out of the room. Villain passed. Izuku stood wrapped in Shouto's arms as they watched the building that had been All for One's lab burn to the ground. Twice had left long ago, heading to let Mr. Compress know what had happened. Let him know it was only the 4 of them left. A bit of the light in the boy's green eyes had returned, but he was still in shock. In his mind, it hadn't been that long between Eri, Toga, and Tamura's deaths. Shouto had always envied Izuku's relationship with his father. All for One seemed so much more caring and doting than Endeavor ever could be. But to find out in the end the 2 men were so much alike. That Izuku's father had only wanted him as a tool to further his own goals. What had anything they'd done for the last year been for? Izuku, I hear sirens, we should go, Shouto whispered in the other boy's ear. Are you sure he's dead? Izuku asked with a weak voice. It killed Shouto to hear him sound so broken. Yes was the answer, even if he wasn't sure if Izuku was asking about Tamura or his father. Where will we go? It was a valid question, one Shouto didn't really have an answer for right now. Both the heroes and villains of this world had failed Izuku Midoriya. We can head to Mr. Compress's place for now, and rest, then talk it over. Shouto finally offered, burying his head in the green curls of his boyfriend's hair. Okay. And with that the familiar black tendrils surrounded them, whisking them away from the ashes falling at their feet. Hero present. Izuku really hadn't realized how bad it had gotten outside the walls of UA. It was jarring seeing the once vibrant city crumbling around them. Right now the streets were empty, but there was trash and broken glass everywhere. Many of the businesses had been boarded up. He could see the remains of burnt vehicles, and even some of the buildings around seemed to be damaged. Japan was at war. Izuku pulled his hoodie up as he, Shouto, and Bakugo pressed against a building in a semi-covered alleyway. Overhead, a helicopter flew, an attempt to enforce the lockdown, he was sure. So, where exactly are we going? Bakugo whispered, though it came out as an annoyed growl. I'm not sure. No one knows where their base is. Izuku replied. Really, nerd. The blonde wanted to scream. No one asked you to come along, Shouto interjected. Yeah, and if I didn't, you two would just go off and get yourself killed. He snapped back before pulling a map of the city out of his backpack and rolling it out on the ground. Alright, I thought you had an idea of where their base was, since you don't and we can't exactly access the internet right now. Freaking geniuses. He rolled his eyes before shoving a finger down on the map. We're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. But there is the tax office. It should have a listing of who owns every property in Japan. The best bet is to cross-reference who own the bar with ownership of other properties. How do you know this? Shouto eyed the other boy. I know it cause I'm not an idiot. He aggressively rolled the map up. That's a good idea, Kaken. With the lockdown, no one should be there. Izuku commented. We're really going to break into a government building? Shouto asked, raising an eyebrow. You got a better idea, icy hot. Bakugo glared at him as he crossed his arms. Actually, I might, Shouto replied, bringing a hand to his chin. Then spitted out. The blonde snapped. What are you thinking, Sho? Izuku asked, gazing at his boyfriend. We can't beat them in a head-to-head fight. These are adult versions of ourselves. And that shadow quirk Akumu has is extremely powerful, not to mention he has all for one's quirk. Our only chance really is to talk to them. Get them to see reason. Shouto sighed. I think you should talk to me and vice versa. If this version of me is anything like me, the only hope we have is he'll listen to you. So you want to go make friends? Bakugo rolled his eyes before kicking a can. And what about me? May I remind you I'm not their favorite person? Shouto held back the fact that he really wasn't his favorite person either. Again, no one invited you. I mean, Shouto's idea isn't bad. Izuku started pacing. If we can get them to see this isn't like their world. Maybe. You two do realize this is a bad idea, right? Bakugo stressed. He had to remind himself he was trying to be a better person, but the two in front of him made it very hard. Says the one who wants to break into a government building to look at tax records. Shouto crossed his arms, looking at the blonde with a challenging stare. Guys, please. Izuku pleaded as he stepped between them. It was then that they heard the footsteps walking towards them. The three dropped down into battle stances as a figure stepped into the light. The light purple hair was the first thing they noticed as Izuku straightened a bit. Shinsu, man, that's kinda creepy. Shinsu shivered as he shook his head. I'm here to say, Akumu heard you. He's been following your movements since you left UA. And if you're serious, he's willing to talk. I forgot you were working with him. Izuku's voice held a bit of sorrow to it. It's okay, I'm used to being forgotten, Shinsu replied, shoving his hands in his pockets, a bit of a smirk on his lips. Izuku, be careful, remember his quirk. Shouto stepped between them. It's alright, Sho. If he was going to mind control me, he'd have done it by now, Izuku replied, placing a hand on his boyfriend's shoulder. If we go with you, can you promise Bakugo's safety? Given what the boss has told me, I have to say I'm surprised you don't want him dead yourself. But no, he has no intention of harming Katsuki Bakugo provided he doesn't harm you. Shinsu replied. Izuku looked to Bakugo. You don't have to go. I'll be fine, Bakugo grunted. Besides, if they know where we are, even if we refuse, they'd take us anyway, right? Shinsu just shrugged. I was just told to invite you back under peaceful terms. All right, Izuku nodded. We'll go. You hear that, boss? Shinsu asked, looking around. A moment later, the shadows rose up, and despite his words of confidence, Bakugo reached out and grabbed Izuku's arm, shaking. Shouto held Izuku's other hand. We could have walked, you know. Bakugo's voice let out a high-pitched scream as the shadows fully encompassed them. Villain passed. 2 weeks had passed, and Izuku has spent most of that time asleep. While physically he seemed okay, whatever All for One had done to him while trying to take over his body had injured his mind. In one of his lucid moments, they had discovered something troubling. Mr. Compress had startled the boy awake when he went to check on him, only to have Izuku take his quirk. As soon as his surrounding returned to him, Izuku had frantically apologized and tried to figure out how to reverse it. That had taken another couple of days. Now, however, he sat on the man's couch with Shouto holding a cup of hot chocolate. Mr. Compress was standing behind Magni, who was sitting in a chair, while Twice leaned against the wall. So what do we do now? Izuku asked, staring at his cup. He'd finally managed to fall back into a normal sleep schedule, taking medication to keep him from dreaming. The dreams had been too much. The dreams where Toga and Tamura told him how much he'd failed them. None of us want to give up, Master Midoriya. Mr. Compress was the first to speak. The world All for One promised may have been a lie, Magni offered as she reached over to squeeze the boy's hand. But we still have the tools to make it a reality. I ain't going back to how things were, Twice declared, folding his arms and looking away. We can still make this world a better place, Shouto whispered. You'd built a strong name for yourself. There are many who would follow you if you called for them. We can rebuild, and make sure that this time our efforts aren't built on a foundation of lies, Mr. Compress offered. But how? We have nothing left. Izuku still sat staring dejectedly into his cup. That's not true, young Master Midoriya. All for One did in fact have you set up legally as his heir. He may have intended it for his own benefit, but his fortune is yours, as is his power in more ways than one. It's clear he'd been setting this up from the beginning to have you take his place, Mr. Compress explained. Izuku didn't want to think through the implications right now, but knowing just how badly his father's plan had backfired did make him smile. This time they'd used what he'd amassed to make real changes. Okay, we can do this. If not, then they died for nothing. We won't waste the gifts we've been given. Izuku sat his cup down and stood. Shouto smiled up at him, glad to see a bit of the person he fell in love with shining through. The League of Villains will rise again. Hero present. Kirishima trusted his boyfriend, he really did. Bakugo was arguably the toughest person he'd ever met. But the feeling of lead building in his stomach overwhelmed him as neither Bakugo, Todoroki, or Midoriya joined them in their new accommodations. He'd known something was going on with the way Bakugo had been acting when they were sent to pack, but he had chalked it up to how stir-crazy the blonde had been on his extended house arrest and how much he wanted to be doing something other than being hidden away. He never thought he'd actually leave. He never thought Bakugo would leave him behind. Most of their classmates were off exploring their new accommodations. They were similar to the dorms but without windows. The location was actually deep underground, but the redhead sat staring at the entrance, hoping against hope that the three of them would soon be ushered in by Mr. Aizawa, as they got an earful as the man went on about the irresponsible behavior. Soon, however, he looked up to find Uraraka standing next to him before she dejected slipped into the space beside him. There's always been something about the three of them, huh? She started, her own eyes having fallen on the closed door. Yeah, Kirishima sighed, pulling his knees up towards his chest. It was clear even early on that there was something just different about those three. It felt hard to keep up. I just never thought I'd get left behind so soon. I was practically in love with Deku when I first met him, Uraraka confessed. I suppose having a guy save a girl's life can do that to a person. Wait, he saved your life. Kirishima looked at her in surprise. Haven't told a lot of people the story. Ada knows 'cause he was there. And some of our other classmates probably do, and I might be being a bit overdramatic. But during the entrance exam, I was trapped under some rubble and couldn't reach anything to float it away. A 0-pointer was bearing down on me and I was terrified. But then there was Deku charging forward. He took it down with one punch. It was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. It was when he was still injuring himself badly. And he broke his arms and legs and got no points to boot for it, just to save me. And it made me think this is what a hero is. She smiled a bit at the memory. I knew then he was special. Wow, I kinda vaguely remember a story about a kid who got no points in the exam and busted himself up good on a 0-pointer. I'd assumed he'd washed out. I guess I should have known it was Midoriya. Kirishima laughed a bit. But that it made me want to try harder. I wanted to be more like him. I wanted to save people who needed saving, even if it meant I got nothing or worse in return. In a lot of ways, I've been chasing Deku since the moment we walked into UA. She admitted. I kinda felt the same way about Bakugo, Kirishima admitted. He seemed so strong and cool and manly. Like being a hero was as effortless as breathing to him. I was in awe. I didn't realize I was in love with him until much later. But I still feel like I've been chasing him all this time, just trying to keep up. Ada figured it out first. Uraraka continued. In the sports festival, he refused to join Deku's team because he thought if he continued to follow in Deku's footsteps, he'd never find his own strength. The girl placed a hand on Kirishima's shoulder. Took me a long time to understand why he'd say that. But in the end, I got so caught up trying to emulate Deku I really did lose myself. Took me a while to figure out I wanted to be him, not with him. What are you saying? Kirishima's chest tightened. Was Uraraka implying? Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Uraraka's face turned red as she squeaked. That's me, not you and Bakugo. You already said it took you a while to figure out your feelings for him. Just what happened with me in reverse. Oh, Kirishima smiled at the girl before his eyes turned back at the door. I guess that makes sense. My point is though, Kirishima, we have to stop framing it as keeping up or getting left behind. Those three we never had a chance to keep up with them the moment the race started. They are special, but they're still our classmates, our friends, people we love. She stressed. They're human. Instead, we have to think about what we can do to support them, to catch them when they fall. We have to be the best versions of ourselves so they can be the best version of themselves. Kirishima looked down at his arms, thinking about what Uraraka said. Best version of ourselves. You have to trust Bakugo right now. He seems impulsive and brash, but the other thing I learned in the sports festival is just how calculating and thoughtful he is when he needs to be. He's thought through the risks, and he wouldn't have left you behind if he wasn't certain that he was coming back, and that he was bringing Todoroki and Deku back with him. Uraraka smiled at him. You're right, Uraraka. I've been an idiot sitting here and moping. It's not very manly of me at all, Kirishima replied, clenching his fist as a determined look spread across his face. Above all, it's not going to do anything to help Bakugo. I need to focus and train so I can be there when he needs me. That's the Kirishima I know. She grinned, as across the room, 3 sets of eyes were watching, as they sighed in relief that the brunette had managed to get their friend to smile again. Hero and villains. The shadows retracted as Shouto felt himself torn away from Izuku. He'd tried to hold onto him tight, but in the end, all his effort was for naught. Izuku, he screamed as his vision returned to him, finding himself in a rather lavishly decorated bedroom. He's all right, came an all too familiar voice as Shouto swung around to find his doppelganger starting at him from an overstuffed chair. My Izuku just knows, well you, and doesn't think the conversation he needs to have can happen with us there. The younger Shouto stood cautiously as he took in this older form. He had the same scar, the same eyes, and his hair carried the same two-tone characteristics, only longer. It was unnerving to watch himself sitting so casually. What about Bakugo? Do you really care if Bakugo's okay? The elder asked as he lifted an eyebrow in curiosity. Shouto figured there was no point in lying to himself, only because Izuku cares about him, even if I don't understand why. Well, if the angry Pomeranian can control his bark, he'll be fine. My Izuku agreed to give up his pursuit of him after he offered a real apology for his actions to your Izuku. Backdraft noted, if he's sincere he'll survive. Somehow Shouto wasn't surprised they knew about that. He'd been shocked when Izuku told him what Bakugo had said, but he'd been genuinely happy for his boyfriend to get that kind of emotional closure. Content with the other's words for now, his eyes shot around the room. Promises of peaceful conversations or no, he'd feel much better if he was with the other boy. Don't worry, it shouldn't take too long. Backdraft tried to encourage, never moving from his spot in the chair. Take a moment and relax. I'm sure you've been tense for some time. Would you relax in my situation? Shouto looked back to his other self, eyes narrowed. No, Backdraft let out a bit of laugh. How about this? Would you entertain something for me? I'm not joining you. The younger looked at the elder filled with determination. I know, that's not what I want. The only way you'll join us is if your Izuku does. So me trying to convince you is pointless. Backdraft replied, and Shouto felt a bit unnerved. It was hard seeing someone read him so easily. He felt vulnerable in a way he'd never experienced before, even if it was only because it was another version of him. Then what do you want? Shouto's eyes looked at the other man with real curiosity. I want to know your story, that is you and your Izuku. The way we met didn't happen in your world, so I'm curious how you still found each other and ended up together. Backdraft explained as he shifted in his seat. Shouto tried to calculate for a moment if the other had any ulterior motive for the information he wanted ... but really anything he could reasonably gain could be found in the public record. Mind made up, he nodded. All right, I'll tell you if you do me the same. Honestly, he was a bit curious too. He had to admit deep down and in the end why he trusted his counterpart's motive. That's fair. Backdraft smiled as he leaned forward ready to hear Shouto's tale. With a deep breath, the younger one launched into his story. Everything really started at the sports festival. Hero present. Izuku felt a chill in his bones as the shadows surrounded him. He cried out to stop, feeling how terrified Kaken was. Of course he would be. The last time he'd been swallowed by these shadows he'd been tortured and nearly killed. The vision of his friend disappearing in the field that night flashed in his mind and Izuku began to doubt their plan. Terror gripped him even further as he felt both Shouto and Bakugo slip from his grasp, torn away by the shadows that surrounded them. Akumu was splitting them up ... This was bad ... Very, very bad. Before he realized it, the shadows receded as his voice rang out again as he screamed. He was cut short, however, as he heard a quivering voice call out his name. Izuku. He turned to look as his eyes went wide. Izuku, my baby, Inko cried out as she threw her arms around him. I was so worried about you. She sobbed. Mom. He choked out as tears filled his eyes and he wrapped his arms around the woman. I can't believe you're here. I was so terrified. Oh, Izuku honey. Inko refused to let the boy go. You're here and we're together now. She was so happy. He said he'd let me see you again, but I didn't believe him. He did. Izuku asked as he pulled back to look at his mother. How ... How has he been treating you? Other than I can't leave. He's treated me well. I've mostly been helping him take care of a small girl he rescued and talking with his associates. Inko explained as she wiped her eyes. How have you been, sweetie? I've been okay. Worried about you. Izuku admitted as he wiped his eyes. Shouto's been helping me through everything. And Yue wouldn't let me off school grounds. It's been hard not being able to help. It's why you're here now, isn't it? Inko asked as she placed a hand on the side of her son's place. It is. Izuku averted his gaze. I wanted to talk to him. Hopefully, convince him to stop what he's doing. That's what I thought I was here for. Not that I'm not so happy and relieved to see you, but... Oh, Izuku. The woman hugged her son once more. You've always been a good person and you want to help everyone. I didn't always understand you and I think in some ways I never will. But I love you, and I know you're the kindest person in the entire world. If anyone can reach him, it's you. Deep down, I think he's still that kind little boy too. He really thinks he's doing the right thing. He cares about everyone here as much as you care about your friends. And they care about him. Inko tried to explain as Izuku sat listening to her. He just lost his way. You have to help him find it. Mom. He sniffed a bit as fresh tears formed in his eyes. Remember Izuku, it's a hero's job to help everyone who needs it, even if that person is a villain. He needs you, Izuku. Inko smiled softly at him. Right. Izuku rubbed his eyes once more before standing and offering his mother a hand up. But first I need to find Shouto and Kaken. The stairs are over there, but he has one of those Namu creatures blocking the exit, Inko explained, pointing towards the stairwell. Hero and villain present. Bakugo collapsed as soon as the shadows retreated. He wanted to scream, but his head was ringing as he emptied the contents of his stomach violently all over the floor. He barely registered that his companions had been separated from him. Only being able to think about the acid taste in his mouth and the images of his time stuck with the League of Villains as he was hit with explosion after explosion. The only thing on his mind was fleeing. Izuku and Todoroki's opinions on the subject be damned. He pushed himself to his feet as he swayed unsteadily. Bile in his stomach rose once more. He had to find a way to get out of here. Get away from the shadows and their owner. He never should have come with them. You can calm down. I'm not going to hurt you this time. It was that voice. Ruby irises as wide as pinpricks took the sight before him. Akumu was standing there, and it was that moment that Bakugo finally registered he was alone with this villainous version of Izuku Midoriya once again. He had to go anywhere, as his eyes flashed around the room looking for an exit, any exit and finding none. He heard a sigh escape the other's lips. While normally I would enjoy the sheer terror on your face, the fear in your heart, knowing I placed it there, this is counterproductive to my plans. You bastard, Bakugo growled out finally once his mind processed that flight was not an option. His fight response kicked in. Where are Izuku and Todoroki? He was Katsuki, Bakugo gonstamed. He had to get himself together. Dear Shouto is keeping himself company. And my counterpart is speaking with our mother, as I promised her I would facilitate. Akumu spoke calmly as he stared at the feral creature in front of him. He really couldn't help the smile that graced his face. We were brought here to talk to you, not get scattered F knows where. Bakugo snapped before wiping his mouth, trying to get rid of the taste of acid that still lingered there. And you all will, soon enough. Akumu finally started to walk towards the blonde, who instinctively took a step back and then swore. Right now I wanted to talk to you. I want to know if you really meant it. Meant what? The blonde brought his arms up in a defensive stance. Did you really mean it when you told him you were sorry? Akumu asked, and in this moment, Bakugo could really see his childhood friend shining through the villain's eyes, reaching out to him in that Kriko so long ago. He wanted to snap at him again, but he found he couldn't, as he dropped his arms to stare at the man almost in confusion. Of course I effing meant it. What the hell kind of question is that? And how did you know? Scratch that, I don't want to know. Akumu averted his gaze and backed away. Bakugo barely catching what he said. I wonder then if he really meant it too. Villain present. Dabi sat on the couch, with his feet up on the coffee table, his eyes closed. The chicken was sitting on the couch next to him, a fact he was aware of and trying to ignore. It wasn't like the bird brain had to stay here. The public didn't know about his alliance with the League of Villains, something Akumu himself had wanted to keep under wraps. Something about needing Hawks, Shinsu, and Amajiki for the next phase. So why he was here annoying Dabi? The man didn't know. Maybe he wanted to be the next KFC Christmas dinner. At least he wasn't taking. Just sitting there in an awkward silence. Breathing. Couldn't he breathe quieter? Or not at all? Not at all would be preferable. Dabi wanted to growl. How could one man be so annoying just sitting in the same place? This house was huge. Surely even if he had to stay at the hideout and not his probably fancy apartment, he could find somewhere else to go, someone else to bother. Still, Dabi sat motionless with his arms crossed, head tilted down and eyes closed. He was not going to let chicken and a biscuit get under his skin. The clock ticking was the only thing Dabi could hear outside of Hawk's breaths, and it felt like a pressure pot about to burst. At first, an eye cracked open just to gaze at the other man, only for him to realize Hawks was staring at him. Dabi let out a growl before closing his eyes again. He was not going to let Birdbrain drive him from his spot on the couch. It was comfortable, and he was pretty sure the cushions were beginning to contour to his body. The breathing was interrupted by a sigh, and Dabi felt the flames trying to flare to life in his fingertips. He felt the weight on the couch shift, and he was hoping that the chicken had finally figured out that Dabi didn't want him around when he realized the man was now standing in front of him. With an exasperated yell, he tossed his arms apart and shot up into Hawks' face as flames flickered to life in his hands. If you don't want to be dinner, you'll get the F out of my hair, KFC, Dabi yelled, as the other's intense eyes stared back at him, seemingly undeterred by the sign of aggression. Man, you really are in a hole, Hawk stated, shoving his hands in his pockets and looking back at the flame villain, looking for all the world as if he was simply chatting up an old acquaintance. Compliment accepted. Now get the F out and go back to your coop, Dabi responded before throwing himself back down on the couch. Man, so angry when I just wanted to talk, Hawks replied with a bit of a whistle, though his eyes were looking down, staring at the other man. Dabi went back to his plan of not acknowledging the other person in the room. Look man, I know we're practically strangers. Hawk started before he was interrupted by a disgruntled Dabi with her strangers, though the former hero continue on undeterred. But you're still really the only one I know here. And also I kinda wanted to say I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Dabi cracked his eyes back open, looking at the other with an annoyed expression. Invading my personal space. No. Hawks paused before taking a deep breath, forever thinking Endeavor was a good person and a great hero. Dabi managed to school his surprise, closing his eyes and leaning back into the couch. You think I care what some hero thinks, birdie boy? The man let out a slight chuckle. Go back to your coop and tell someone who cares. All right. Dabi swore. Hawks sounded like a kicked puppy. I just really wanted to get that off my chest. I'll leave you alone. The flame user grunted in response as Hawks kept his word and left the room. Dabi cracked open one eye to watch him go. He was not feeling guilty for making Bird Brain sound sad. It was the dipshit's fault for thinking he cared about his opinion of his father. He didn't care, of course. It wasn't like he was secretly cheering, way deep down, that they'd managed to change the opinion of one of Japan's top heroes and former #1 Endeavor fanboy. Nope, he wasn't happy about that at all. Of course, he'd have to tell Shouto about this later. Villain past timeline. A man stood in front of a computer console. He had long, shiny, spiky jet black hair, sharp features. He simply wore a pair of black pants and combat boots, his ridged chest open for the world to see. Sturdy arms moved quickly over the keyboard, care taken not to use too much of his strength in his frantic typing. He doesn't want to get yelled at for breaking more equipment. His one good eye stares at the screen. Another, white surrounded by a jagged scar, sits unmoving, pointed teeth visible as he concentrates with his mouth slightly open, hoping against hope this time he'll find the right answer. Any luck? A man walks up to him with uncontrollable lavender hair that he'd attempted to pull back in a ponytail and bags under his eyes that seemed to be as much of a permanent feature as the mug in his hand. You should be in bed, Kirishima responds. He knows better than to answer Shinsu's question. Even if he doesn't think that man would use his quirk on him in this situation, he can't put it past Mind Freak to dip into his more mischievous side. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Shinsu shrugs before taking another sip of his coffee. I've figured out the identity of the kid who caused the portals to appear. The problem is the Resistance did their groundwork and wiped any record of him off the map from about a month before Akumu and Backdraft disappeared. His quirk is called Rift. I couldn't find many details other than the fact he's able to open these portals and suck everything in a nearby radius inside. No one knows where the stuff goes and no record of anything ever returning. No record of human transport before either. Kirishima sighed as he pulled up the file he'd found. A rather plain-looking boy with brown hair and gray eyes stared back at them. So basically we got nothing. Shinsu sighed, bringing a hand up and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Well, they're probably hiding the kid and his family at some facility, maybe even out of the country at this point. But we'll find him. It's not like they have many places left to hide. I hope you're right, man. Kirishima sighed as he stared up at the screen. Villain present. Shouto stood there silently fuming. He could barely control himself. Bakugo told Izuku to kill himself. He ground out. His older self would have smiled if the circumstances were different. He didn't know. Akumu managed to confirm with your Izuku that the events played out the same up until mine actually went through with it. And well, I've told you the rest. Shouto closed his eyes. He barely remembered that day he'd been forced to patrol with his father. He remembered running off on his own, and the punishment he'd received. To think that day his Izuku was standing on the roof contemplating ending his own life. I probably shouldn't have told you. Backdraft frowned. It was a very private and emotional thing, but he hadn't imagined his other self not knowing. Truth be told, he was moved by the fact that the younger Izuku had cared so much about him to break themselves just so they'd feel better. In his world, it had really been the opposite. He'd wormed his way into Izuku's life with a desire to protect him. He'd risked his father's wrath just to spend time with the green-haired boy. In this Shouto's world, it had been the other way around. I'm glad you did. The anger was clear in his voice as he paced the room, fists clenching and unclenching. I'm going to kill that bastard myself. He'll be mad at you. Backdraft lifted an eye at his counterpart. Truth be told, there were plenty of times he'd wanted to kill their world's Bakugo himself, but he'd let Izuku handle that. He'll forgive me. Shouto spat out. I've never understood why he even tried with Bakugo, and now it's even harder to fathom. How did he even make it into the hero course? How was none of his abuse on his permanent record? How can you bait someone like Izuku into suicide and then still think you can be friends with him? Backdraft went to open his mouth. Before closing it, he kind of stared at the younger version of himself, trying not to laugh. He just described exactly the problem that had led to him and Akumu doing what they do, and he was wondering if the boy even realized it. Finally, once he could keep the mirth from his lips, he spoke up. I have an answer for you. At least why he got away with it, he stated as he held his hands out. Shouto paused in his rage-induced pacing to look at the man. I suppose you do. Villain present. Bakugo realized with a start that Akumu was talking about the other him. He was currently muttering. And it seemed so strange to see the villain openly displaying a trait of his Izuku when he spent so long trying to separate them in his mind. Right now the man before him seemed much more like his childhood friend than the monster that had attacked them in the forest, tortured him, and stolen his quirk. It had been weighing on him. How much of an ass his alternate self had to be that this Izuku Midoriya had wanted to take it out on him twice. But if that other version of himself had tried to make amends and this Izuku had rejected them, well, somehow that made him feel a little bit better. Both sets of eyes turned as one of Kirigiri's portals appeared, and the younger Izuku Midoriya stumbled out. "Kaken, you're okay," was the first thing he said with a smile before he realized Akumu was already in the room with them. "How was your visit?" Akumu simply asked him. He wasn't about to thank the man since he was the reason they'd been separated in the first place. But if Bakugo was still standing unharmed, then his proposal of peaceful takes was all the more likely. It was good to see her. "Excellent." Akumu smiled, bringing his hands together. "You'll be happy to know she'll be free to go soon. I won't need to protect her much longer." Izuku sighed in relief at his words. That's good." Bakugo had made his way over to stand next to Izuku. He wouldn't admit it, but he felt safer near him, so sue him. "Mom will be happy to hear Aunt and Co. is okay." Akumu took a deep breath as if to shove down whatever his reaction had been. "Pleasantries aside, you've come to talk. And I've been meaning to make you an offer." Izuku wanted to spat back out that he'd never accept any offer from this monster, but that wasn't going to solve anything. Instead, he gave the man a guarded look, skepticism in his voice. "What kind of offer?" "You see, my work is actually almost done." Akumu placed his hands on his hips and sighed. "Not having to deal with our father's influence and using the knowledge I gained doing this once before, it was almost too easy to dismantle Japan's hero society. As of now, there are barely any that would call themselves heroes left. Between those that died, or hid, or have dropped the act now that they don't have to commission to pay them, it's nearly ready for the next phase of my plan. Once the last bastion is purged, then it will be time for me to step aside." Izuku stared at Akumu as he spoke. "You're going to step aside?" he asked nearly breathlessly. "Yes, and I've started to piece together the team I want to help rebuild this world, to make the world the way it should be. A society where quirks or the lack thereof don't matter." Akumu replied. "We've heard the spiel," Bakugo muttered as he folded his arms. "Silence. You're only here and alive because he wills it. I can change my mind." Akumu snapped and Bakugo paled, as Izuku almost subconsciously shifted so he was between the two. "Don't threaten him, you've done enough." Izuku snapped back and Bakugo's head snapped to look at Izuku with wide surprised eyes. "Whatever." Akumu rolled his eyes. "My point is, the team I've assembled, they know what being judged for their quirk feels like. But they don't know the hollow, helpless feeling of being diagnosed quirkless." There was a pain in his voice and Bakugo couldn't help but wince, especially seeing the look that crossed his own Izuku's face. "The world needs people like you. We're not so different. If I can trust anyone to help guide this world down the right path, I have to be able to trust myself." Akumu gestured towards Izuku. I'm nothing like you. I could never be anything like you." Izuku spoke softly but forcefully. "I would never have killed the people you have or destroyed the dreams you did, all in pursuit of some world you think is better." Akumu sighed, a sadness lingering in his green irises. "I had to at least try. But you've been too poisoned by the likes of All Might. Even still, you deserve this new world as much as anyone. I'll bring UA to its knees. And then there won't be anything left to save. The world will be molded to my will one way or another. I hope you can learn to appreciate what I've done." "UA," Izuku gasped. "You can't," he screamed, rushing forward as he called upon One for All. But before he could make contact, Akumu had disappeared within his shadows. Akumu appeared in the bedroom where he had left his Shouto and this world's version. He was about to speak when he saw the burning anger radiating off of the younger of the two. The room was about 15 degrees hotter than it should be, and while he'd grown used to heat being practically married to his Shouto, it still made him sweat under all his black clothing. "Love, what did you do to him?" he asked with an amused tone. His own frustration was gone as he watched the younger turn to glare at him. "Where is he?" Shouto snapped. "Whoa, your Izuku is fine." He held his hands up. "We just had a little chat is all. We still can't seem to come to an agreement, which is unfortunate. But I promise I won't harm him." "No, Bakugo, where is he?" Shouto growled out as steam seemed to be rising off of him. Akumu looked to Backdraft, who just had a mischievous smirk on his face. "What did you say to him?" Apparently he didn't know. Backdraft's demeanor became more serious. "About how we met. We got exchanging stories." Apparently, this Izuku's scars on his hands came from him trying to knock some sense into this one at the sports festival. Akumu frowned. He wasn't sure why this Izuku wouldn't tell his Shouto everything. Maybe it was because in this world they hadn't been together for even a year yet. Still, in the grand scheme of things, it hardly mattered, and really maybe he could use this. His Shouto was always good at getting him to see reason. He'd even been the first one to get him to understand that Katsuki Bakugo's treatment of him was wrong. Yes, this might work out after all. Akumu folded his arms and offered the younger Shouto a sad smile. It was an incredibly painful experience, and if you weren't there like my counterpart told me, I can see why he hadn't said anything. Akumu motioned to his Shouto. Was the one that got me to see reason originally where Katsuki Bakugo was concerned. But if you didn't understand the extent of the horrible abuse and mistreatment we suffered at his hands, I can see why you wouldn't have stepped in the way my Shouto did. Shouto took a deep breath and nodded. I don't understand, and I never have. And probably never will, why he sought out and coveted his abuser's friendship. Even more now, I know Bakugo was his first friend, and the only one he had experienced before he came to UA, but still. He looked at Akumu as if maybe the man held his answers. Instead of Akumu, however, it was Backdraft who answered him. For the same reason, deep down, even though we hated him, we still sought our father's approval. Friends, family, these are people who are supposed to love and care for us. It's hard for a child to understand that something's not right when it's the only thing they know. When I was young, Akumu started softly, and Shouto could really see his Izuku in him as he lowered his head and brought his hands together. Bakugo was my son. He was bright and explosive, and I thought he was the greatest person ever. That he was going to be a bigger hero than All Might. And even though all the hits and the punches, the blasts ringing in my ears, and derogatory names, I still wanted to be by his side. I wanted to be able to stand near that brilliance. By the time we were in middle school, I'd convinced myself that I deserved it. Bakugo was so great, he couldn't possibly be wrong. Maybe I was worthless, but I still had to become a hero, even if he didn't think it was possible. It was the only way I knew to stay within his radiance. To give credit where credit is due, Bakugo is the one that planted the idea in my head. That if I killed myself, I'd have a chance to live in his brilliant light in my next life. That I wouldn't be the same stupid, worthless Deku he always called me. As I walked home contemplating his advice, I was attacked by the sludge villain. And for a moment I thought this was it. I wasn't going to have to kill myself, the choice out of my hands. But then miraculously I was saved. I didn't think anyone would care about some quirkless kid. But there was All Might in all his glory. I latched onto that meeting like it was fate. Surely if I just talked to All Might and got his blessing to be a hero, then I could prove to Bakugo that I had the strength to stand beside him. That could be something other than worthless. Shouto's eyes were looked on Akumu as the man spoke. His voice sounded almost detached, as if he was reading from a script. The truth was, he'd told this story so many times before that he'd separated himself from the emotions attached to it years ago. He went to leave before I could ask him, and so I did what I thought I had to get my answer. I latched on to him. We ended up on a rooftop together, where he told me his story about how he'd been injured and could barely be All Might anymore. The horror behind the truth of being a hero. Still, I asked him if a quirkless kid like me could be a hero one day, and he told me no, and to be more realistic, then left me alone on that rooftop. It was like a neon sign telling me Bakugo was right, and I should just end it all right then. Akumu looked out the window and sighed. Even still, I thought the world of Bakugo. That was until Shouto got me to see reason by comparing him to his father. Him asking me what I'd do if Endeavor had called him worthless and told him to kill himself was enough to drive the point home. That's why you went after All Might. Shouto closed his eyes, processing what he'd been told. He knew what this All Might had meant to Izuku, and while he still had issues with the man, he still felt more anger directed towards Bakugo. If the boy hadn't spent a decade beating into Izuku how worthless he was, then he'd never have had to go to All Might for some sense of self-worth. It made everything make so much sense. It hurt. Why Izuku was so self-destructive. Why he valued his own life so poorly. Everyone else was more important. A childhood of being made to feel worthless couldn't be erased by one semester at UA. Akumu nodded at the boy. All Might, Bakugo, Endeavor, all allowed to rise to the top, all a symbol of what's wrong with hero society. Now maybe that you understand what I've been through, what he's been through, you can help him see reason. See reason? Shouto questioned as he looked up at Akumu. Is that what this is about? You want me to get my Izuku to turn? His eyes narrowed. It's about getting you to understand, Akumu replied. I understand that no matter what he's been through, my Izuku would never turn his back on his friends or family. He'd never betray them. You may be right about Bakugo, Endeavor, and maybe even All Might, but that doesn't justify what you've done, the pain you've caused. I know my Izuku, and he would have found a solution that didn't involve innocent people die. How can you condemn someone when you behave no better than them? Shouto spat out as he slammed one of his feet on the ground. Akumu's face fell. He felt like they'd been so close. If they could have got this Shouto on board, then surely ... he sighed, bringing a hand to his face. I'm trying to fix society. One day you'll thank me. All I wanted from you was to help rebuild when this is over. And maybe you will. But if you refuse to punish those who would abuse the system, then it will just fall into corruption again. Shouto clenched his fists. We'll stop you. Backdraft, get the others. It's time to go. Akumu looked to his Shouto before turning back to the younger one. We've already won. The last bastion of the old order is UA. When it falls, the scourge of heroes will be wiped from this land. Akumu didn't spare the boy another look as he caused the shadows to encase him. Were we always this stubborn? He sighed. Still, our Backdraft replied before placing a kiss on the other man's lips. Akumu vanished into the shadows, younger Shouto in tow. Here, Akumu dropped Shouto to the ground, as Bakugo and Izuku turned at the sound. Stay safe. He grinned. Izuku launched himself at his doppelganger, only to be stopped as shadows coiled around his arm. We're not doing this again. I'm just here to drop off your Shouto for safekeeping. Let us out of here, you bastard. Bakugo screamed, balling his hands into fists. Soon, Akumu smiled before the shadows surrounded him once more and he disappeared. Nezu sat in what was essentially a war room. In the center of the room was a scale model of UA campus. Around the table sat the staff he employed to keep the school running. Now, I'm sure you know why I've called this meeting. The war, the 3 mission students, the collapse of the Hero Commission, or all of the above? Snipe asked as he leaned back in his seat. 5. Aizawa corrected. What? Snipe raised an eyebrow at him. There are 5 missing students. Izuku and Midoriya, Shouto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo from A1, Itoshi Shinsu from 1 degrees Celsius and Tamaki Amajiki from class of 3. Aizawa replied. All right, 5 missing students. Snipe shrugged. All of the above is the correct answer, Nezu declared as he moved to stand on the table with a remote in his hand. Now, ever since I was made aware of Akumu's infiltration onto campus, I've been working on countermeasures for him. But the question is, how can you stop someone who can travel within the shadows themselves? You get rid of all the shadows, Present Mike suggested jokingly. Correct, Nezu smiled. I wasn't serious. How do you plan to get rid of shadows? Mike gaped at him. Shadows were everywhere. Shadows, you see, are a diffusion of light, created when an object is placed in front of a light source. To that end, I intend to get rid of all light on campus, Nezu explained as he hit a button and a black opaque dome descended on the model. Is that even possible? Midnight asked, bringing a finger to her mouth in thought. It was actually one of Aizawa's students who gave me the idea, Nezu explained. Fumikage Takoyami possesses a unique quirk named Dark Shadow. It is an entity all its own that grows stronger the less light there is. Unfortunately, it becomes harder and harder for Takoyami to control. But he may yet be our greatest assess. I mean, that's all well and good, but wouldn't most of us be useless in pitch black? We'd be sitting ducks. Midnight leaned forward looking at her fellow teachers. That's where I come in, Powerloader explained. Nezu approached me with a solution, and I came up with these. He pulled out a pair of goggles. They work like echolocation. They emit a sound undetectable to human ears and bounce back information that is then translated to the display on the goggles. They aren't perfect, and it's only in monotone, but should allow you to navigate and engage with the villains if needed. This still doesn't explain how you're going to do this. Aizawa crossed his arms, looking at the model. Well, ever since the League of Villains first appeared at the USJ, I've been working to upgrade UA defenses on my own budget. One of those is a security dome, like what I just described. Right now it's being coated in a material that blocks 100% of all light that strikes it. Secondly, we'll terminate all lights within the campus. As it stands, we have no students or staff whose quirk constantly emits light, Nezu explained, before hitting another button raising the dome. So what, are we just going to wait them out? We can't possibly win that way, Present Mike exclaimed. No, Nezu shook his head. We'll keep up the darkness as long as we can, but they will try and find another way into UA. If we can separate Akumu from any of his partners that can act as a light source, then we'll continue to keep him neutralized. However, that's not likely. Once it becomes more of a hindrance than a help, I'll drop the barrier. A fight is coming. Our best hope is to control the battlefield. I will allow Dark Shadow to participate in the battle as long as Takoyami can control him. Under the thick blanket of darkness, he should be able to defend us with little risk to himself. However, I will station him with Midnight just in case, Nezu explained. I don't like that my students are part of your plans, Aizawa nearly growled. We're supposed to be keeping them safe. I understand your concerns, but they are top Hero Corps students. My plan has taken their safety into account, Nezu explained before continuing on laying the rest of the details for his plan out for the teachers assemble. Shouto stood, and relief filled him to see Izuku really was unharmed. I was worried when I realized he was separating us. I was too. Izuku closed his eyes. Even if they were trapped here, at least they were together. He and Bakugo had tried to find a way out so far, but without any luck. A surge of protective emotions filled Shouto as he wrapped his arms around Izuku and glared at Bakugo. He couldn't help it. Even if he hadn't agreed with their end goals, the knowledge he'd gained about his classmate unsettled him at his very core. Shouto, what's wrong? Izuku asked as could feel the other shaking. Tell me, Izuku. Did he really tell you to kill yourself? Shouto asked, pulling back to look into his boyfriend's eyes. The other two froze as Izuku frowned. What did they tell you? The other me. He told me how he met Akumu. that he saved him from a suicide attempt that Bakugo had put him up to. They told me he'd done the same to you. Is it true? His voice was low, but raw and full of emotion, pleading for an answer. Izuku's throat constricted. He'd never meant to tell anyone. In the end, it was Bakugo who answered. It's true. Guilt laced through his voice. In an instant, Shouto was out of Izuku's arms and had Bakugo pinned by the collar to a wall. How could you dare enroll in a hero course after something like that? You are a bully and villain, and I'm angry I ever trusted you for an instant. He spat out. Show please, Izuku pleaded as he grabbed the other boy's arm trying to pull him away from Bakugo. No, Shouto replied. No, I've stood by and let you handle this. But if this villain, he spat out, had his way, you'd be dead. I can't just let you let that slide. Show please, it's in the past. Kaken has changed. You don't understand. Izuku begged to try to separate his boyfriend and childhood friend. Bakugo, however, hung limply in his arms, not even trying to break free. Even he knows he deserves this. Shouto spat out. If I don't understand, then explain it to me. Izuku tried to fight back his tears. You never met his mom, Sho. Not really. Aunt Mitsuki was always saying he was the best, but at the same time punishing him if he wasn't. If he did anything less than perfect, she'd blow up on him. He may not have been beaten as badly as you were by your dad, but he was beaten, and he only knew affection through anger and harsh words. His dad tried, but she always told him he was going to make Kaken weak. I know what he did was wrong, but always hoped that he treated me that way because he cared and he wanted me to do better. Bakugo had gone slack-jawed, staring at him in shock. He never realized Izuku actually understood. After all this time, Shouto looked back to glare at Bakugo. I know, what I did was wrong. I was a stupid kid who thought Izuku was going to get himself killed trying to be a hero without a quirk. I never should have said that to him, but I never wanted him dead. Not then, and especially not now. I can't even imagine if he'd gone through with it. In the next moment, the heterochromatic teen had thrown Bakugo to the ground. He was still shaking as Izuku wrapped his arms around him. I know why you're upset, but I'm not going anywhere. I promise. I can't lose you, Izuku. Shouto muttered as he buried his face in a head of green hair. You're not going to, Shouto, Izuku replied, tightening his grip. But he's the reason you're like this, right? Willing to throw your life away, thinking your only value is in what you can do to help others. How can you forgive him? How can you expect me to forgive him? Shouto asked, holding back his own tears. Because I chose not to let it consume me. Because forgiving him and helping him be a better person is better than the alternative. Because I don't want to end up like Akumu. Izuku's words were soft as he pulled back a bit to place a hand on the side of Shouto's face. Because I would rather spend my energy on love and kindness than anger and hate. This world doesn't deserve you, Shouto replied, before kissing his forehead. Bakugo stood from where he was thrown to. It hurt a bit to hear Izuku's words, but they were the truth. He knew he'd fed up, and he couldn't change the past. But he could change the future and vowed not to lose the chance he'd been given. We still need to find a way out of here. Izuku sighed as he pulled away and examined their space once more. Akumu was threatening to attack UA. We need to warn them. Yeah, Shouto replied, though his thoughts still lingered on the previous conversation. We're getting air, Bakugo commented, trying to help the conversation forward. That means there is a vent somewhere. That's right. Izuku got a bit excited before looking to his boyfriend. I have a plan. Hero present. Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, and Shiro were sitting in a corner playing cards, trying to pass the time. It was clear the other three were trying to keep Kirishima's mind off of current events. It had been hours since they'd been brought down to this bunker, and half the class was already asleep. Uraraka had passed out on a couch about an hour ago, and Ida and Tsu had kept her company until then. Now all three were in a pile together, snoring softly, Uraraka's head on Tenya's lap, with Tsu almost on top of the other girl. Takoyami was still up, leaning against the wall. They weren't sure if he ever slept, so that wasn't out of the ordinary. Yaorazu and Jiru were up as well, sitting at a table as they both sipped on a cup of tea. Aoyama, Ajiro, Kota, Sato, Shoji, and Hagakure had all decided to make use of their beds, so who knew if they were still awake or not. This was the scene Present Mike walked in on. Now, little listeners, you should all be asleep. He addressed those still awake in a voice softer than many thought possible. Sorry, sir, it's just that Mina started before Kirishima cut her off. They're trying to help me. I don't think I can sleep not knowing if they're okay or not. Kirishima offered a bit apologetically. I understand. I had to drug your homeroom teacher to get him to sleep. Present Mike let out a small chuckle. But I also promised to come to check on you. You're not going to do anyone any good if you fall over from exhaustion. I know, but I thought he'd at least call by now. Or send a text, something to let me know he was okay. Kirishima's shoulders sank. Maybe he didn't mean as much to the blonde as he thought he did. Deep down, he'd always felt a bit jealous when it came to the threads of fate that seemed to tie Midoriya and Bakugo together. Hey man, they probably turned their phones off so they couldn't be tracked. They're smart like that, Kaminari declared. Yeah, Kirishima sighed, sitting his cards down. He'd lost all interest in the game. Well, try and get some rest either way. If we hear something, I'll make sure you know. Otherwise, Principal Nedzu has a plan. We'll go over the details in the morning. Present Mike gazed around the room. Jiju and Yoarazu were already cleaning up their space. Takoyami had turned and slipped up the stairs at some point during the conversation. All right, Mina whined. I was winning too. She pouted, throwing an arm around Kirishima's shoulder. Sleep over in my room, she declared. Zero picked up the cards and stood with a stretch. I can help make some hammocks, it will be fun. Kirishima let out a sigh and nodded. Let's go then. Hopefully, when I wake up, we'll have heard something. Villain timeline present. A long braid of indigo hair rested on Amajiki's back. He sat quietly on the rooftop as he watched the house across the street intently. He was dressed mostly in black, with a belt around his waist that held various food items. Currently, he was wearing a pair of night vision goggles and wearing a headset to allow him to communicate back to his base. They had tracked the resistance and the kid that had caused their current mess to this rather unsuspecting home nestled in Hamura. It was a rather quiet town by any definition. A serene safe haven from the chaos that had become downtown Tokyo in the intervening years since Amajiki had joined up with Akumu. An emotional decision after the death of his fiancée at the hands of the commission. It was a decision he'd never looked back on, never allowed himself to regret. Mirio had been the best of all of them, the kindest, brightest person Amajiki had ever known, and he had died for the crime of being too good, of being a real hero. The Chimera villain had had his eyes open to a lot of the unfairness in the world after his light had been snuffed out. Still, some days he wondered what Mirio would think of him now. Would he understand the path he'd chosen to make the world a better place? That he was doing this so no one else would get cut down just as their life truly began. Mirio's voice hadn't been the first the commission had silenced, but Amajiki had made sure it was the last. Movement down below broke his musings as he watched the boy's handlers walk him to a car. Eyes on target. They're about to change location, he whispered into the mouthpiece. All right, pursue but don't engage. I'm sending Riot to your location, copy that, Sun Eater. A voice, Shinsu's, echoed back through his headset. Roger. Villain present. Akumu stood in front of the League of Villains for what he hoped would be their last major operation. Experience taught him that this wouldn't be the end. There would be a lot of work. The status quo didn't change that easily even if you wanted to. But he was content with the groundwork he had laid, proud of what he'd accomplished in months rather than years. There was still the situation with his alternate self he needed to deal with, but he would come around eventually. Everyone did. This is it, Akumu spoke. The most important and possibly the most dangerous mission we've had yet. But aren't they just a bunch of kids? Toga looked at him in confusion. The kids aren't the target, they never were. Akumu reiterated, looking at the girl. It's the teachers who have over time churned out more and more of these weak and useless heroes. It's a pipeline of corruption that breeds and festers. At its head is the principal, a rat with a quirk. That makes him smarter than even most humans. Nedzu, his machinations set me back more than once before, and I won't let him do it to me again. I would like to lay claim to him, but truthfully, if you have a chance to kill the vermin, do it. Akumu explained. The rest of the teachers at UA are dangerous in their own right. Eraserhead can cancel non-mutation type quirks just by looking at you and is an excellent short-range combat. Present Mike's voice is a sonic weapon. Ectoplasm can create clones of himself that he controls. Cementos can control anything he touches that has cement in it. And you can guess what 90% of UA is constructed from. And those are just a few examples. Akumu took out several files and tossed them down on the table. That is a comprehensive list of all UA staff, their quirks, and some easy ways to counter them. I know the matchups I'd prefer, but given Nedzu knows we're coming, I wouldn't count on any of it. Therefore you each need to study up and learn what you can about each facility member. What about the kids? There are like 60 Hero Course students at least, aren't there? Never mind support and otherwise, Spinner asked, crossing his arms. Those first years weren't exactly a cakewalk back in the forest. My hope is Nedzu wouldn't be callous enough to put his students in danger. Akumu shook his head. But knowing Nedzu, he wouldn't purposely leave out important pawns. That being said, I don't have a complete dossier on all of UAS student body. The goal is to avoid conflict with them if you can. If that's impossible, incapacitate with the least amount of permanent damage possible. And yes, Toga, that means no stabbing them. The girl pouted as she put her hand down, then raised it up again. Yes, that includes your Raka, Akumu said with a sigh. Though you're welcome to try and get the girl to join us if you like. Do I finally get to go have fun? Shigaraki asked with a bit of a smile. For a moment the image of his brother's crumpled body flashed in Akumu's head before he dismissed it. Yes, of course. We'll need all hands on deck for this. I was getting bored, he replied before leaning against the wall. As for you three, Izuku looked towards Shinsu, Amajiki, and Hawks. I have another important mission. The indigo-haired boy seemed relieved he didn't have to attend the raid on UA and possibly face off with Mirio. He still hadn't been able to bring himself to contact the other yet, at least not directly. "What is it, boss?" Hawks asked with a bit of a mischievous grin. "You're going to deliver a message to the masses," he replied, handing over a piece of paper to Hawks. "A call to arms for the common folk. It's about time for you to play your parts. Offer them comfort, hope, and a better way forward." He curled his fingers around Hawks, who was clutching the letter. Hawks took a moment to look at the missive in his hand before nodding. "I'll be honored." "Is really it?" Shinsu asked, looking to Akumu. "This isn't the end. It's merely the beginning." He smiled in return. "Tomorrow at dawn, our forever awaits." Hero present. Izuku had just finished explaining his plan to Shouto and Bakugo. It had involved using Shouto's ice and fire to create steam to figure out where the vent was coming from, and rather overly complicated, at least in Bakugo's mind. Shouto had hung on every word as if they'd come from some all-powerful deity. Whether it was a good or bad plan was never to be seen, as just as the last word fell from his lips, the trio heard a distinct click, and part of the far wall slide away, revealing a staircase and a very small girl. "Daddy?" she asked timidly. "I'm sorry, I thought I heard my daddy," she spoke softly, rubbing her overly tired eyes. "I couldn't sleep and ... Tears started to form. Immediately Izuku was at her side. "It's okay, sweetie." "Daddy?" she asked in confusion. "What happened? You look younger." I didn't." She looked horrified for a moment as she pulled away from him. Shouto came over to and knelt down, as Bakugo looked on, a bit exasperated. They had an exit, they need to use it. They could take care of the rest of the way. "You too, Papa Shouto?" she asked as big fat tears ran down her face. I didn't mean." Izuku tried to calm her. "You didn't hurt us, I promise." I'm not you, Daddy." "I'm sorry, sweetie." "Not Daddy." Iri looked up, wiping her eyes. "Then who are you?" Izuku wasn't sure how to explain to this little girl who he was, given he was certain she was referring to Akumu as Daddy. There were a lot of questions he had, and none were allowing his brain to properly function. "We're friends of your dad's." Bakugo stepped in with a bit of a gruff voice, but it didn't seem to scare the girl at all. "He forgot to show us the way out though when we finished. Do you know how to get out of here?" Iri, with the knowledge that she hadn't accidentally used her quirk on her daddy, and that she could be helpful to his friends, nodded as she wiped her eyes. "Yes, I can't go out though. He says it's too dangerous and someone might try and take me back to the lab. But you're big and strong like Daddy is, so I'm sure you'll be fine." "Lab." Shouto trailed off, looking at the poor girl as she turned and bounced up the stairs. "Where Papa Shouto rescued me from," she replied, jumping from step to step like a game. "It's a lot more fun living here with him and Daddy and Grandma and co." "Mom," Izuku breathed out. He'd almost forgotten she was still trapped here too. Can you take me to her? She needs to go outside with us." "I don't know. The big man never lets her come downstairs. Daddy said it's not safe for her outside either." Izuku remembered the Namu that had let him pass, but not her. He'd been teleported by Kirigiri not long after that, so he had no idea where to find her. "Right now we need to warn you, We'll come back for your mom now that we know where they are." Bakugo placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder as he whispered in his ear. You're probably right." Izuku held back his own tears, but barely. At least he knew she'd been treated well. "It's not safe for her outside yet. But can you give her a big hug and a kiss from me?" "Of course." Iri beamed as she led the way. The staircase opened up in a hallway and Iri pointed down to her right. "The outside is that way. I wasn't really supposed to be here, but I wanted Daddy when I couldn't sleep." Iri's soft voice smiled at them. "Please don't tell him. You helped us out a lot. We'll keep your secret." Shouto was the one to reply to her as the girl ran up and hugged him. "Thank you." She giggled as he looked a bit startled and then ran off down the hall. Izuku's mind was all over the place, wondering who the little girl really was when Bakugo spoke up. "Come on, we don't know how much time we have." He ushered the other three towards the exit. "Yeah, let's go," Izuku replied, shaking his head. Hero present. He hadn't told anyone about the letter Amajiki had left him, not even Nighteye. As much as he'd wanted to keep the letter, he thought it best to burn it. It had been hard lying to his teachers about whether or not he knew anything about the boy's disappearance. The tears, however, had at least been real. Mirio hadn't breathed a word of it. Somehow it felt like a betrayal of everything he'd been taught. But at the same time, betraying Amajiki felt worse, even if in a sense the boy had betrayed him first. He'd felt the chasm between the two start to form when he'd first approached him about the corruption in the Hero Commission. He'd wanted to side with this new villain, all on some lie he'd been manipulated with. Or at least he'd thought as much until a package arrived for him. At first, he thought it was nothing more than junk mail and was about to toss it when he noticed the return address. It had been Amajiki's address when they were children. That alone was enough to get him to rip open the package with an almost feral fervor. It was then he was left with a note and file. "I hope this helps to convince you." It was a file from the commission. And not just any file, it was his file. Things were slowly coming out about the commission since they'd fallen. It was hard to tell fact from fiction, honestly. Some of it just seemed too much, too over the top to be believed. But here now he was holding in his hands proof the commission had at least been thinking of how best to handle him if they couldn't control him. Reading about how to best neutralize his quirk had been a bit unsettling. The lead ball forming in his stomach. He got to the part about threat elimination and had to slam it shut. Sweat was starting to form as his heart raced. Amajiki had been right. Amajiki had been right. The thought kept racing through his head. Amajiki had been right and Mirio knew what he had to do. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.